Is he still in Arizona? Did he get to San Francisco? It's a mystery with questions that have remained unanswered for 66 years. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Alexander Walter Roberts. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, there's not a ton of background information on this case. What I do know is that Alexander was currently, when all this happened, living in Arizona. His mother, biological mother, was living in San Francisco, California. Alexander was in Phoenix. Alexander lived in this house with his aunt back in 1960. He also had an uncle who lived in this house in Phoenix in 1960. There is mention of Alexander's father, but the newspapers state that he lives in Glendale, but they don't say if it's Glendale, Arizona, or if it's Glendale, California. And then there's a second part of this that's also a bit confusing. So it says that Alexander was last seen at his uncle's house, but then that he vanished from his aunt's house. Based on the addresses that I found listed in the newspapers from the articles back then, the distance between both homes is roughly 11 miles. He's a 12-year-old kid, so obviously he's not driving. So I don't know if that means that he left his uncle's house to head back to his home that he lived in with his aunt, and that I guess apparently no one drove him there. He was either walking or maybe on a bike. So whether he disappeared from his uncle's home or his aunt's home or somewhere in between, it's very unclear. All I know is that on July 29th, 1960, he was somewhere there in Phoenix between both houses or at one of those houses, and he vanished. The police considered his case at first to be a runaway, because that's always what they think. There was some thoughts that he had just decided to run away from home in Phoenix and go back to his mom in San Francisco. But obviously, to those who aren't familiar, maybe who don't live in the United States or, whatever, we're talking a 750-mile trip that a 12-year-old boy would somehow have to find a way to get from Phoenix all the way up to Northern California. But there's no mention of him ever getting to his mom, or no mention of his dad ever seeing him. No mention of any of his relatives, because he also had relatives in Texas, ever seeing him or hearing from him. This was just a 12-year-old kid who was there, physically there, one day on July 29th, 1960, and then at some point that day, gone forever. He was last seen wearing a white cotton short-sleeved t-shirt with blue Levi jeans, brown high-top leather shoes, and he was wearing a gold wristwatch with a leather band, and he was carrying a brown wallet. Alexander is actually a Hispanic male. He has sandy brown hair with brown eyes. His nicknames, he went by just the name Alex and Chicano. He also has a scar under his left eye. If by chance that he is still alive out there somewhere, he would be about 79 years old today and may look something similar to this. The problem with cases like this that just, when it happens in the early 60s and the 70s and it's just like a one-off case, there's not much information about it. So this is a kid who literally just fell off the face of the earth and people just seem to forget. Someone, somewhere out there, might know the truth about what really happened to Alexander that day, and perhaps that someone is you. Maybe you can help provide answers or closure or help bring him home, whether it is alive or unfortunately deceased. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 480-948-6377 or 1-800-343-8477. She would vanish during a very busy car show at the Atlanta Motor Speedway in Hampton, Georgia, and it became like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Alisson Alvarez. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Alisson Alvarez was 19 years old. She was actually originally from Colombia. When she was 17, she decided to move to the States, to Miami, Florida, with a relative, because she wanted her chance at the American dream. She wanted her chance at the American life. Soon after moving to Florida, she would get a job at a local Wendy's fast food restaurant, where then she would meet her soon-to-be boyfriend, Joshua Samples. And Alisson became really integrated into Joshua's family. Joshua's mom, pictured there, said that Alisson was really just like another daughter to her. She wasn't just Joshua's girlfriend. Alisson was a really, really special young woman, and she was very bright, and she was going to have a really wonderful future. But unfortunately, that future would never come. Joshua Samples had gotten Alisson into cars, and so Alisson became a car enthusiast. And then there was this big car show, I guess the Nopi or the Nopi National Car Show, and it was being held at this point in 2002 at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. So Joshua, Alisson, and then a couple of friends would get a hotel room near the Speedway where they would attend it the following morning. They arrived there sometime around 8 or so in the morning. Everything was going really great. There were so many cars there, obviously. There were a ton of people there, a lot of activities, a bunch of things going on. But at some point around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, Alisson said she was starting to feel a little sick and she needed to use the restroom. So she actually gives her purse and her belongings to Joshua and says, I'll be back, I just gotta go find a bathroom. 10, 15 minutes goes by, Alisson doesn't get back. 30, 40, 45 minutes later, she's still not back. An hour goes by. They're really concerned at this point because they don't know where she is. The friends start searching the Speedway themselves. This is again, like a needle in a haystack because you're trying to find someone in a sea of people. They also can't call her phone because even though it was 2002, she did have a cell phone, but it was in her purse, which Joshua had, making it way more difficult to be able to find her. But their search proved fruitless. They found no one or nothing. So Alisson Alvarez is then reported missing to the local authorities. They then go to the Motor Speedway and they also conduct their search. Their search is also quite extensive. They have obviously several officers who are helping, and they were limiting their search to only the areas that were open to the public at the time of this event. And that was still a lot of ground. I mean, we're talking just tons and tons of places she could be. Not just the Speedway, but also it's a heavily wooded area surrounding the entire Speedway. So they also had to concentrate searches there as well. But unfortunately, they found absolutely nothing. The police, of course, considered Joshua to be a suspect. They learned that he was like polar opposites to Alisson. You know, she had this very deep Christian belief. He didn't really. He was more Gothic. They were polar opposites, but as they say, opposites attract. They found it suspicious that a woman would give her purse to the boyfriend and go to the bathroom without the purse and without the phone and without the wallet. It is odd, but it is what actually happened. And they were able to confirm that without a shadow of a doubt, Joshua had nothing to do with whatever may have happened to Alisson. And then police got a tip. On September 25th, a man calls the police to state that he knows about a woman who was murdered inside the Speedway. Specifically, she was killed within the VIP sections, the sections that were off limits to the public at the Speedway. So then they go back to the Speedway and they begin to concentrate their searches now at the VIP areas. I don't know specifically which one, but as they were searching the VIP area, they found a sock. So they go into that particular VIP suite and they look up and they see a little ceiling panel that was loose. When they move that panel aside, they find women's clothing there, and it's the exact clothing that Alisson was seen wearing. They then start searching the VIP grandstands and they finally find a person tucked under one of the stands. It's the body of a woman, and she was wearing one sock that matched the sock they found outside the VIP suite. They have just found the body of 19-year-old Alisson Alvarez. Alisson had defensive wounds on her body, so she fought back with her attacker, and ultimately she was strangled to death. They then contact this tipster who left them all of this information, and they discovered that he had heard from another person that this other person killed this woman. The man who admitted to killing her was a man named Toby Deering. He actually worked at the Speedway. The tipster heard Toby talking to his brother Josh at a local Waffle House, and then he asked the brother, will you help me clean up the scene? Because, I just killed this woman. He also asked this friend who was the tipster. The tipster said, absolutely not. Toby had just been released from prison a short time before this. He was quickly apprehended and he was brought in for questioning. And Toby basically admitted to all of it. He said as he was working, he saw her walking like she was in a lot of discomfort, looking for a bathroom. And then he tells police, I thought she was a sex worker, and so I said, will you have sex with me? Police were like, that didn't happen, but okay, go on. He says he took her up to this private suite where no one was at the time for a sexual encounter. He then tells police he was unable to do his thing, and he said that made him really mad. While he was in prison, he had found out his wife had cheated on him, and he was super enraged. And when he couldn't perform during this attack, it all fueled it. And he said he did it now just out of revenge. He just blacked out and went crazy. revenge, but Alisson had nothing to do with his wife, Toby Deering was arrested and charged with her murder. He would go on trial, and he was found guilty of the murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. His brother Joshua would also take a plea deal in terms of tampering with evidence, and he was sentenced to 5 years probation. And Alisson Alvarez, sadly, will never get the future she dreamed for. It will never happen because some random monster decided he was going to take her away from the world. But thankfully, that monster is in prison, and he will be there for the rest of his life. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Andrea Buchanan and Nathaniel Brown. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in this area of Los Angeles back in 1982. I guess there used to be a big fish market here called Na Marion's Fish Market, and that is actually where Andrea Buchanan was working part-time as a cashier. I unfortunately cannot find a photo of her boss, Nathaniel Brown. But Andrea Buchanan was also a tennis player. When this occurred, she was actually only one of 5 professional tennis players who was black. She ranked 105th in the world by the Women's Tennis Association. She had turned pro back in 1978, and she was winning in singles, in doubles, and in mixed doubles. She was also really close friends with Billie Jean King. And Andrea was actually working part-time as a cashier at that fish market so that she can earn some money for an upcoming European tennis tour. But unfortunately, she never got to go. It was the morning of January 28th, 1982. A couple of their co-workers would enter the fish market, and they found 2 people on the ground. Andrea's boss, 57-year-old Nathaniel Brown, who again, I can't find a photo of, he was found on the ground deceased, and it was obvious that he had been shot. Andrea had also been found unconscious on the floor. It also appeared she had been shot, but she was still alive. So she was rushed to the nearest hospital, but unfortunately, a short time later, she would pass away from her wounds. Andrea was just 26 years old, and she had a very, very promising future ahead of her in tennis. But the authorities don't believe that she was targeted in this specifically, that it was more than likely Nathaniel Brown, her boss, who was more than likely the target. At the fish market, nothing was stolen. The register was untouched, and there was all the cash that they had was still there. What they think is that Nathaniel Brown was potentially involved in the drug scene, potentially dealing drugs, maybe even out at the fish market. And this was all just completely unbeknownst to Andrea. She was just the victim of wrong place, wrong time. However, they also haven't been able to prove that that is the actual motive or not. And it completely shocked the tennis world, especially, people like Billie Jean King and other well-known tennis stars were canceling their matches because, this hit them hard. What did Andrea do to deserve this kind of thing when she had no involvement in whatever may have been going on? And unfortunately, nobody knows the answers. Nobody knows who did this. There were allegedly no witnesses. No one saw or heard anything. I don't know what kind of physical evidence they have. There is very, very little published about this case. It's difficult to find any substantial information on this one. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who murdered Andrea Buchanan and Nathaniel Brown back in 1982, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call, and you can always report anonymously to 1-800-222-8477. On a remote stretch of road in Texas, a so-called Good Samaritan would help a family whose tire went flat. Except he would go on to massacre that family. But the problem for him is he left one survivor. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Arellano family. Viewer discretion is advised. The Arellano family, I believe they were living in Mexico. Juan and Monica Arellano had just given birth to a new baby, and they wanted to move the family to Texas. So Juan and Monica and Juan's sister Rosa, along with 5-year-old Manuel Jr., 2-year-old Leticia, and the newborn Eduardo got into their 1958 Buick and were headed towards San Angelo. Their journey would eventually find themselves on Highway 277 between Del Rio and Sonora, Texas. And all of a sudden on this remote stretch of road, a tire goes flat. Unfortunately, Manuel did not have a spare tire for his car. By the way, these aren't like actual photos. I believe that these were renderings of the victims. At some point, a man that was described as like a big cowboy in his pickup truck saw the family was pulled off the side of the road and said, "Hey, do you guys need help?" Manuel says, "Yes, our tire went flat. I don't have a spare tire. I don't know what to do." This good Samaritan then says, "Well, get into my truck. We'll go down to the local auto shop and we'll figure this out." So Manuel Sr. and Manuel Jr., his 5-year-old son, get into the truck and they head with this man. Good Samaritan, driving his white and green pickup truck, drove them to the auto place where they were able to get a tire, and then he drove them back to the car where the rest of the family was located. And then something happens. This Good Samaritan cowboy takes out a gun and begins shooting. A short time later, the 1958 white Buick is found on the side of the road, seemingly abandoned. And then they started to find the bodies. The body of 2-year-old Letitia was found first. She was actually still alive and would later unfortunately pass away at the hospital. She never opened her eyes. Newest addition to the family, who was actually about 18 months old, was found shot to death. Manuel, Monica, and the sister Rosa, they weren't there. But as they went further down the road, about 3 miles away from that site, they found 3 more bodies. Bodies of Manuel, Monica, and Rosa. These victims were shot, they were stabbed, they were beaten. And Rosa, the third photo there, she had also been raped. And then a miracle. They found someone else in the tall grass nearby. 5-year-old Manuel Jr. Manuel had been shot, but he was still alive. He was also rushed to the hospital where they learned that he had been shot and also stabbed. But he would end up recovering and he survived. And it's because of Manuel Jr. that they even have the description of this man and that they have what exactly happened here. And so they were able to work with him to come up with this drawing. He was described as a white male in his 30s, around 6 feet tall, weighing about 200 pounds. He had sandy hair and was wearing a straw cowboy hat. The problem is that this is Texas, and this big cowboy description kind of matches most of the men there in that part of Texas. Manuel was still able to give, a specific description of this particular man, and hopefully one day it'll lead to discovering who that man is. Unfortunately, that man's identity has never been revealed. Nobody knows who he is. I believe the story is that some kind of argument broke out once they got back to the car, and this cowboy person just took out his gun and started shooting. But it almost kind of sounds like the fact that Rosa was raped and all that, it almost sounds like this guy probably had this intention from the moment he stumbled across this family. There is no reason to shoot and kill, an 18-month-old baby and a 2-year-old child who could barely speak and certainly not give vivid descriptions of what happened. To mention, he also shot and stabbed another 5-year-old kid who survived. Over the years, they've had suspects where similar crimes have been committed. Say, like there was a crime in California that was really close to this, but they got DNA from that particular perpetrator and it did not match any evidence they had at the scene. The other issue is that this happened in 1968, and this was well before DNA technology was ever even close to being a thing. And unfortunately, back then, police did not secure evidence the same way we do now, and that's because they didn't know about the future stuff that was happening. They didn't know that these things needed to be preserved in a very specific way. And so, unfortunately, there is not a lot of evidence. Have the car, but there really wasn't much on the car. Like there weren't any, foreign fingerprints or any additional DNA that they were able to collect years later. I also don't know if there was any male bodily fluid found with Rosa, considering that she was raped, or if they knew to collect and store that. I don't know. This happened 58 years ago, and if the man was in his 30s, he would probably be in his late 80s or possibly 90s, but more than likely is dead. But there is always that chance that maybe he is still alive out there somewhere, and there might have been someone else helping him as well that maybe the boy just didn't see. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the identity of this man to at least provide police and surviving family the answers and closure. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 1-800-252-8477. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Beverly Terrell. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred at Boatman's Bank, located in Memphis, Tennessee, and I believe it's now a Bank of America. This is the second case that I'm covering today that I cannot find a photo of the victim. I don't think I've ever had that happen before. But I have been searching, there's no find a grave, there are no images even in the newspaper clippings. But Beverly Terrell was a 44-year-old woman who lived in Whitehaven. On the night of January 26, 1994, at approximately 9:30 p.m., Beverly would drive her car up to the bank and get out of it and walked up to the ATM. Beverly was just withdrawing $20 in cash. That's it. Within seconds of Beverly entering the little vestibule where the ATM was located, a witness would see another individual entering just behind her. It was a hooded figure who appeared to be a black male. All of a sudden, a couple of gunshots rang out and Beverly was shot and she collapsed to the ground. A young teenage girl and her grandma were in that area and they saw this occur and they saw this man flee the scene. They got a pretty decent look at the guy's face, but it was so fast. They called 911 and police arrived. They would uncover ATM footage, which back in 1994 wasn't the greatest camera footage. It was very choppy, but it was still clear enough where you could see people and their faces. And after scouring the images of the attack, they did in fact see a pretty good look of the man who was wearing a hooded sweatshirt who shot and killed Beverly during a robbery attempt. The police believe they recognized the man, but to be sure, they put a little lineup together so that the teenage girl and her grandmother could pick this individual out of a lineup. And they did. They picked the exact same person police suspected to be the individual. And it was 26-year-old at that time, Torrance Johnson. I had to look up Tennessee inmate records to find his image because his image also wasn't really anywhere easily found, not even in the newspapers. The reason why they knew it was him was because he had been convicted of a crime before, and literally a week before Beverly's murder, another woman was robbed at the ATM who was not killed, but the ATM also captured the image of the man, and it was the exact same man they saw on the camera when Beverly was killed. During that first robbery, he had stolen $50 in cash and he stole the woman's car. When he killed Beverly, he was also out on parole. He had served 16 months in prison for, I guess, the negligent homicide of a 19-year-old during another robbery. However, for that particular case, he was not the individual who actually pulled the trigger and killed the individual. He was the getaway driver, but there are laws that you could lump the person in as also have being involved in the murder itself. So he was arrested and charged with the murder of Beverly Terrell because he was captured on camera, literally committing the act, and two witnesses who were not told ahead of time of him also picked him out of the lineup as the exact same person they saw fleeing that ATM section. They were trying to go for the death penalty for him. However, he was eventually convicted of Beverly's murder and he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. And I had to confirm that that was actually the image of him I found, so everything on the Tennessee inmate records lines up. The crime happened on January 26th. His sentencing, hearings, and all that all lined up. So Torrance Johnson will be in prison for the rest of his life. Sadly, I really don't know much of anything about the victim, Beverly Terrell, but hopefully now she is resting in peace. This is a location where two young women were found bludgeoned and shot to death, and their killer would say he doesn't remember doing it because he's cuckoo. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the murders at Blue Sink. Viewer discretion is advised. It was approximately 1 o'clock in the morning on October 22nd, 1966, here at what was called the Blue Sink sinkhole/lake. And this is located at the, forgive me, Apalachicola National Forest in Florida. Well, an anonymous man calls to say that he has found two young women murdered here at the Blue Sink. Apparently, the man did not reveal his identity then, and actually his identity has never actually been revealed. But according to a sheriff's website, apparently this guy may have been a cousin of one of the victims, and he said he wasn't supposed to be there, for whatever that means. But when the police arrive, they do in fact find two teenage girls. And this is an area that was also considered like a lover's lane place. Couples would go here, they would park and make out and stuff like that. But these two young women, these were friends who went to the same high school together. Elizabeth Ann Wood and Kay Granger, both 17 years old, both seniors at Florida High School in Tallahassee. And this came as just sort of like a double shock to this community, because literally almost a year to the day prior, and I believe I've covered this case before, but there was an unsolved triple homicide of the Sims family. A wife was found murdered with her two kids. Her husband was considered a suspect, but was never charged. And then a year later, this double homicide happens. And back in 1967, obviously these things weren't as frequent as you see nowadays. Now, this was not a couple. These were just two friends who just happened to be at the Blue Sink that night. And the person of interest came up almost right away, because the same night their bodies were found, another man had gone to a local hospital to treat a gunshot wound. A 21-year-old man named Robert Scott Sanders. Robert Scott Sanders said that he had that night had driven his friend to a bowling alley, dropped him off around 8 p.m., and then picked him back up from the bowling alley sometime around 10:45 or 11. When police get to him, because they want to know what this gunshot wound is about, they don't know directly that he's connected to these murders yet, but, they thought this could be a break. And he actually tells them that in between dropping his friend off and picking him up, he was driving and he saw two women being accosted by a man in a car. And he went to go help, but this mystery man, shot him. So he gets back into his truck, then picks up his friend, then he and the friend go to the hospital. Police find his truck, and there is in fact blood in his vehicle. And obviously he had been shot. There was also blood on the trunk. There was blood on one of the tires. There was a bullet hole in his windshield. But then he tells another story. Well, actually, I was just in my truck. I was at my friend's house at this point, and I was cleaning my gun, and the gun just went off, and it shot through the windshield, and that's why, and it shot me as well. A vastly different story than what he told first. And when asked, do you know either of these two teenage girls, he said, no, I have no idea who they are. Well, they quickly learned that was definitely a lie. Because his friend said that's not true. He actually dated Kay Granger on occasion. As a matter of fact, the friend said, this is the friend that he had picked up to take bowling and picked up from the bowling alley, said that actually Kay Granger had been to my house before. He brought her to my house a couple times. So now what police piece together is that the two girls met up around 8 p.m. that night. They then drove to the local burger chef where they dropped off the car they were in. They were then picked up by Robert Sanders. They then drove to the Blue Sink area, a lover's lane, where now Robert Sanders is changing his tune, saying, okay, I was with them, but what happened is we were just going there to observe other people in their cars at lover's lane. And then at one point he said that some kind of conversation or argument happened where he showed that he had a gun, and then there was a fight over the gun, and he said he accidentally pulled the trigger and shot one of the young women, and then the next thing he knows, he's kind of like coming back to. He blacked out for some time and said all of a sudden there were many bullets everywhere and both women were shot. So now Robert Sanders is being evaluated by psychiatrists to determine whether or not he is sane. It sounds like he did shoot himself in order to pull off this story that he was shot by someone. And to me, that's someone who's of sound mind. But, back in the 50s and the 60s, probably even the 70s, it was probably way easier to convince a psychiatrist that you're, cuckoo, ka-choo, and that you're not responsible for your actions, or that you don't remember it. Because he's saying he doesn't remember a lot of it. He blacked out. He's not of, sound mind. And the psychiatrist told that to the courts. So Robert Scott Sanders goes on trial, but they're trying to get a verdict of not guilty by reason of insanity, because they're not necessarily denying that he actually killed both women. They're just trying to get him off as being insane. And it worked. He was found not guilty by reason of insanity. He was then transferred to a state mental hospital where he was at for a few years and then was released back out into the world. He does something along the way that ends up getting him back in the hospital, but then he is released again sometime around 1976 or so, and then after that, he kind of just falls off the face of the earth. The thing is I don't know what his motive would have been for just outright killing them, because there's no testimony to that. This could have been one of those things where he tried to make passes or sexual advances towards them. They obviously probably rejected him and, doing what these types of men do, reacted by punching and then shooting. Because they weren't just shot, like one of them was definitely bludgeoned as well. But he was able to convince the right people that he was insane and you can't find me guilty. And 2 teenage girls, 2 good friends, were shot and bludgeoned to death, just dumped over by a small lake and left there like garbage. And their killer got away with it. And so, unfortunately, they did not get justice, and sadly, they never will. This case is a prime example of how bad police work can really screw up an investigation. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Christene Seal. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the countryside of Verona, Missouri. Farms and empty land as far as the eye can see. It is where 22-year-old Christene Seal was living with her family. Christene had recently married her husband, Lynn Seal, and they had a very, very young baby at the time, a little boy named David. Christene was working part-time at a hairstylist's, and her husband Lynn was working on the big farm property that was attached to the property they were living on in a trailer. On June 18th, 1972, Christene and Lynn and David, they spent the time on a nearby lake, and then afterwards they would stop by Christine's brother's house and everything was totally normal. Christene was her normal, happy, smiling, bubbly self, and there were really no known issues in the marriage. No one ever saw or heard anything that ever concerned anyone. The following morning, June 19th, 1972, is the day it all happened. Lynn wakes up and Christene is still sleeping in bed, and she wakes up for him to, give him a kiss and say goodbye because he's about to head to work. He leaves the house around 8 o'clock in the morning. Later that day, he comes home back to the trailer where they live, and he sees the door is open and he can see his little son, David, just sitting in the doorway, crying. As he enters the house, he cannot find Christene anywhere. But he also sees nothing else, nothing out of the ordinary. There's no furniture tossed over, there's no broken windows, there's no scuff marks, there's no blood. There is absolutely nothing. The house looked exactly the same way as he left it a short time earlier. It would later be revealed that a mailman had come by the house about 9 o'clock that same morning, and the mailman saw the baby sitting in the doorway crying, but Christine's car was still parked in front of the house, and so the mailman was like, oh, she's probably right there, and didn't think anything of it. So somewhere in that hour, or hour and a half or so, between 8 a.m. and 9 or 9:30 a.m., when the mailman saw the baby, something happened to Christene. It's just nobody knows what. Lawrence County Sheriff's Department is called by Lynn, her husband, the same exact afternoon, and reports are missing. And this is where it all gets completely screwed up. The sheriff's office enters the home, first of all, does not put up any crime scene tape at any point at all ever. They walk inside the trailer, they do not put on gloves, they start touching things, moving things around, looking through the house for Christene or what may have happened to her. They do not ever dust for fingerprints, not a single time. When Lynn asks the sheriff's deputies, well, when are you guys going to start taking fingerprints? They told him, well, we're not going to. Why would we? We don't have proof of a crime, so why would we waste our time dusting for prints? She clearly ran away on her own accord. And so, the sheriff's office did absolutely nothing to investigate this case. They made the instant assumption that Christene Seal got up and just left her life without her baby, without her car, without any of her belongings, because literally everything she owned was still inside that house. The following day, the sheriff's office is now blaming Lynn, the husband, for destroying evidence by allowing people to walk through their home, even though it was the sheriff's office who walked through the home on the day of the disappearance with no gloves and were touching everything. And because of all of that, they were now pointing their eyes towards Lynn. Now, yes, normally you would say, okay, look into the husband. That's just a natural thing. And Lynn will even tell you that years later, of course I know they're going to look at me, and of course they should look at me. I'm the husband. Obviously, you have to consider me a suspect. And he was always cooperative. But they also know where he was when this happened. Can they say for sure that Christene was definitely alive when he left the house? No. But he was away from the home pretty much that entire morning, and Christine was alive, confirmed, the night prior. 3 years into their investigation, what does the sheriff's office do? They lose the entire case file. It's gone. Everything they have collected, all the interviews, everything, gone forever. So they restart a new case file. And what happens after that? They lose it again. And it got to a point when their new case file primarily consisted of just newspaper articles. You know, what any good investigation file would have in it. Other people reporting on the crime, but nothing from the sheriff's office. They did have some things, however. They found this sketch, which the sheriff's office claimed was drawn by Christine's father, and they said he drew this to show what the trailer looked like when, she was first reported missing. But then Christine's father, who has since passed away, said, the sheriff's office can say that all they want. I didn't draw this. That's not even my handwriting. They also claimed, in some of the stuff they still had, that they had interviewed one of Christine's very closest friends, but that friend would later tell the news, they never talked to me. I don't know where this interview is that they have in their file. They didn't talk to me. So the 1972 to 1975 or 6 or so version of the Lawrence County Sheriff's Office there in Missouri completely fucked this entire thing up from the very beginning. And because of that, the odds of them ever discovering what actually happened to her, probably slim to nil. In the years since, Lynn Seal has done interviews with the news, and he again states, I understand that I'm a suspect. I know they look at me because they have to. But he's been very forthcoming and very cooperative. He was the one who initiated the whole thing to begin with. He was the one pressuring the sheriff's office. What are you doing? Find my wife. He was calling a lot of attention to it. Her son is now grown up, grew up without a mother. He never knew his mom. He was just a little baby, an infant. And now he has to deal with not having his mom, but also having to deal with people still accusing his father of doing something to her. But it doesn't sound like most people believe that Lynn had anything to do with this. At one point, there was a Bible salesman named Lee Jennings who was considered a suspect because he had actually murdered another woman and her child. But they also learned, apparently, the sheriff's office, who knows if they're even accurate or not, that Lee Jennings wasn't in that area of Missouri when she went missing. Another suspect was a man named Winston Barnett, who was a choir singer at the church that Christine and Lynn went to. And people were accusing her of having an affair with this man, Winston, which her family said, that's insane. That didn't happen. So now they're dragging her name through the mud, saying she was having an affair with someone based on no evidence whatsoever. And also calling this man her potential abductor and killer, again without proof. Nobody has ever been charged or indicted or arrested or anything for the disappearance of Christine Seal. They've had to restart her case file from scratch numerous times. Any evidence they could have collected back then was never collected, meaning they don't have any physical evidence, and they never will. So they are now relying on the public's help, because someone somewhere out there has to know the truth about what really happened to Christine Seal that day and where she is. Her son, her family deserves to be able to at least bring her home and lay her to rest, even if potentially her alleged killer is gone now, but maybe they aren't. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 417-466-2131. Two teenage girls who never knew each other would be forever connected by the same monster. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Christina Castiglione and Kimberly Louiselle. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the early 80s in Michigan. This was 16-year-old Kimberly Louiselle, described as a very ambitious young girl who had aspirations of becoming a nurse. She actually liked being outdoors too. She was someone who enjoyed hiking and fishing and camping, but also loved, being a typical teenage girl. And she also had a boyfriend at the time of this case. Kimberly was last seen on March 20th, 1982. She was actually leaving her boyfriend's house and she would hitchhike back home. I guess this is something, she did often, which many people did in the 70s and the 80s. But the problem is that Kimberly never made it home, and she would soon be reported missing by her family. They obviously look into the boyfriend, but it sounds like they're able to rule him out, and also they just don't know where she is. But that answer would come about 3 weeks later. On April 14th, 1982, here at the Island Lake Recreation Area in Michigan, a couple of people stumbled across the body of a young woman, and she was quickly identified as Kimberly Louiselle. She was found completely nude, and she had been raped, and she was beaten. And ultimately, her cause of death was strangulation. I guess the autopsy showed that she was not actually dead the entire 3 weeks, that she had only been dead for about 4 or 5 days, which means that she was held captive by her killer. Unfortunately, though, there were no witnesses who saw or heard anything. And back in 1982, our technology wasn't anywhere close to what we have now. DNA wasn't even a thing yet. But thankfully, they collected and stored evidence from her crime scene that was able to be used at a much later time. But her case did go cold. Pictured here was 19-year-old Christina Castiglione. Christina was described as a really sweet, friendly person, maybe a little bit shy. She kept kind of quiet for the most part and wasn't the most outgoing person. She had just graduated from high school, and she actually had plans to enlist in the army, something she wanted to do, but unfortunately it just never got to happen. On March 21st, 1983, so this is a year after Kimberly's disappearance and killing, Christina would be reported missing by her family after failing to come home. Michigan police get involved and they begin their search for her. She would be found a short time later. This is a photo from the area of where she was found on March 29th, 1983. Her remains were found, she was partially clothed, and she had been strangled to death with her own sock. And it was also obvious that she had been beaten and she too had been raped. And once again, they are able to collect and preserve DNA evidence. But again, in 1983, they couldn't do anything with it. Over the years, they would kind of reopen each case to see if there's anything new they could explore, but every time they did, it just really led them nowhere. These two young women were not connected, they did not know each other. But there was belief by some that their murders were connected. But you also had, several people who were like, we don't even know if these are connected at all. These could just be two random people killed by two other random people. It would actually take decades to discover that their murders were in fact connected. They were killed by the same person. Using DNA technology, using Parabon labs and genetic genealogy, they were able to establish the family, which then led them down to a particular individual. And that is how they discovered the identity of their killer as being Charles David Shaw. Unfortunately, a very short time after Christina Castiglione's murder, also in 1983, Charles David Shaw died. Charles was in and out of trouble with the law his entire life. He had once been arrested in 1981 for an attempted abduction, but he had no direct connection to either of these young women. Charles's family was thankfully very cooperative with police by, giving them their DNA so they could conclusively link him, in which they did. And here's the kicker on how Charles died. He died during erotic asphyxiation. Whoops. Neither of these young women were ever able to actually get justice. The families weren't able to see their day in court, but the blessing here is that Charles David Shaw died very quickly after killing Christina, which means he was not able to hurt any other young woman ever again. And therefore, both women can finally rest in peace. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Claudia Clinger. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the little village of Holland, Ohio, which is located in Springfield Township, Ohio. Claudia Clinger was a 29-year-old mother of 3 young girls, and she was married as well. The family lived somewhere in a house at the 2800 block of Nebraska Avenue, and the very last time anyone ever saw Claudia again was on June 22nd, 1980. She had been married to her husband, Patrick, for about a decade or so, and it sounds like that they had a relatively normal marriage. Married couples fight, it's just common. But apparently they had a very large argument sometime on the morning of June 22nd, 1980. Or it was like the night before. What I know is that the husband, Patrick, said he thought he heard the car leaving the driveway sometime between 5 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the morning. And at one point he looked outside and did not see the car in the driveway, and Claudia wasn't there. But then a little bit later, as he's getting up for the day, he looks outside and now he sees the car in the driveway. But Claudia is nowhere at the house. Claudia has never been seen by anyone ever again. Patrick does not report her missing for another 3 days until he finally calls him on June 25th. They do search their home. They do search her car. They talk to the husband, they talk to the kids, they talk to everyone in her life, and nobody knows why this happened. They found no evidence of a crime scene at the house or around it or in the car, no blood or anything like that. It's just she was there and then she wasn't. Claudia has not touched or used her bank account ever since. Her social security number has never been used ever since that day. Claudia was very, very close with her daughters, and everyone in her life, including her husband Patrick, said there is absolutely no way she would leave her kids. Of course, anything is possible. It has happened before, even with people who were extremely close with their children. But it did seem very much out of character, especially since her car was there, all of her belongings were there. No one saw her, no one has heard from her. In a 2001 article, they mentioned that they sort of reopened the case, and that at that point in 2001, they went back to the house, which Patrick still lives in. And Patrick said they cut out a big square portion of the carpet, which he said was the exact same carpet as it was the day she disappeared. They also searched his basement and combed over everything and found nothing. Patrick has been extremely cooperative with police. He has never shied away from them. He's always answered their questions. And at a press conference in 2001, they actually stated that Patrick is not a suspect in this case. Obviously, usually it's the husband or the boyfriend or the spouse, but in this case, they're saying, we don't think it's him. You know, again, married couples argue. That's a normal, totally normal thing. Married couples have big arguments. It just happens. It doesn't mean that the other spouse killed the other one, but also that does happen. But they have no evidence to link the husband to whatever happened to her. And so I assume they've investigated him thoroughly and have just determined that he's not guilty here. But they've gotten nowhere even closer to solving this. No other suspects, no other persons of interest. They do firmly believe that she is dead. They also said that there's just no way she left on her own accord, that they are looking at this as a foul play situation, as a homicide. They just don't have a body. They don't have a crime scene. They don't have anyone coming forward. They've got nothing. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to Claudia Clinger on that June 22nd, 1980 day. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 419-213-4908. Between the early 70s and the early 90s, the bodies of 30 young women and girls were discovered. Discovered in a 25 to 30 acre patch of land in Texas, an area of Texas that most of us all know as the Texas Killing Fields. Over 30 cases, where the majority of them have still never been solved. This is just one of those stories. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Colette Wilson. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Alvin, Texas in 1971. That is where 13-year-old Colette Anise Wilson was living with her family. By the way, I'm going to make a Texas Killing Fields playlist below. This will be the first one, so anytime I cover a case in the future from there, I'll put it all into one playlist. Colette was described as a really happy little girl. She loved being with her friends. She loved going to school. She was the daughter of a prominent dentist there in Alvin, and Colette was a part of the school band. This takes us to June 17th, 1971. Colette had been participating in a band camp over the summer. After it was over with, Colette and a friend of hers were going to be dropped off by their band director. Now, Colette was dropped off at the intersection of County Road 99 and State Highway 6 in Alvin, Texas. This is the area where her mother was supposed to pick her up. Obviously, back in 1971, this probably looks a lot different. Her mother was running just a little bit late, like literally 5 or 6 minutes late. And so in that little 6-minute window of time, Colette vanished. As Colette's mother approached the intersection where she was supposed to pick her up, she noticed a little black vehicle being driven by a man. And also in the car, she saw what appeared to be a female with dark hair, possibly black hair. And it was a white male driving the car. She just didn't get a good look at either one of the people in the car. But Colette did have long black hair, which would have fit the description of the girl she saw in that car. So initially, she believes that her daughter was kidnapped. Police, however, said she's probably just a runaway. She's a 13-year-old kid. She just ran away. She'll be home soon. Therefore, the police did not really start investigating her case right away. They did not even search for her to begin with. It was actually her family that had to initiate the actual searches themselves. And then finally, the police became involved, thanks a whole bunch, and then they finally started looking for her. It was already too late. This here is a portion of the Addicts Reservoir, and about a week or so before Colette was discovered here, another young girl was discovered. 19-year-old Gloria Gonzalez was found buried at the reservoir. She vanished right around the same time from roughly the same area that Colette did. A week or so later, about 35 yards away from where her body was found, they then found the body of 13-year-old Colette Wilson. The tragedy of this is that because her father was the local dentist and because he was the one who did her dental work, he was the one who positively identified her through dental records that he himself initially took. I'm not obviously from Texas. The Addicts Reservoir, though, from what I understand, is not directly next to Calder Road. Calder Road is what is now famously referred to, in the true crime world at least, as the Texas Killing Fields. But they are close enough in proximity that when these bodies were discovered in 1971, because a third body was also discovered a short time later in that same area, then body after body after body over the years would be discovered on the Calder oil fields along Calder Road in this like big 25 to 30 acre stretch of land, which eventually they would just sort of link the Addicts Reservoir body discoveries to the Texas Killing Fields. Because the descriptions of some of the young women and girls who were found buried at Calder Road, they would end up also being the exact same type of victim that was found in like the Addicts Reservoir area, all around the same time. At least 34 bodies have been discovered in this big stretch of land. The vast majority of these cases have never actually been solved. That includes the murder of Colette Wilson. They do now know for a fact that Colette was abducted from this area just minutes before her mother was able to get there. And she probably saw her own daughter in that car being abducted. No, her abductor drove a little black vehicle and that it was a white male. Along the way, they must have done whatever they might have intended to do to her and then killed her and buried her here. And at this point, it is considered that Colette was likely the victim of a serial killer, much like a lot of these young women were. I don't believe the belief is that all 30 plus victims were murdered by the exact same person, but this became a dumping ground for bodies for at least a couple of different killers. But one man is considered responsible for at least 11 young girls who were murdered, including Colette Wilson. A man named Edward Harold Belle, I've talked about him before. About 2011 or so, while he was in prison because he had already been at that point convicted of murdering somebody else, he actually wrote a confession letter that he had sent to either the prosecutor's office or the sheriff's office, where he confessed at some point in detail how he murdered at least 11 young women. And a lot of those women were in fact buried or found at the Texas Killing Fields area. He even specifically named Colette Anise Wilson in that confession. But was this just a confession of a psychopath who wanted to toy with police? Unfortunately, we have seen that many times before. Most famously with the cast iron skillet to a face uggo named Henry Lee Lucas, otherwise dubbed as the confession killer who falsely confessed to hundreds of murders. So it's not uncommon. They do this. They never found any physical evidence or circumstantial evidence even to connect Edward Harold Belle to the murder of Colette Wilson or the other victims he confessed to killing. He died in prison in 2019. What is a fact, though, is that someone abducted and murdered 13-year-old Colette Anise Wilson and then buried her in a shallow grave near the Texas Killing Fields. That killer might still be out there alive somewhere. It's very possible. Or maybe they're dead. Either way, though, her family and the authorities deserve to know the answers, the truth. And if justice can be served, then justice needs to be served. Someone somewhere out there might know the truth about what really happened to her and who did it to her, and possibly the other victims as well. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 281-338-8220, or you can call anonymously at 713-222-8477. He allegedly offered a coworker $30,000 to murder his ex-wife, but would that be enough evidence to convict him? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Daisy Belle Marshall. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to this home located in Evansville, Indiana. That is where 46-year-old Daisy Belle Marshall was living with her ex-husband. Daisy had been married to her now ex-husband. His name is Gary Head. They'd been married for about 3 years, but in January of 1993, they divorced. Gary at one point was no longer living in the house, but just before this case all occurred, he had moved back in. The divorce was much, much kinder to Daisy than it was to Gary. And Gary had issues with that, financial issues that came from it. Well, on the afternoon of June 15th, 1993, Daisy was there, and then she was not. Gary Head says he took a nap sometime around 2 p.m. He wakes up maybe 30 minutes to an hour later, and he notices that Daisy is no longer in the house. He just assumes she stepped out for a bit, she'll be back. Sometimes Daisy has been known to leave the house for hours, if not maybe even days on end, without saying anything to him, but she always comes back. The issue, though, is that her prized possession, her black Corvette, was still parked in front of the house. And also in the house was Daisy's purse, her clothing, everything she owned, all still there. So where did she go without her car? Gary is not the one to report her missing. Instead, it is actually her daughter who reports her missing on June 22nd. Looking into Daisy's life, police discovered that she had actually quit her job at a local tavern, I guess just a few days or a day before she disappeared. And someone, they don't know who, sent her a bouquet of flowers to the tavern, and it just had the card that just said Daisy on it. And her work called her to say, hey, you have flowers here. She said, okay, I'll be by there later to pick them up. She never did. That's because literally the following day, she disappears. Police want to have a conversation with Gary, but guess what? He goes missing too. That's because after she was officially reported missing by her daughter, he books it. He gets out of town fast. He goes all the way to Orlando, Florida, in which he is finally found there, and he is asked to come back to Indiana. Gary denies having anything to do with Daisy's disappearance, but people really aren't believing that. They find no evidence at the house, no evidence in or around her car. There is no blood. There is no indications of a crime scene whatsoever. Nothing in this house or near her car told police that anything bad had happened. Just that Daisy is missing, all of her stuff is still there. And nobody has seen her or heard from her. So while they suspect foul play, they don't have proof of foul play. Well, police had also, I guess, uncovered some kind of audio recordings with Gary's voice on it. Gary's was basically stating that he had, I don't know if they would consider them as thoughts or just fantasies or what, of killing Daisy. He never says anywhere that he did kill her, just that he had thought about or had fantasies of doing it. And then police and the prosecutors, they take a risk. They roll the dice and they gamble on this. They present their case, which is a very weak case, to a grand jury. And the grand jury, despite the lack of evidence, indicts him. And I'm not saying it that way because I think Gary is innocent. I'm saying it that way because if you roll the dice, you don't have the evidence presented at trial, and he is, say, maybe acquitted of the crime, you can't try him again. It's over. So when they do this kind of thing, it's really risky. And they knew that this was going to be a really tough case to try. But the trial begins. They don't have her body. They have no trace of her. They have no evidence of a crime scene. But they do have the audio recording of his voice saying he had thought about her fantasies of killing her. And the big kicker, a former co-worker of Gary Head's did come forward and also testified that he was offered $30,000 by Gary Head to kill his wife or ex-wife, Daisy. Now, this coworker obviously declined and obviously then went forward to police with this information, and he was a big witness at the trial. But just because Gary offered money for someone to do it who then didn't do it, it does not mean that he found someone else to do it or he did it himself. Because of the lack of evidence, because of the lack of a body, because of the lack of literally anything, they end up finding him not guilty of the murder of his ex-wife Daisy, and he is released. For obvious reasons, the family is defeated because now, no matter if they find her body or not, it doesn't matter. They can no longer charge him with her murder. He got away with it if he killed her. And that's the problem when you risk something like this without any evidence. They risked it and they lost. He probably obviously never will, but Gary Head can now come out and say, guess what, guys? I did kill her. I killed her myself. This is how I did it, and here's where she is. And they can bring her body back, but there's nothing they can do about convicting him. Now, obviously, he's not going to do or say that because it's still a stupid thing to admit out loud. Personally, just gut feeling, I think he got away with murder. Someone somewhere out there might know the truth, though, about what really happened to Daisy Belle Marshall, and more importantly, where she is, so that they can bring her home and lay her to rest. Perhaps that person who knows is you. If you have any information on her whereabouts, or any information that might help lead to maybe a different killer, you are asked to please call 812-436-7979. This looks to be a typical photo of some trees, but if you look closer, you might see something potentially quite horrifying. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Daylenn Pua. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Daylenn Pua was a very adventurous young 18-year-old kid. He was from the big island of Hawaii, but when this case occurred, he was visiting his grandmother on the island of Oahu. Daylenn was one of 7 children, and he was always incredibly adventurous. He loved to be outdoors, he loved hiking, and he has always heard about something called the Stairway to Heaven in Oahu. The Haiko Stairs, also known as the Stairway to Heaven, was first built in 1942. It consists of 3,922 steps. They were initially built for U.S. Naval Radio Station during World War II. This was to give access to the U.S. Navy communication facilities on the island. But they were officially closed in 1987, and pretty much ever since, they have been off limits for people to climb. They are considered potentially very dangerous. That being said, people still will go to these stairs and try to hike them anyway. On February 25th, 2015, Daylenn was visiting his grandmother in Oahu, and he posted this on Facebook saying, "Stairway to Heaven, hiking this insane hike tomorrow, wish me luck." Now, his grandmother warned him, like, please don't go there. It was on the news recently. You're not allowed to go there. You can get citations for going there. But he was like, yeah, I know, ways around it. The citation isn't all that much expensive. A lot of people do it, which is true. He set off on February 26, 2015, and he was on his own. He was not with anyone. And throughout the day, he would snap photos of his hike, and he would send them to his grandma. All the photos seemed relatively normal, just beautiful photos of the scenery, the ocean. But then he sent one final photo. This was the last photo that Daylenn would ever send. He sent this photo to his grandmother, and it just looks like a typical photo, right, of just a bunch of trees and bushes and just nature. And no one thought anything of it until Daylenn disappeared. And this photo became essentially a viral sensation. We'll get back to that in a second. It's believed that Daylenn would have taken potentially a back-end route to the stairs, which a lot of people do when weather has kind of destroyed the typical normal front entrance, which wasn't any more of a dangerous trek or anything. And then later, when Daylenn never came home back to his grandmother, he would be reported missing. The Honolulu Fire Department became involved, and they began their search for him. They checked exactly where his phone had last pinged. They went to that area. They did a very thorough search. They searched all the typical trails. They searched the back and the front entrance to the stairs. They searched the stairs themselves. Not a single trace of Daylenn was ever found. Around this time, a couple of hikers would come forward to the authorities to state that on the day that Daylenn would have disappeared during this hike, they heard something very terrifying. They heard the sound of a young man letting out a blood-curdling scream, and he was screaming and crying for help, for someone to help him. But no one could find out where he was screaming from, and so they never found him. They now believe that that might have been Daylenn. And as they kept searching, they just found no sign of him, and eventually the search was called off. Daylenn Pua has never been found. Nothing of his has ever been found. And then this photo would be analyzed by many people, and this again is the last photo that Daylenn ever took. And if you look closely, if you zoom in, you can see what appears to be what some people have referred to as a shadow figure, or what more clearly looks like a man crouching down right in the center of this photo, right by where Daylenn had taken this picture. And so some people think this might be his potential attacker. And if you zoom in, it very clearly looks like a white male who is crouching down, who is trying to stay out of sight. Is he trying to hide from Daylenn, or what? Now, this also could be just a trick of the mind. This could appear to be a white male crouching down, when in reality, it's just the tree trunks and tree branches and the foliage making it appear to look like a man. The truth is no one really knows who or what that is. If you line this up with the fact that these people heard screams for help, that could have been Daylenn being attacked by someone. Or that could have been Daylenn who fell and injured himself somewhere and was just calling for help. Now, many people have hiked this area. This is a very common area for people to go to. Even the stairs, which are considered technically illegal to climb, people still go there anyway. And you'd think that after all these years, someone would have stumbled across him. I mean, they brought in drones, they brought in search dogs, they had people on foot searching as thoroughly as possible, and there's no sign of him. But also, we have heard stories like this time and time again, where someone does just fall and get injured, and they just happen to land in a place that's well out of sight that no one ever finds. And years or decades later, finally someone stumbles across their remains. The truth is no one knows what happened to Daylenn that day. Not a single person knows. Was Daylenn a victim of an accident? Is it possible that Daylenn ran off on his own? Or, unbeknownst to him, was Daylenn not alone on that hike? Was someone out there following him close behind, waiting for the opportune moment to abduct and possibly murder Daylenn Pua? The answers are no closer to being known than they were back in 2015. But someone somewhere out there might recognize this individual or might know exactly what happened to Daylenn that day, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 808-529-3111 or Crime Stoppers at 808-955-8300. This is such a rare and strange death that you'd think this could only ever happen in a Final Destination movie, but this was real life. Hello, true crimerers. This is another Worst Freak Accidents, and this is the death of Valerie Olusanya. Viewer discretion is advised. Valerie Olusanya, who would actually go by the stage name Chemistry, is pictured here. She was a part of a duo called Chemistry and Storm, and was a co-founder of the Metalheadz record label. And this is all in England. She actually started her DJing career at some point in the early 90s, and her and Storm would end up releasing an album called DJ Kicks, Chemistry and Storm. They were both an inspiration to young females, especially those who wanted to become DJs themselves. The duo was on their way to doing great things, and Chemistry was going to have a wonderful career. But unfortunately, it was all cut short by a unbelievably tragic accident. So this is called a cat's eye. It's something that you would see on roads. So basically they're designed so that when there are lights, especially on a dark road, they reflect, basically showing the road itself to make it safer for drivers. That way, if it's like pitch dark, you're able to see where you're going. And it's these heavy little metallic pieces. On April 25th, 1999, Chemistry and Storm were actually driving on the road, and this was in Winchester in England, when a lorry, or as we would call it here, a semi-truck, was driving in front of them, ran over a cat's eye, caused it to dislodge from the road, and because of the speed of the rotation of the tire, when it dislodged it, it basically spun it and launched it, and it launched it at the speed of a bullet, basically. It went so fast that it was really, you weren't ever going to be able to see it or, move away from it, that it smashed through the windshield of the car that Chemistry and Storm were in. And the cat's eye would pierce Chemistry right in her head, and she was killed instantly. This is basically the equivalent of being shot while you are in a car. And it is an unbelievably rare event. As a matter of fact, Chemistry's death by this way was the only recorded death in the history of the UK where this happened. I know that from this event, they would end up recreating new versions of cat's eyes. They weren't banned and they weren't all removed, but these were invented in like the 30s. And so some of the more rural roads still have the traditional ones, but I guess now they're more updated and safer to be on the roads. But this is just one of those really sad, tragic stories that shows that anything can happen at any point. The craziest, most wildest thing could occur, and everything could be over in an instant. Chemistry, aka Valerie, would have had a very bright future, and she was an inspiration to many young females. And there was nothing that she or anyone else in that car could have done. This was truly the epitome of a freak accident, and I hope that she is now resting in peace. School was out for summer. The kids were excited for vacation. The teachers were spending their final day cleaning up their classrooms and getting ready for the summer break. Everything was going smoothly until a body was found in a hallway. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Diane Peterson. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Branham High School located in San Jose, California. Diane Peterson was a 26-year-old English teacher at that school, described as an incredibly devoted and favorite teacher amongst students, a beautiful, wonderful, and kind person. She was happily married and had a newborn son at home. She had no enemies, and none of the students ever hated her. But then something really tragic happened. It was June 16th, 1978. School had let out on June 15th, just the day prior. So Diane, along with all the other faculty members, were still at the school. They were cleaning up their classrooms, tidying up the school, getting ready for their own break. When a student was walking around campus, they walked down a hallway. I don't think it's this exact hallway, but when they were walking down it, they saw someone lying on the ground outside of a classroom. As they got closer, they noticed this person was dead, and there was blood everywhere. The individual was identified as 26-year-old Diane Peterson. She had been stabbed once through her chest. This obviously came as a shock to everybody. This happened in broad daylight. She was found stabbed to death right outside of her own classroom. Other witnesses would describe seeing an individual like this, a very young male, possibly a teenager, who had been seen fleeing from the school. This was not anyone who looked like any faculty member or teacher or anyone. It must have been maybe a student. In 1983, a few years after the murder, another student would come forward who remained anonymous, and he said another student named Harry Nicky Nickerson, a 16-year-old student back in 1978, had admitted to killing her. Nicky Nickerson told this student, or implied at least, that it was because she had witnessed a drug deal happening. However, when the police talked to that student who said he heard this from Nickerson, the student then denied ever saying that. So Harry Nicky Nickerson was always a suspect on the police radar, but they never had any evidence or proof. In 1984, Nicky Nickerson was doing a robbery, an armed robbery, in which he ended up being shot. He ends up surviving the gunshot and no charges were ever filed against him. He did very much resemble the sketch that the person came up with who saw that young male individual running from the school. But back in 1978, investigative technology was barely in existence, especially DNA. But as the decades went on, DNA technology became more advanced and they were able to discover that there was, in fact, additional DNA found at the crime scene that did not belong to the victim. In 2011, a cold case team that was just established in San Jose tried to process that DNA, but they got nothing from it. By 2022 or 2023, they're reprocessing that DNA, but I think they're learning that that DNA was just so badly degraded because back in 1978, again, people aren't collecting DNA the same way we do now, that unfortunately, it just never helped them identify the killer. And then in 2025, they closed the case. A direct family member of Harry Nicky Nickerson would come forward to police with the story. Within minutes of the murder happening, Nicky had raced back home and he had told this family member directly, "I just stabbed and killed a teacher." This is also backed up when another witness comes forward to say that on the day of the murder, they saw Nicky Nickerson holding a knife. On that knife was the words scribbled on it, "Teacher dear." But it is that family member that says they can confirm that it was him who killed that teacher. He confessed to it immediately, described how he did it. I don't know if they ever confirmed the motive, however, because there was that rumor it was because, he had allegedly told another student she witnessed a drug deal, so I had to stab her. But no one knows that for sure, and nobody ever will. Harry Nicky Nickerson died in 1993 of self-inflicted injuries. He killed himself. Why the family member never came forward, never told police until 2025, no one really knows. There is that belief that they are probably afraid of him, maybe thought there would be some kind of retaliation because he was a violent kid. But the police believe firmly that this family member had nothing to do with the murder. It was only Nicky and Nicky alone. They just wish that they had come forward sooner so that he could have actually been arrested. Because Diane Peterson will never get justice. Her killer was able to murder her and then completely get away with killing her. She will never have her day in court. Her family will never see justice done. But at least a short-ish time later, her killer ended his own life, and he was never able to hurt anyone ever again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Erik Schrieffer. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Duluth, Minnesota. Erik Schrieffer was a 27-year-old man living there in Duluth. Described as a very hardworking guy with a very gentle, soft-spoken demeanor, had a huge heart and a big, infectious laugh. He was also a father, described as an incredibly devoted father. Sweet and kind and laid back with a great sense of humor. He was also working as a union pipe fitter at Boilers Local Number 647. He also loved motorcycles. But then in January of 2001, he went missing. Last time anyone can recall seeing him was on January 27th, 2001. It wouldn't be until about 4 or 5 days after he was reported missing that police found out from witnesses where he was last seen. He was seen here at this motorcycle club in Duluth. 2 witnesses would tell police that on the night of January 24th, 2001, Erik was seen in here just conversating and having fun with the other guys who were there. Then a man named Joseph Waymanen, who was a part of a rival motorcycle gang, came in and basically an argument broke out between him and Erik. Eventually both men were kicked out where they took their fight outside. According to these witnesses, basically Joseph ends up winning this fight, which was a fist fight. They saw him kicking Erik while he was on the ground. Joseph gets into his truck, and according to the witnesses, he then deliberately drove directly towards Erik and deliberately drove over him. Then, I guess Erik was still moving or wiggling about, and then Joseph decided to back the truck up and run over Erik again. Witnesses run back inside, and after a few minutes, they look out the window, and they don't see Joseph or his truck, and they don't see Erik. He's gone. So police want to talk to Joseph Waymanen, and they say, hey, we have the story, and he goes, that didn't happen, that's not true. But police also don't have Erik, so they don't even know if he's dead or what happened to him, just the story of these 2 random bikers. So they go back to the parking lot area where this altercation happened, and it had already snowed a lot in the interim from when he was last seen until when the police arrive here. So they had to uncover a lot of top layer of snow. And when they did, they found blood. Found more blood. They found blood spatter, blood pools all over this place underneath layers of snow. Eventually, they were able to determine through DNA testing that this was in fact the DNA that belonged to Erik Schrieffer. Based on the amount of blood found at the scene, the coroner would determine that there was just no way that a person who lost that much blood could possibly be alive. So the coroner signed the death warrant saying, Erik Schrieffer is dead, and this is possibly, it sounds like, a homicide. Now, at first, they do get a warrant to search Joseph Waymanen's truck, and They do like an outward search of it and they don't find anything. After a long time, they're like, there has to be something on this truck. They can tell that he actually went to a car wash and had it cleaned. But there's always something, especially underneath it. So they end up taking this truck apart piece by piece. And then they finally find evidence of Erik. They found a single strand of hair that was underneath the vehicle. And then in several crevices underneath the top layer of the bed of the truck, they pulled it apart. They found more blood. The hair and the blood all came back to matching the DNA that would have been Erik Schrieffer. Now they go back to him and they say, well, what do you say now? Okay, fine, I did. That was me. But it was not intentional. It was an accident, he said. Joseph says they, in fact, got into a fight, that Erik ended up on the ground. Then Joseph said he was going to get into his truck and he was just going to drive away. But then he accidentally, somehow, ran over Erik Schrieffer. Then he began to drive away, and then he said he didn't realize that Erik was still underneath his truck, and so he basically backed the truck up to loosen him. Then he realizes, oh my God, this guy's dead, and so he puts him in the bed of his truck and drives away. Police, while they're still investigating that, they were searching the nearby lakes, and there was this big open hole that looked relatively recent, and so they sent divers down there thinking maybe that his body is in there, but they never found him there. Meanwhile, they are now presenting evidence against Joseph Weineman and saying, we're going to go to trial here. Then he ends up taking a plea deal as long as he offers to tell them where they put his body. He actually says, you guys looked in the exact same spot that I put him. That's where he was supposed to be. I don't know where he is. He must have drifted away. But he had already signed the plea deal, and the plea deal became official. And then, a short time after he signs that plea deal, a body floats to the surface on its own. And this was the body of Erik Schrieffer. He discovered something new. Erik Schrieffer had a blunt force trauma injury to his skull, and it looked to be the shape of a cinder block. A cinder block they in fact found in the garage of Joseph Weineman's mother. When presented with this, he says, oh, that's right, I did hit him over the head with a cinder block, but I did so when he was already dead. He said he was just so mad and so frustrated at Erik Schrieffer that he made him kill him. He was mad that he killed Erik and blamed it on Erik as the reason why he was killed. He just out of anger hit him over the head with a cinder block. But even if that wasn't true, it was already too late. He already signed the plea deal and it had to go into effect. He was sentenced to 12 and a half years in prison, where he could be paroled after about 8 years as long as he had good behavior in prison. Obviously, he has since been released. And at the end of the day, nobody really knows what actually happened during that altercation. You have two eyewitnesses telling you one thing, you have the killer telling you another, and you don't have Erik's version of the events because he was killed. So all they can do is guess and speculate as to what actually occurred, whether or not it was a pre-planned event or if it was a heat of the moment crime is unclear. But the killer was caught. Unfortunately, they only got a brief time in prison, and Erik Schrieffer, in my opinion, did not get the true justice that he would have deserved. A glass of lemonade on the table, a pair of flip-flops in the grass. She had just finished mowing the lawn, and somehow, some way, she vanished into thin air, never to be seen again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Eva DeBruhl. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Catawba in South Carolina. Eva DeBruhl was just 15 years old. She was described as a really shy young girl. She was a really good kid who liked to earn a little bit of extra money by babysitting. She was a very devout member of her church. Religion seemed to be very important to her. And Eva was not someone who would ever run away from home, and she would always tell her parents exactly where she was at all times. And tragically, Eva also had a brother who just a few years before Eva's case occurred was standing outside their home and was struck and killed by a drunk driver. And then just a few years later, the family is hit once again with another tragedy. It was June 29th, 1977. Eva DeBruhl was outside of her family's home mowing the lawn. Her dad would end up leaving for work around 11 a.m. that morning, and he said as he left for work, he obviously said goodbye to Eva, and she was just then finishing up mowing the lawn. This is not an actual photo from the scene, but at some point she is known to go back inside the house, take a pitcher of lemonade out, and pour herself a glass. However, she never actually drank from the lemonade. It was still sitting on the table once she was reported missing. Eva's mother, pictured there, wakes up around noon because she had been working overnights, and when she woke up, she saw that Eva was no longer there. So she walks out to the front lawn. Again, not the actual photos, these are just stock photos, but she sees the lawnmower on the lawn still. The grass had been freshly mowed, and there was just a pair of flip-flops sitting in the grass, and they were Eva's, but Eva was nowhere to be found. After a brief search for her, Eva is officially reported missing, and her grandmother will come forward and tell police a little bit of a story. So Eva's grandma lives in the same neighborhood, and she can actually see Eva's house from her home. At some point, I guess it's not really clear if it was during the hour Eva disappeared or just before, but at some point she looks outside of her window and she sees a man pull up in a Jeep right in front of where Eva is mowing the lawn. She witnesses a man getting out of that Jeep. I guess it's so far away though she can't exactly make out what he looks like, but this man walks up onto the front porch and has seen what it looks like as to talking to someone. She just can't see who she's talking to. Then the man gets back into his Jeep and drives away. I think the grandma just assumed that this was a man coming to talk to Eva's father about fixing a car because Eva's dad fixed cars. But then at some point a little bit later, not too soon after she sees this, she sees that Jeep come by the house again. And then she sees the Jeep drive away. She does not see Eva whatsoever during any of these moments though. She does not see Eva getting into this Jeep. She does not see Eva being forced into the Jeep. She does not hear any screaming. She doesn't see anything out of the ordinary. She has, and no one really knows if this person in the Jeep has anything to do with what happened to Eva. However, that information was put out into the newspaper, but that person never came forward. Eva was just missing. I mean, she was literally there mowing the lawn and then she was gone. They know she came back into the house for a brief moment to pour herself a glass of lemonade, and she probably went back outside to the front lawn and then she just disappeared. And not a single person saw her get taken. Not a single person heard her get taken. No screams or anything. At least not that anyone's ever come forward to say. Her father was absolutely beyond devastated by this. And what's really tragic is that Eva's dad believed that she was kidnapped and believed that she was probably not alive anymore. Her father quits his job and he spends the rest of his life looking for his little girl every day. Unfortunately, he never got to find her, and then he died in 1998, never knowing what happened to Eva. The DeBruhls, desperate for answers back in the initial parts of the investigation, they sold their home in order to pay for private investigators. And unfortunately, that also never came to anything that led to finding out what happened to her. This was a family who desperately wanted to find her, and they just never did. Volunteers, police officers, family, friends, people in the neighborhood, they searched the entire area looking for her. Never found her. There was no sign of a crime scene on the front lawn either. There was no drag marks. There was no blood. There was no scuff marks. There was nothing. But they always considered Eva to be a missing girl, missing child, who was likely abducted. They never believed that Eva was a runaway. At one point, the man whose face very clearly had a one-time intimate relationship with a bowling ball, his name is Henry Lee Lucas, the confession killer, confessed to killing Eva. He had confessed to killing 600, 700 people. Most of his confessions were all bullshit. Really only killed like a couple of people in reality. But they never found any evidence to actually link him to her case. It was just a lie. The family over the years also received prank phone calls, people claiming that they were the ones who abducted her. They even got ransom demands and blackmail calls, and eventually these people were caught and they were charged in connection to that, but none of them were the actual kidnappers. It was all just fake. Her mother and her now 2 adult sisters are still out there looking for Eva, asking anyone who was willing to finally come forward and say what they might know about Eva's case. Because, as we always say, someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to Eva DeBruhl, and perhaps that person who knows is you. If you have any information on her case, you were asked to please call, and you can do so anonymously at 877-509-4321. Enter Keith Morrison's voice. It was a normal birthday party until Timmy demanded blood. Johnny wanted a Dave & Buster's, but what he got instead was Chuck E. Cheese. And then he went on a Chucky rampage. Oh. You'll have to excuse my piss-poor Keith Morrison impression. Where do I sit? Here? This is the camera I look at? Okay. There were no signs. We had no idea that he was like this. He was, just that perfect angel. I know every parent probably says that, but this is true. He was that perfect angel who could do just no wrong. I remember a time when he brought home a skinned cat and he said, "It's dinner time." And he was just providing for his family, After the detective's interview. I have been on the police force for 47 years of my 52 years on this earth, and I have never, ever seen anything as gruesome as this case. Now, we live here in the small town of Chestnutville where nothing bad ever happens. We all leave our doors and our windows unlocked, and when a kid comes running into your house holding a bloody knife, you just let him in. You say, "Hey, what's the problem?" This particular kid came into my house and stabbed the living fuck out of my entire family, and I don't have anyone anymore, but, he was just a kid. How was I supposed to know that him holding a bloody knife was a problem? As his mom, I said, "Okay, Timmy, one homeless guy stabbing is probably enough. You've done a second one, and that's okay, all right? We'll think about getting you help, but just stop doing it, okay?" That's what I told him. He didn't listen, and so he killed a third homeless guy, and I just said, "You know what? It's okay. It's okay. Mommy loves you." Of course we didn't tell anyone. Why would we? I know he's on camera murdering that entire family, but they were new friends. So it's like, my name is Timmy. I know I'm on camera killing that entire family, but I don't remember doing it. I blacked out. Even though I said in the video, I'm not blacked out, I'm fully aware of what I'm doing, I still don't remember any of it. I have POTS, so you're supposed to just forgive me and let me get away with it, so. Anyway, so that video, huh? What the fuck?
A gas chromatograph-Mass Spectrometer.
Try saying that without messing up. By memory. Don't read it. Try to say it. Let me attempt to go first. Peter, if you don't mind, one more time, please.
A gas chromatograph-Mass Spectrometer.
Gas chromatograph. Fuck. A gastrochromatic. Son of a shit. Calm. A gas chromatograph-Mass Spectrometer. Tits. No, that's not it. Gastrochromatograph. Motherless fuck whore. Castro, like Fidel Castro? No. Gastrochromatograph-Mass Spectrometer. Fuck it on a goat. I'm trying to go way too fast, and that's not what you should be doing here. A gas chromatograph. What? A gas. Hey Frank, will you please hand me my mass chromatograph shitometer meter? Bitch. Okay, maybe gentler and kinder. That's always a possibility, a theory that could work here. Gas chromatograph. Gas. I'm gonna decapitate myself. Damn it. Peter, please, one more time.
A gas chromatograph-Mass Spectrometer.
A gas chromatograph. Yeah? It's that second word that is just making my tongue twist in 36 different... Who names this shit, by the way? What named this? You could have just named it the Zip Zop Boopity Bop Machine, and that would have been way easier to say. Oh, what does it do? Who knows? It does science things, but it's called a zippity, whatever the hell I just said. I already forgot. No, we have to call it a gas Crowley. I forgot the word. Mike, you and your entire family will die if you don't say this correctly right now. Gas Chromatograph-Mass Spectrometer. Well, sorry, family, you're all dead. Gas chromatograph. That's almost right. No, that is right. Let me read it. No, I'm saying, okay, I'm adding like A's and shit. A gas chromatograph-mass spectrum. I say chromatograph. Okay, I've read it, now I'm gonna say it. A gas chromatograph. A gas chromatograph-mass spectrometer. A gas chromatograph-mass spectrometer. Holy shit. I am your god, bow down. So whoever coined this name, are you a cartoon movie villain? And this device is meant to destroy the world? I'm gonna destroy the world by mass chromatograph spectrometer! Shut up, Mike. They had him in their grasps, but unfortunately a deadly shootout would occur and a suspect would never face justice. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Gayle Barrus. Viewer discretion is advised. Gayle Barrus was born in 1958. She was born in Texas, and an interesting fact about Gayle is that she is a triplet. Her other two sisters born with her were Gloria and Gwen. She also had another sister named Barbara and three brothers. So Gayle was a part of a really big family. Eventually, the family would relocate from Texas to Battle Creek, Michigan, which I have to imagine weather-wise is like a pretty big transition. Gayle had aspirations of becoming a nurse. She actually went to school for nursing. And along the way, she ended up having 3 kids. She had 2 sons and a daughter. And everything in her life that she did was for them. She was going to nursing school so that she can give them a great future. And while she was doing all of that, she was also working multiple jobs at one time, including 3 different waitress jobs at the same time. She took on jobs there in Battle Creek at the Redwood Inn, at Augusta, and the Beer Keg. She was really looking forward to providing a fantastic future for her kids, but unfortunately, that never got to happen. Because on the morning of October 8th, 1988, she would get off of one of her shifts, and then she would head to a nearby coffee shop called Speed's Coffee Shop, something she did all the time just to kind of unwind her day. When she was at the coffee shop, according to numerous witnesses, she was seen in the company of 2 men. It didn't sound like anyone knew who those 2 men were, though. Around 3:30 in the morning, these witnesses see Gayle stand up, and she walks out of the coffee shop, and those 2 men are seen walking behind her, following her out. But Gayle never gets home. One of her sons had been spending the night at a friend's house the night before, and when he comes home the following morning, he sees that his mom isn't there, and he sees that her car isn't there. Later that same night, they realize they haven't seen her, they haven't heard from her, so they report her missing. When the police starts their investigation, they find her car almost right away. It is still parked at the parking lot of the Speed's coffee shop, meaning she did not drive away from that coffee shop. She drove away, likely, potentially, with those 2 unknown men. And now they're beginning to be very concerned about her safety because this is very uncharacteristic of her. This is not a woman who would ever just say, sorry kids, you're on your own, and then just leave them. Meanwhile, they're looking into her life and her past, and they find out that her ex-boyfriend and her did not have a great relationship. So they, of course, will suspect him as being the first person they look into, but they discover that he has an ironclad alibi, and there's just no way he was involved in whatever may have happened to her. So he was ruled out. And now it's about finding these 2 men. They would end up talking with many of the witnesses from the coffee shop, and they would all help them provide a couple of composite drawings. And meanwhile, they're still out there looking for Gayle. Sadly, on October 25th, 1988, a couple of hunters were out in the nearby woods when they stumbled across what they knew right away was the body of a woman. They called the police arrived, and they confirmed that this was, in fact, the body of Gayle Barrus. Gayle had 12 stab wounds to her body, and it was more than obvious that she was also raped. Police then received a tip about a man who drove a very distinct-looking green pickup truck. Because that green truck was actually seen at Speed's coffee shop at one point, and also the green truck was spotted by other people just outside the area where Gayle's body was eventually found. The evidence led them to this man here, Richard Compton. Richard Compton did kind of fit the description of one of the 2 men that was seen in the company of Gayle the night she was taken and killed. However, they had no physical evidence linking him to Gayle's murder or her abduction or anything. And so, unfortunately, they had to let him go due to lack of evidence. A short time after Gayle's murder, there was a woman who was at an ATM who was suddenly accosted by a man who had basically put a gun to her head and said, "Give me all your money." She gave him the money, but then he just abducted her anyway, put her into his green pickup truck, and drove away, where he raped her. He then drove her back into town and said, "Don't tell the police what you saw or else." But she immediately goes to police. His physical description also matched one of the two men seen with Gayle the night she disappeared. He also drove that green pickup truck. His name was Roger Plato. Police had enough evidence to search his home, and in his home they found an ATM receipt. It was the actual ATM receipt from the woman who he abducted that night. So now they have evidence connecting him directly to that abduction and rape. And he is now also considered the prime suspect in Gayle Barrus's murder, along with his friend Richard Compton. So at this point, police are needing to find him to bring him in for questioning. And they finally find him. He's at this grocery store, and they see him coming out of it, and he's now in this parking lot. The police approach him and say, "Hey, we need to bring you in to talk about these cases." Well, Roger Plato then reaches for one of the officers' guns. And in all of the struggle, Roger Plato was shot and killed by the officers. It's just unfortunate they couldn't, shoot him where he wouldn't be killed, but they were able to at least collect his blood sample from this. However, back in 1988, there wasn't the technology that we have now to determine whether or not his blood matched the DNA found with, Gayle's body. Meanwhile, Richard Compton would go on to kind of live his life. As years go by, DNA technology became more advanced, and they were able to determine that Richard Compton's DNA, because they had male bodily fluid found with Gayle's body, his DNA did not match that DNA with her body. But they also were sure that he must have been with Roger that night, because there was two men, one of them looking just like him, seen leaving the coffee shop with her. However, he ends up dying of natural causes down the road. There was a certain point where they tested the blood they took from his body against the DNA found at the crime scene, and apparently there was a mistake where one of the markers didn't match, and so they thought to themselves, it must not have been him. However, fast forwarding to 2021, Gayle's family is pushing for more tests to say, hey, we need to know the answers here. So in 2021, they do take his DNA sample. Now that we have way more advanced technology, they compare it to the DNA found with Gayle. This time it was a 100% match. Roger Plato was in fact Gayle's rapist and killer. And now he and his potential accomplice in all of this are both dead. Neither of them will ever face justice. Gayle Barrus dreamed to see her kids grow up. She dreamed to watch them graduate from high school, watch them go to prom, watch them go to college, watch them get married and have their own kids. But unfortunately, at least one monster, if not two, took her away from all of them when they were at a very young age, and they never really got to grow up with her. And I wish I could say that Gayle got justice, but in the end, she did not. But her killer did die fairly quickly after her murder, so in some way, I guess you can say justice was served. They waited nearly 15 years to find out what happened to their daughter, and unfortunately, they barely got justice. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Genevieve Nicole Munoz. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Biloxi, Mississippi. That is where 18-year-old Genevieve Nicole Munoz lived. I guess she would go by Nicole. And at the time, she had a 3-month-old baby with her boyfriend. Her boyfriend was this man here, Michael David Lamb. Nicole left her parents' home on the morning of June 11th, 1994, sometime between 10 and 11 a.m. Her parents saw her buckling her 3-month-old baby into the car seat, and then she drove away. And that was the last time they would ever see her ever again. She was supposed to be meeting up with the baby's father because she had convinced him to go shopping with her to buy some things for the baby. But when Nicole didn't show back up at home later that night, her parents became worried, and so they called Michael's home and said, hey, do you know where she is? And he says, well, she's not here, but the baby is. Okay, that's kind of odd, so you just don't know where she is. So the parents go over there to pick up the baby to bring the baby back home. By the following morning, they report her missing. Her car was no longer at Michael's house. He seems to have no answer as to where she went and why the baby was there but she wasn't. But at first, police classified this as a runaway teenager. She didn't want the responsibilities of dealing with, a 3-month-old baby, yada, yada, yada. But that couldn't be further from the truth because she was working very hard to earn money, not only to support her baby, but also to earn money so that her parents could legally adopt her baby. That way the baby could go on their insurance plan. This was way out of character for Nicole. This is just not something she typically did. It doesn't mean it didn't happen. It's just not something they would have expected. And then a day after she disappeared, her car is found. And I feel like we see this all the time now in cases like this. Her car is found at an airport, at the Biloxi Gulfport International Airport. There were, in fact, cameras who were looking at the parking lot. Unfortunately, they did not cover the entire parking lot. And where the car was parked was literally just out of view. And so they could not tell who dropped it off. But nobody could recall seeing anyone who looked like Nicole. Nicole had no records of purchasing a plane ticket. She was not on any manifests. Nothing indicated she had the money to even buy a plane ticket. So, of course, naturally, the person they're going to suspect first is not only the father of the baby, the boyfriend, but also the last known person to ever see Nicole. Michael David Lamb said, "I have no idea." And so her family was just left at that. He's not talking. We don't know if he did something to her or if he just knows where she went. They're getting nothing, and the police had nothing to work off of because the car yielded no forensic evidence. And so they waited and waited and waited. And finally, in 2008, they got the answers. Michael David Lamb would confess that he was responsible for the death of Nicole. He claims that while at his mother's house that night, the two of them got into an argument, and his mother had just been cleaning a .38 caliber gun that was sitting on the table. He says during this argument, at some point he picked up the gun and he accidentally shot Nicole in her shoulder. But then he changed it to, I actually shot her in her chest. That killed her. And that he and his mom freaked out. They're like, what do we do? And so they took her body, they wrapped her up, and they hid her. And then a girlfriend comes forward after this to state that he also told me that he killed her. He told a slightly different story, but it all led to the same conclusion. He again claims that he accidentally shot Nicole and killed her. The reason why this other girlfriend never came forward is because he had been violent towards her, and she's terrified of him, thinking if she says something, he might kill her too. But now that he's basically confessed, she can come forward now and say, this is what he told me. He told her that he buried Nicole's body or threw her body into a dumpster at some nearby baseball field, which would have been picked up by the local, trash people and then taken to the dump. And this is back in 1994. And as much as they tried to look to find her, they never did. They never found Nicole's body, and they don't have physical proof that she is dead other than the confession of her killer. Because they had no body, because they had no crime scene or physical evidence to work with, they really couldn't move forward with a trial with like a first-degree or second-degree murder. So instead, Michael David Lamb was convicted of manslaughter, and the maximum term he could have gotten for that crime was 20 years. Michael David Lamb served less than 4 years of that 20-year sentence when he was paroled. And I was reading a part of this where when that news was announced that he was being paroled around 2013 or so, Nicole's mother was dying of an illness. This was around Christmas Eve. And they kept bombarding their house with calls notifying them that their daughter's killer is being released. They were like automated calls. And so as her mother is dying, as her father is trying to care for his dying wife, on Christmas Eve, they have to hear the answering machine of some robot telling them that their daughter's killer is free. The daughter they spent 14, 15 years searching for, trying to find out what happened to her, to find out she was in fact murdered by her boyfriend. And then all he gets is a slap on the wrist and says, "Hey bud, don't do that again." And now Nicole's child has had to grow up without a mother and a father. Her parents did end up raising her child. And the person who killed her Well, he got a little 4-year vacation in a jail cell, and then he was just released back out into the world. And hopefully he won't kill anyone ever again, but sometimes these people don't just stop at one. And Nicole, in the end, did not get justice. In case you were still wondering if the justice system is incredibly flawed, let this case be yet another example. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of James Ray Cable. Viewer discretion is advised. This is a photo of James Ray Cable around 1970 or 1971 or so. He was arrested in Owensboro, Kentucky in 1971, and this was because he had raped an 8-year-old little girl. He was convicted of that crime and he was sentenced to life in prison. Less than a year later, James Ray Cable escapes from prison. However, his escape didn't last very long as he was reapprehended by the end of the day. He was put back in the same prison where he would be for the next several years. And then in April of 1977, on the same exact day, as a matter of fact, 2 inmates at the Kentucky prison where James Ray Cable was at were killed. One of those being a 35-year-old inmate named Willie S. Daniels. He was in prison because he had actually murdered someone. But James Ray Cable had killed him in prison by beating him over the head with a steel rod. For this, James Ray Cable was sentenced to an additional 10 years for manslaughter. So just so we have this straight so far, he raped an 8-year-old girl where he was sentenced to life in prison. He then escapes prison. Then he murders another inmate. And then in 1980, James Ray Cable is paroled and he is released. In 1983, he was arrested again for violating his parole. In 1986, he was released again on parole. By 1988, he was put back in prison for violating his parole again. It's almost as if he's trying to tell you, hey, maybe I should just be in prison. Less than 2 years after his last parole, well, James, along with his new buddy, Philip Clopton, abducted a 15-year-old girl. They took her out to a secluded area where they then took turns raping her. Or for the next 3 weeks, they torture and rape this girl over and over and over. On April 26, 1990, she gets some pretty serious revenge. Philip Clopton was alone with her at this point, and he actually forgot to tie her securely up to wherever they were tying her up to. And so she manages to break free. She steals his gun and then immediately shoots and kills Philip Clopton. And then she books it. She goes out to the nearest road she can find and she flags down a car. They take her to the police station and also the hospital, where she identifies Philip Clopton and James Ray Cable as her attackers. They go to where his body is and they confirm he is there. They confirm that he in fact was shot dead. When she talked to police, she also told them about a couple of things that she overheard the 2 men talking about. One of them being the abduction and murder of these 2 friends here, Sherry Wilson and Bridget Allen. They had gone missing in January of 1990. But along the way, they met those 2 men. Those 2 men got them to earn their trust, and then they abducted and killed them. They also found evidence in a diary that Philip Clopton kept that he and James Ray Cable had also abducted and murdered another young woman. I don't have an official photo of her, but someone had made this artist rendering of her. Her name was Helen Booth. She was actually killed back in 1989, just a short time after James Cable was paroled. But back in 1990, when all of this was coming out, they didn't have any evidence, physical evidence, to link James Ray Cable to any of these women. However, they did charge him with the abduction and the rape of the 15-year-old girl, and he was sentenced to 300 years in prison for that. Fast forwarding to 2003, James Ray Cable is still comfortably in prison, and they're beginning to wonder, with the advancement of technology, if they could link him by DNA to any of these cases. DNA linked him to the 1982 murder of this woman here, 18-year-old Sandra Kellums. She was celebrating her 18th birthday when she was abducted and eventually murdered. She was killed sandwiched in between his first parole and then his recapture. So if he never was paroled for raping that 8-year-old girl, she never would have been killed. Then DNA links him to the 1986 murder of a woman named Oma Marie Bird, who I cannot find a photo of. And then DNA has now officially linked him to the murder of Helen Booth, who was also pregnant at the time of her murder. All of these murders and rapes happened in between various different parole periods where he had been released. He was never officially linked to or charged with the abduction and murders of the two friends who went missing in 1990, but he was charged with the murders of Sandra Kellums, Oma Marie Bird, and Helen Booth. And then for the next few years, there was this back and forth of whether or not he was competent to stand trial. He had an IQ of under 70. Eventually, he was determined fit to stand trial, but it never happened because in 2013, he dies. He never once admitted to any of these murders. However, DNA did conclusively link him to at least 3 of them. The abduction, torture, and rape of the 15-year-old girl who survived, and then the 5 young women who were abducted, raped, and murdered, all never would have happened if James Ray Cable was still in prison, if he was never paroled. That young girl would not have the trauma to live with the rest of her life, and 5 young women would likely still be alive to this very day. And that is just more proof that our justice system is incredibly flawed, that he was allowed to rape an 8-year-old girl, was sentenced to life in prison, and then they just let him out. Thankfully, though, I can't even say thankfully he didn't hurt anyone, because obviously he did. He brutally murdered many people, but thankfully he is dead now, and he will no longer be able to hurt anyone ever again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Janet DeFelice. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Templeton, California, and unfortunately there's not a lot of information. When this case occurred, Janet Gould DeFelice was 88 years old. She had been living in Costa Mesa, but right the day this case actually occurred, she had moved to Templeton to live with her son, which was at the 5200 block of Santa Rita Ranch Road. And if you look, it's really a whole lot of nothing. There's a couple of houses sort of like peppered in there. But Janet wasn't really happy about the move. She didn't really want to move to Templeton. She wanted to stay in Costa Mesa. And I guess her family was considering possibly putting her into like a retirement home. They had been looking into a retirement or nursing home in San Luis Obispo. The last time anyone ever saw Janet was in the very early morning hours of June 1st, 2007. Her son saw her at 1:30 in the morning, and then I guess he must have overheard her talking to someone on the phone around 2:30 in the morning. He wakes up at about 7 o'clock, and his mother is no longer in the house. And they basically report her missing right away. Janet was a relatively healthy, in-shape person for her age, but I guess there were possible signs or indications of maybe early dementia or Alzheimer's, but nothing that was ever diagnosed. It doesn't sound like she drove, and so if she went anywhere, it would have been on foot. 2 years after Janet went missing, her purse was found. They found it roughly a half a mile, maybe a quarter of a mile away from her son's home, and it was thrown under a bush. Once police found out about this, they began a very extensive search of that entire area, but they found no other traces of Janet. And then the search once again concluded. According to the LA Times, a few months after her disappearance, there was a rumor that she was seen in Costa Mesa, that someone observed what they thought was Janet roaming around. And someone also believes they spotted her at a soup kitchen in that same area. However, that sighting was never confirmed. No other trace of Janet has ever been seen. Nobody knows if she just walked away and something happened with her medically. She may have been confused about maybe where she was and wandered off, but you think someone would have maybe spotted her at that point. No one knows if maybe someone abducted her off the road as she was walking. Who did she talk to at 2:30 in the morning? I don't know. She probably left when it was still very dark outside in the early morning hours. Maybe she was walking and someone hit her and they decided, I can't get in trouble for this, so I'm going to bury her somewhere. There's a multitude of things that could have happened. They just don't know what it is. But someone somewhere out there might know the truth about what happened to Janet on that morning of June 1st, 2007, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information, you are asked to please call 805-781-4500. 3 children watched in horror as their mother was chased around the car and then gunned down by a mysterious man. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jane Thurgood Dove. Viewer discretion is advised. This is the home in which Jane Thurgood Dove lived at with her husband and 3 kids. It's located in Niddrie in Victoria, Australia. Jane was an incredibly devoted wife and mother. When this case occurred, her children were 11, 6, and 3, and her life truly revolved around her kids. And tragically, it would be her 3 kids who were essentially forced to watch her die. It was 6 November 1997. It was the middle of the afternoon. Jane had just picked up her kids from school and was bringing them back home. She pulls the SUV into the driveway and she begins to get out of the car. The 3 children remained inside as she walked around to get them out. But before she ever got to open that door, someone came up to her and started chasing her. Chasing her all around the car. She was trying desperately to get away from them, but she ends up falling. And then her 3 kids, who are looking out the window in horror, see this man who was wearing a hood put a gun up to their mother's head, to the back of her head, and pull the trigger at least 2 or 3 times, killing her instantly, right before their eyes. This man then gets into a car who was being driven by somebody else, and they speed away. The man was described by the kids as a really short, kind of pudgy or pot-bellied kind of guy, but he was wearing a hooded sweatshirt. And the car that was involved in this, the getaway car, was described as a metallic blue Holden Commodore. And witnesses said that was being driven by a younger, thinner guy. That vehicle, the exact one, was found a short distance away a short time later, completely burnt out. Someone obviously torched the car to try to hide any evidence of themselves being in that car. And unfortunately, the car was also stolen. So whoever was driving it during this murder, they were not the owners of the car. It had been stolen like a day or so prior. Police are obviously going to look at the husband first because that's who you always look at. That's just sort of the natural state of things. People try to spread rumors or talk gossip that the marriage between the 2 of them just wasn't good, but he would tell police like that's just not the case. And the people closest to the family said that's not the case. They had a very happy, healthy marriage. And they could find no links, no evidence, anything that said he would have been able to commit this murder. And eventually he was ruled out as a suspect. Obviously it wasn't even him who pulled the trigger because his kids would have recognized him. Then they find out that Jane, I guess, had done a cleaning service for a local police officer recently. And that police officer had almost instantly become obsessed with Jane. When they discover this man's identity and they look into his home, they see all sorts of like photos of her in his home. They found, I guess, the passwords to things on his computer ended up being her birthday. He wouldn't answer questions. He didn't provide DNA. He seemed like the guy. But then they found out something else that completely threw everything on its head. Jane was likely killed by mistake. Her murder was essentially tied to the underworld there, the crime syndicates. But Jane had nothing bad in her life. She wasn't connected to any of that. But what they learned is that there was a woman who lived in her neighborhood who also had kids the same age or so as hers. Jane looked a lot like this particular woman. This woman was married to a prominent underworld figure there. Investigators learned of an actual attempted hit on that woman's husband because of some $200,000 insurance fraud situation, something to do with crimes and stuff there. And so a hit was put out on him and his wife. And that family knew of the dangers. They knew that people were looking for them. They actually got whistles to blow whenever they felt they were in danger, so that way the family could quickly pack up and leave. As a matter of fact, right after Jane was killed, that family moved out of the neighborhood almost right away. But Jane lived on the same street as her. She looked very similar to this woman. She also had 3 kids, just like this woman had. They even identified the 2 potential killers. A biker named Stephen John Morty, that he would have been the person who actually pulled the trigger, and his friend Jamie Reynolds, who was also described as a thinner type guy, would have been the getaway driver. They learned about this hired hit that would have supposedly taken place around the exact same time that Jane was killed. The problem, though, is that neither of those men will ever be questioned and they will never be charged. Both men are dead. That is because police focused for quite a long time on investigating like the husband, but also this mysterious police officer who had this obsession with Jane. That they heard tips and rumors about this potential mistaken identity thing, but they didn't take it seriously right away. And they didn't start taking it seriously until it was too late. This is Jane's parents over the years who have been constantly fighting for justice for her. But Stephen John Morty died in 2001 of a heart attack, and Jamie Reynolds died in a boating accident in 2004, and that's around the time where they started to seriously look into these two men. But her parents and everyone in her life realized that there is still at least one person out there who ordered the hit. The two men that killed Jane were hired hitmen. This wasn't their plan, this was something they were ordered to do. And that man, whoever hired this, is still very likely out there roaming around. And her parents are continuing to push for police to investigate this particular person to finally bring justice to their daughter. And they have worked hard to get a $1 million reward for any information that will help lead to capturing the person who hired this hit. A mistaken hit, but who hired it. This 34-year-old mother was killed in cold blood by mistake right in front of her children, and her killer, the person who hired this murder, is potentially still out there roaming the world. And maybe someone somewhere out there knows exactly who that is and can help bring them to justice. I understand it's probably a very terrifying thing to do, but you can always report information anonymously. This family deserves justice, and if you can help make that happen, please do so. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to call the Victoria, Australia Police at 1-800-333-000. Was it desertion? Was there an accident? Or was there foul play? Nobody knows to this very day. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jason William Dies. Viewer discretion is advised. Jason William Dies, which is a very unusual last name, was 20 years old at the time this case occurred. Jason was enlisted in the United States Navy. He was a petty officer, 3rd class. I guess he was an electronic warfare technician. Jason was serving on the USS Horn, and there are some discrepancies here. Most websites state that his disappearance occurred on June 18th, 1991, but the FBI's website says June 7th, 1991. I believe the June 18th date comes from what they consider to be his last known proof of life. So I believe the USS Horn arrives back at Naval Base San Diego on June 7th, 1991. Now from there, he was supposed to be reporting to his next command, which was on the Corey Station, Pensacola in Florida. But Jason never arrived. As a matter of fact, he was never seen by anyone ever again. And this is where it gets kind of confusing because there's really not much known about the circumstances. However, at some point, he contacts his family to notify them that he had sent them some packages and he gave them explicit orders, do not open them until I am there with you. The family receives a few packages from Jason and they were postmarked June 18th, 1991. They arrived obviously much after that. I think June 18th is probably the date when he mailed them off and probably called his family to let them know he mailed them off. From what I understand, because Louisiana is along the way, he was probably expecting to drive past his family in Louisiana and open these packages with them before heading to Florida. He just never got there. Now, how Jason was getting from San Diego to Pensacola, Florida, I also don't know. Nobody seems to really know. I don't know if he had his own car or maybe he was hitching a ride with maybe another officer. Maybe he was hitchhiking. It's unclear. Because Jason Dies never arrived in Pensacola, the Navy would list him as a deserter. He was absent without authorization, and that is technically, I believe, what he is still listed as a deserter. Were there any indications he was planning to do this? It's unclear. But he had made plans. The family never opens the packages for a long, long time. Even after they realize he is not there, after they find out he has been labeled a deserter, they still don't open up those packages. But when they finally do, from what it sounds like years later, They discovered that they were gifts to the family, that it appeared that these were items that he wanted to see opened by the family members, which gave them indication that, oh, he was definitely planning to be here because he sent these to us for the purpose of us opening them in front of him. But then if he was driving in some kind of vehicle, whether it was with a friend or himself or hitchhiking, why not take the packages with him and bring them to Louisiana as he got there? That's another bit of confusion with all of this. Maybe he sent them not knowing that if for sure he was going to be able to get to the family, so maybe he sent them just in case. But then you'd think he would probably call and say, hey, I'm not going to make it, go ahead and open the packages and call me back and let me know what you think or something. That never happened. They never heard from him ever again. It wasn't until January of 2013 when his family officially reports him missing. This entire time he has been labeled a deserter. His family firmly believes that he truly intended to report to duty in Florida and that something must have happened. But they don't report him missing for 22 years. Was there not communication between them and the Navy? Like, hey, what's going on? Have you guys found him? It's all very odd to me. And it was actually a cousin who reported him missing. She was just a kid when he disappeared, but now as an adult, she's the one to report him missing. And now, because no one really investigated this, they just labeled him a deserter. Did the Navy, do they have a protocol where they look for them? I don't know. Maybe someone can answer that. Did the Navy know who he went with? Who he got into a car with? Does anybody know? But no one's appeared to come forward. But something happened. Something happened between San Diego and Florida where he just vanished. Whether he vanished on his own accord, maybe he planned it. Maybe there was some sort of accident along the way in which he was killed and nobody knew. Maybe he was hitching and maybe he hitched the ride with the wrong person. Or maybe he was riding with someone he knew who killed him. If alive today, Jason Dyes would look something similar to this and he would be in his 50s. He was 20 years old. He was 5'9" to 5'11", weighed approximately 130 to 160 pounds. He had brown hair and green eyes. It is unknown what clothing he was wearing when he disappeared. He had a healed fracture in his left arm/right collarbone that might come up if someone found skeletal remains. Someone, somewhere out there, has got to know the truth about what really happened to Petty Officer 3rd Class Jason William Dyes. And perhaps that person is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to call the Naval Criminal Investigative Service at 850-452-4177. You could also contact the FBI at 800-634-4097. Hello, true crimerers. This is the disappearance of Jeffrey Bratcher. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Ocean Shores, Washington, specifically to the Ocean City State Park. 7-year-old Jeffrey Michael Bratcher was, living at one point in Texas. His mom lived there, but his dad lived in Washington. His parents were obviously separated, and he did have a couple siblings. In June of 1974, though, the kids were all visiting their father in Washington. On June 15th, 1974, his dad and his stepmother would take him and his siblings to the Ocean City Park to have a little picnic. Jeffrey and his siblings and a couple other kids who were also there left the picnic area to go play nearby. They were told that they need to be back at the picnic area by about 7 p.m. because that's when dinner would be ready. Just before 7 p.m., Jeffrey and the other kids were getting ready to go back, and Jeffrey said that he was going to take a different trail back to the picnic area. And some of the other kids decided they were going to take their own way to the picnic area as well, so the kids essentially separated and branched off. All of them got back to the picnic area. All of them except for Jeffrey. Jeffrey has never been seen again. Ocean City State Park, obviously it's right there, that little red box is. It borders the Pacific Ocean, and the picnic area itself was only 200 or so feet away from the ocean. I don't know if Jeffrey was capable of swimming or not, but nobody heard a splash, nobody heard a kid screaming for help. I also don't know how many people were there exactly. But from what it sounds like, the trails that would have been heading back towards the picnic area weren't really close enough to the ocean in which he would have accidentally stumbled into it and drowned. But that is a possibility that he could have fallen into the water and drowned. They would search for the little boy for the next few days, but they found absolutely no trace of him. They also went into the nearby ocean and the little bay that was next to it as well. They combed it, they searched it, and they found absolutely nothing. No witnesses came forward to state they saw or heard anything. Jeffrey was just there and then he was gone. There is also a very strong belief that Jeffrey was abducted from the park. This would not be unusual, as we all know at this point. But again, nobody saw or heard that happening either. There's not really that much published about it. I don't see any reports of like seedy characters or mysterious vans or cars nearby. But the fact is he just vanished, never to be seen again. He could have fallen into the water and drowned. He could have been abducted, and then God knows what, and then killed. If alive out there somewhere by chance, Jeffrey Bratcher would be 59 years old, and he may look something similar to this. There is a chance that he may have been abducted, and maybe somebody somewhere out there knows the truth about who did this to him, and why, and where they can find him to bring him home. Perhaps the person who knows is you. If you have information on this case, you were asked to please call the Grace Harbor Sheriff's Office at 360-249-3711. He was convicted of 14 counts of burglary, 11 counts of sexual assault, 5 counts of attempted murder, and 13 counts of murder. And for a couple of decades, this victim was considered the very first victim of Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jennie Vincow. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I do not have any confirmed photos of this particular victim. I found 2 photos, but they were vastly different, and when you look further into them, it's not actually this victim. So the images have been misidentified. But Jennie Vincow was a 79-year-old woman who was living on the ground floor of this apartment building located in the Glassell Park neighborhood of Los Angeles, California. She had a son named Jack who lived in the same apartment building but on the upper floor a little bit further away. On the afternoon of June 28, 1984, Jack Vincow, who was the son of Jennie Vincow, would enter her apartment. And what he found was something right out of a horror movie. His 79-year-old mother had been brutally murdered. She had her throat slashed from end to end. Her head was nearly decapitated. The screen from one of her living room windows was no longer on the window, but now on the floor. Her living room was in a complete chaos. It looked like a major struggle had happened here, or someone had rummaged through everything. His mother was lying on her bed. Her body had been partially covered up with a blanket. And so he immediately gets to a phone and calls 911. She obviously had died from the cut to her throat, but they also learned that she had been raped. She was wearing a girdle that was pulled down basically to her ankles. Her dress had been partially lifted up. And really the only evidence they found at the crime scene of her would-be killer were 3 fingerprints that they found on the window where the screen had been removed, which did not match her son or anyone in her family. And unfortunately, because nobody saw anything, nobody heard anything, which is really wild when you think about it, her case goes cold for a brief time. Between April of 1984 and August of 1985, a massive series of crimes had occurred involving rapes, burglaries, and murders. The murders and the crimes seemed to escalate. The crime scenes became incredibly bloody and violent. This person, who would later become known as the Night Stalker, would start leaving occult symbols and demonic imagery at the crime scenes. He would force some of his surviving victims to basically accept Satan. And eventually this led to identifying a potential suspect named Richard Ramirez. On August 31st, 1985, he had traveled from the Arizona area back to Los Angeles, California, where he was then spotted. Once he realized he was spotted, he began to try to run, and he tried carjacking someone, but he was attacked by the public. He then tries to steal another car, in which he is once again attacked physically by now a violent mob of concerned citizens. Although violent mob is kind of a harsh term to use because it was deserved. But eventually this mob of people beat him down until police arrived and he was finally arrested. Richard Ramirez was then identified officially as the Night Stalker. the man who has been terrorizing this area of California for well over a year. They had to piece together all the evidence from various crime scenes to know exactly which ones he committed and which ones they could officially link him to. And eventually it is fingerprints that were found on the window of Jennie Vincow's apartment, the one that had been broken into, 3 fingerprints linked directly to Richard Ramirez. So Jennie Vincow was one of the numerous charges he was charged with. Jennie's son would testify at his trial. At one point, the defense team tried to suggest that maybe it wasn't Richard Ramirez, it was probably maybe an estranged son of Jennie. The jury had a hard time initially deciding whether or not he was guilty of Jennie Vincow's murder. But after deliberating about the other victims, they came back to Jennie's case and said the fingerprints, I mean, it all lines up and everything matches what he did. So eventually the jury also found him guilty of the murder of Jennie Vincow. Richard Ramirez, aka the Night Stalker, was seen in court. This is an actual photo of him who drew a pentagram on his hand and always appeared to be very smug. Was eventually convicted of 12 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of second-degree murder, 5 counts of attempted murder, 11 counts of rape, and 14 counts of first-degree burglary, in which he was then sentenced to death. For decades, Jennie Vincow was considered the very first murder victim of the Night Stalker. That is until 2009, when the April 10th, 1984 murder of 9-year-old May Lung was being re-investigated. They had DNA from her crime scene, and that DNA would eventually match Richard Ramirez, making May Lung, a 9-year-old girl, officially the first victim, murder victim of Richard Ramirez. However, he was never charged in connection to her murder and was never officially prosecuted for killing her. Richard Ramirez was never actually executed. He died on June 7th, 2013 in his prison cell in California. He died of natural causes. So on that day, Jennie Vincow and the many, many victims of Richard Ramirez, otherwise known as the Night Stalker, after waiting decades, finally got the justice they all rightfully deserved. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jerry Lynn Duval. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to 1990 in Shorewood, Illinois. Jerry Lynn Duval, and I apologize, the photos I have aren't all that clear, but at the time in 1990, she was a 29-year-old mother to 2 young girls. In June of 1990, her 2 young girls would actually go on vacation with their grandparents. So for a weekend, it was just Jerry and her husband, Bob Duval, whose first name is technically Robert, so I guess his name is Robert Duval, but obviously not the same one. When the kids came back home after their little trip with their grandparents, they saw that their mother was no longer there. Well, according to their father, Bob, he had last seen her on June 8th, 1990. But then he waits another few more days to actually report her missing to police. The children would eventually tell the police that their mother and their father argued all the time. And their father, Bob, was violent towards their mom. They actually saw him choke her once. He even threatened to burn the entire house down. And so when they addressed this with Bob, the police, he's like, well, she just left me. That's what happened. She just walked away from us. Which is strange, considering that one of their daughters found her purse hidden underneath a coat in the house, which she told, the father, give this to police. He said he would, but he never did. But also all of her belongings were there. Her car was still there. Not to mention her 2 beloved children are still there. This is not a woman who would just pick up and leave her kids, especially in the care of a man who is physically abusive, who's violent. Police obviously began to suspect Bob had something to do with it because Bob was the only person there with her during the time she disappeared. Nothing he is saying is adding up. He has a violent history, but they don't have Jerry and they don't have a scene of a crime because they did search their house. They searched it inside and out. They searched all the areas that Jerry tended to go to. They found nothing, no trace of anything. And as much as we could all say, we obviously know what probably happened here, you can't just take that to court and say, here's what might have happened, and then present no evidence. You have to have evidence. You have to have, at least be able to prove that a person is likely dead. As the years go by, after Bob and the kids move out of the house, another family moves in, and at one point the family who's living there did some work on the house and actually excavated the backyard, not for anything to do with this case, just because they were doing work, and they found nothing. So like there wasn't like any mysterious bodies hidden underneath the house. I'm reading a story where when these new families moved in there, the new family we told rumors about, the house is haunted, there's a ghost there because someone was murdered in that house. And one neighbor actually told the new homeowner, yeah, there was once a big fire at that house. And what they were referring to is around the time that Jerry disappeared, there was suddenly a big bonfire outside of the house, I think in the back. So now people kind of piece together, because I guess they didn't really know that back then. Now these years later, they're like, oh, so okay, he must have burned her remains in this bonfire. But then he moved her remains somewhere else, somewhere unknown. Weeks and months and years and decades go by, and there's still no answers. They still have no proof that she was murdered. You have your gut feelings of, we pretty much know she was murdered, but again, you have to be able to show that. And so Bob got to live his life. He moved to Florida at some point, and he just continued living. And in 2022, he died. And whatever information he had about where Jerry is, he took it to his grave. He stole that from his kids, by the way. He took to his grave the where they could find their mother. So even after his death, he still haunts them. He still torments them. I think what they were hoping, because he died in 2022, I think what they were hoping is that once he died, people might come forward now. There might have been people who were afraid of him, or there could have been some threat of retaliation. And so now is the time. Maybe you didn't know Robert died. Well, he died. And so now if you know something, you can come forward and say something, because this family deserves to be able to unbury her from wherever she is and lay her to rest properly. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about where Jerry Lynn Duval is located, and perhaps that someone is you. Again, you can report information anonymously if you need to. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 815-725-1460. The man said, "My name is the Lord God Elton Brutus Murphy. I get my commands directly from God. Also, I work with aliens." Okay. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Joyce Wishart. Viewer discretion is advised. And this case will take us to Sarasota, Florida, specifically to the Providence Art Gallery located on Palm Avenue. It was owned and operated by 61-year-old Joyce Wishart, who was described as an incredibly resilient woman who was a very outgoing owner of the gallery. She was super friendly and always very welcoming. She was dedicated to her community. And when this case occurred, she was divorced and she had 4 adult children, and she had just recovered from breast cancer. Everybody loved her. Everybody, apparently, except for one. It was January 20th, 2004. The manager of the building in which the art gallery was in went to the Providence Art Gallery and noticed a really foul odor. She sent in her maintenance person, who then made a horrific discovery, something that you would only see in a movie. The owner of the gallery, Joyce Wishart, was murdered, and she was painted green. Joyce was very clearly posed in a very specific position. There was this classical music playing in the background, which lended a very eerie feeling to all of this. And Joyce's body had also been mutilated. Her right hand was purposefully posed and positioned to be pointing at another piece of art. A piece of art that is literally of a nude woman lying on her back, just like Joyce. Her left hand had positioned to be in the pointing position, pointing towards a magazine. And the magazine was opened up almost deliberately to a page that says "A Fine Madness" on it. Joyce's legs were spread open. Her shoes were placed meticulously underneath her body, pointing towards her. And she had been stabbed a lot. She had several stab wounds on the side of her neck and her back, on the front of her head. Her head had almost been severed from her body. And everything about the scene made it look like that her killer posed her intentionally this way, as if it was some sort of art project, which made them believe Was she killed by someone in the art world? Maybe someone who was trying to work with her, maybe she didn't want to work with them. Maybe a disgruntled artist. They talked to other business owners who had their businesses on that same road, and a number of them said that they saw the same person, a man that they didn't really recognize, riding a bike. And he appeared to be fleeing from this area at the time the murder would have happened. This man, in fact, actually tried to enter another art gallery just down the way and tried to sell some art or something like that, but he was acting very strangely, very bizarre and creepy, so the owner of that establishment chased him out of the building with a broom. But they don't know if it was the same man or not who killed Joyce. They took her computer and they saw that she had officially logged off of her computer at 4:52 p.m. But the alarm system, which she always set at 5 p.m. on the dot, had not been set yet. So they believe that at some point between 4:52 p.m. and 5 p.m., somebody entered that art gallery and did something to her. They found additional DNA on some of the art next to her body. They also found fingerprints on the inside of her shoes that were under her body, and they were not her fingerprints. Then, in July of 2004, they finally got a hit on some of the physical evidence. The male DNA that they found at the scene matched a man who had recently been arrested. He was actually arrested in Houston, Texas. His name is Elton Brutus Murphy. Definitely an odd duck who moved around a lot, but they also need to be able to place him in Sarasota at the time the murder actually occurred, in which they were able to. He was living in Sarasota the very day that she was murdered. Elton, though, had some very serious mental health issues. When they talked to him about Joyce's murder, he told them, quote, "My name is the Lord God Elton Brutus Murphy. I get my commands directly from God, and I work with aliens." He said he was a coordinator between his God and the God of the Bible and Satan. He told police that he had this ability, that he could hypnotize people by having sex with them. Right. He said, "I can basically do anything I want." They also discovered that he was, in fact, an amateur artist who had been trying to sell some of his work, in which they believe he probably entered Providence right before it closed, and he tried to offer some of his art to Joyce, and she more than likely declined, which then set a man who's already mentally unwell, set him off. And that's all he would have needed to kill her. He was arrested and charged with the murder of Joyce Wishart, but he would not go to trial right away because he was very clearly mentally unwell. He had been diagnosed after he was arrested with schizoaffective disorder, bipolar type, and also suffered from delusions. They needed to determine through various doctors if he was of sound mind when he committed the murder, meaning did he know what he was doing and did he know it was wrong. It wouldn't be until about 2009 when they finally came to the conclusion through many doctors that yes, while he has some mental health issues, he was able to determine right from wrong. He also spent time cleaning the scene and spent time posing her body in some way that he felt was going to be artistic. So he goes on trial in 2009, in which he pleads not guilty by reason of insanity. However, the jury convicts him and finds him guilty, and that he was of sound mind, and he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. It took about 5 years, and hopefully her killer was not able to harm anyone after he harmed her. But thankfully, in the end, he was captured, evidence linked him to the crime, a jury found him guilty, and he is in prison for the rest of his life, and Joyce Wishart got the justice she rightfully deserved. Two young women were last seen in the vicinity of this home, and about 4 months apart from one another, both went missing. Neither of them has ever been seen again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Karen Marrow and Hannah Zaccaglini. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the area of McLeod, California, and it is 1997. In February of 1997, Karen Marrow was 27 years old. Karen had recently gone through a liver transplant, and she basically needed medication in order to stay alive. But she was handling it all very well. And she had a relationship with this man here, Ed Henline Jr. And at one point, Karen was living in the Henline house located here. It was not exactly the best of relationships. On February 15th, 1997, Karen was seen at the Henline home, but then she was never seen again. She just vanished. Fortunately, Karen was not reported missing for 8 months. I guess this is because Karen's family and the police initially just thought she had gone away on her own because she actually had a warrant out for her arrest for something. So they're like, oh, she just fled that, you know? But then the problem is why they waited 8 months, is that, like I said, Karen had a liver transplant and she needed medication to stay alive. That medication was still in her medicine cabinet and she never refilled it. If she wasn't taking it, she was going to die. So again, the 8-month thing, I don't know. 4 months after she disappeared, something happened again. Pictured here was 15-year-old Hannah Zaccaglini. Her and her family lived on this road, and literally just a block away from where she lived was that little green house there, the Henline home. Hannah, on June 4th, 1997, was spending some time with her boyfriend, and then when that was all over with, she was going to be walking back home, which would take her down that road. Hannah never made it to her home. Hannah has never been seen again. Hannah was considered a well-behaved kid. She did not really argue with her parents that much. She never ran away before, never ever gave indications that she would run away. It doesn't mean it wouldn't happen, but all of her belongings were still at home. She had friends and she had plans, school plans for a future. And it just didn't make sense that she would just go, never mind, and abandon all of it. So she was reported missing as well. Well, it would be reported fairly quickly that Hannah was last seen in the vicinity of this little green home. She had, in fact, walked past it, or some reports even say she was in it at some point. Now you have 2 young women who go missing in the vicinity of that exact same house. One of the victims has a direct connection to the Henline family. Certainly there has to be some kind of connection here. This can't be a coincidence. Because again, this happened 4 months or less apart. The police were able to get a search warrant to search their home because the coincidences were just too strong. But they actually found nothing. No bodies, no sign of a crime scene. They also had some circumstantial evidence that they were kind of keeping close to the chest that they didn't really reveal. There was a very firm, very strong belief that both of these women's cases were directly connected to each other. Well, in 1998, Ed Henline Sr., so Ed's father, and his mother were arrested. They were arrested because they were still cashing Karen Merrow's disability checks. This is obvious fraud. They were charged in order to pay a $2,000 fine, and they served 3 years of probation. And then from that, they end up arresting Ed Henline Sr. and Ed Henline Jr. and have now charged them both with the murder of Hannah. Sr. was charged with the murder directly, and Jr. was charged with conspiracy and an accessory charge. Everyone's excited. We're finally getting a breakthrough. We're finally getting some movement on this case. But then as quickly as it happened, it all shattered. Both men were released from prison. Both men had all charges dropped against them. This is because the prosecution just did not have the evidence to secure a conviction. And to be honest with you, it is better to do this than to go forward with a trial with very little evidence and risk getting an acquittal in which both men can never be charged again. So while it is disappointing, it's also we're doing this the right way because we want to wait till we know we can convict them. There's no statute of limitations on murder. Evidence exactly the police have, I'm not 100% sure, but they do seem fairly confident that these men are responsible for both women's disappearances. But unfortunately, neither of them has been found, which is a big catalyst in all of this because the biggest piece of evidence you're going to have is their bodies to prove that they're both deceased. They're confident Hannah is dead, and they know for almost at a fact at this point that Karen cannot be alive because she does not have her medication. There's no way she would have survived without it. And there's no way she would have just willingly stopped taking it, I guess there's always a way, but it's not likely. The police there just need the evidence. They need the evidence to move forward with this case, and that is probably going to come from the public. Someone somewhere out there might know the truth about exactly what happened to these 2 young women and where they are located, and someone somewhere out there might have the information to help get them justice. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 530-841-2900. For 25 years, they wondered, where is Kim? And then they finally found out that she was underneath someone's bed the entire time. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Kimberly Langwell. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the area of Beaumont, Texas, and it is 1999. That is where 34-year-old Kimberly Langwell was living. She was born in February of 1965 and lived in Texas her whole life. At a fairly young age, she gave birth to her daughter, Tiffany, and Tiffany was her pride and joy. They shared a very close bond. Kimberly was the absolute best mother a person could possibly ask for. Kimberly at times would work multiple jobs, 3 jobs, just to support Tiffany. Kimberly was witty. She had a wonderful, dry sense of humor. Was described as a go-and-get-them type of person. Nothing or no one could get in her way. But unfortunately, one day, someone did take her away. For about 6 years or so, Kimberly was in a relationship with this man here, Terry Rose. But about 6 months-ish before this case occurred, she had broken up with him. And Kimberly started dating another man here that she actually worked with. His name was Ken Weatherford. And just a few weeks before this case occurred, Kim and Ken took a trip to Mexico and had a wonderful time. Ken was good for Kim. Really seemed to love each other. On July 9th, 1999, Kim had plans to meet up with Ken, her boyfriend, later that evening. Then she was supposed to come back home eventually and spend time with her daughter, Tiffany. When she left work around 5 p.m., she called Tiffany to say that I need to go stop by Terry's house, her ex-boyfriend, to pick up a couple of things. So this is the house, Terry Rose's house, that she was supposed to be going to before she went home. But Kim never got home. She never met up with her boyfriend, Ken. She never came home to hang out with her daughter. It was Ken and I think someone else who were driving around looking to see if they could find Kim anywhere, and they found her car parked outside of a pharmacy. Everything about it seemed normal. The keys weren't in there. Her purse wasn't there. She wasn't there. She wasn't in any of the stores. There's no sign of foul play. No cameras also that captured anything, unfortunately. But this was now strange because where's Kim? And so they do report her missing. Police said it's possible that maybe Kim stopped at the drugstore along her way to Terry's house, or maybe on her way home from Terry's house, and maybe she ran into the wrong person. They talked to Terry Rose, and he says, yeah, she came here. She helped me put up some boards in my house, and then she left, and I haven't seen her since. The police did look into Ken Weatherford, he is the current boyfriend, and, sometimes that's who does these things. But they were actually able to rule him out because they know exactly where he was the entire evening. There's no way he could have kidnapped her or done anything to her that night. They also looked into one of her former bosses, who apparently had some kind of weird obsession with her and would write Kim bizarre letters, frequently. And back initially when the investigation started, when he was also looked into, he provided receipts of places he was at that night, and people confirmed, and they knew for a fact that he too could not have done anything to Kim. So the obsessive boss is ruled out, and the current boyfriend is ruled out. What about Terry? We learned that Terry Rose would still give money to Kim from time to time. As a matter of fact, he had lent her roughly $500 so she could take a trip to Mexico with what he thought was a couple of her friends. But then he would eventually find out that she didn't actually take friends. She spent that money on this trip to Mexico and took her current boyfriend. Something else they also learned was that on the night she went missing, she was actually wearing a shirt that she got from the Mexico area, showing the area that they were at. And she might have gone to Terry's house wearing that shirt. That might have triggered him to go, what the I found out you went to this Mexico with your boyfriend and not your friends, and now you're wearing the shirt. Police took that as a potential motive. They did a cursory search of Terry Rose's house. They found nothing. And without any evidence of a crime, no blood or anything like that, there was nothing they could do. Their hands were tied. Fast forwarding to about 2023, 2024 or so, the show Cold Justice covers Kim's case. And they don't solve it on that episode, but then a short time after it airs, a man named David Wiley comes forward to police to say, I have a story to tell, and I think I know what happened to Kim. He was holding on to it for a very long time out of fear, retaliation from Terry, his friend. And he says, I'll tell you the story, but you have to offer me some kind of deal that I'm not going to get into any kind of trouble. And then he tells the entire story. On July 9th, 1999, Terry calls David and says, hey, can you pick me up at this Walmart? When David gets to the Walmart, he sees Terry there, but he's actually in Kim's car. Kim was nowhere with him. He says, follow me to this drugstore area, and then you're going to take me home. And so that all happens. And David didn't really ask him any questions at all about it. But then a couple days later, he and Terry are hanging out, and Terry confesses to him that he had done something to Kim. And David held on to it for nearly 25 years. So this prompted police to finally get a warrant to do a thorough search of his house. They bring in EquiSearch, who they then go through every square inch of the house, and they finally get a hit that something is underneath the flooring of one of the bedrooms. Then they begin to start digging, which they noticed that there were a couple of cinder blocks underneath this part of the floor, which was obviously way out of place. Then they found a pair of sunglasses and a keychain. Then they found a body. The body of a person who had been shot numerous times. The body was underneath the floor of a bed in which Terry slept on with his girlfriend of 20 years. She had no idea. The remains were identified as Kimberly Langwell. Terry Rose was arrested and charged with her murder in 2024. He denied he had anything to do with it, and he also showed absolutely no remorse. A week before his trial was set to begin, he decides that he wants to take a plea deal. And essentially, he does finally admit to what he did. He said, I just had a really bad fucking day that day. We all have bad days, and most of us don't murder people. But because of the plea deal, he was given a sentence of 40 years. But he was 68 years old at the time of that sentence, which means he will die in prison. For 25 years, Kimberly Langwell's burial site was underneath someone's bedroom. But thankfully, her killer was finally captured, she was finally found, and Kimberly was brought home. And her monster will be in prison for the rest of his life. Is this the voice of a killer? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Christine O'Connell. Viewer discretion is advised. Christine O'Connell, pictured here with her family, was actually born and raised in Minnesota, and that is where she was attending college. She had graduated from high school about a year and a half or so prior, and she was described as a really friendly, outgoing, bubbly young woman. She adored horses and loved animals in general. She was an old soul who was so helpful to everyone and just loved talking to people. She was incredibly social. Everyone also described her as a very responsible person and someone who never fell into the scene of like drugs or alcohol. And she was someone who was really working towards her future. A future that unfortunately never got to happen. A short time or so before this case occurred, she was on a spring break in Florida where she met a young man named James. The two of them hit it off and they were considering maybe, dating or at least talking. So in August of 1985, she was actually going to be visiting him where he lived in Ovid, New York, a small village there in upstate New York. Kristen's mom was a little concerned about, having her go there, but Kristen assured her, don't worry, Mom, it's fine. I'm going to be fine. I'll see you soon. So Kristen was staying with this young man named James here at this trailer. On August 14th, 1985, Christine O'Connell would call her mom, and she would just basically tell her, I'm planning to cut the trip short by about a day, and so I'll be home a little bit sooner. Kristen's mom said she sounded a little maybe distraught or maybe a little stressed, but she never specified if anything was actually bothering her. On the night of August 14th, 1985, the boy she was with was holding a party here at the trailer that she was staying in. According to witnesses at the party, sometime between 11 and 11:30 p.m., Kristen leaves the trailer, and she went out there without her purse and also without shoes on, and she was going to take a little walk. But Kristen never got back to that party. Kristen was never seen alive again. She would soon be reported missing, and a search for her would begin, and about 40 or so hours later, she was found. There is this cornfield along County Road 139 that Kristen was in fact seen walking along. At about 5 p.m. on August 16, 1985, Kristen's body was discovered in that cornfield. Kristen had been stabbed numerous times and her throat had been cut. According to the coroner, though, there were no signs of any kind of sexual assault. They released these images of some of the clothing she was wearing when she was found. And so they would begin their investigation as to who could have possibly done this to her. Again, Christene was an outsider here. She was visiting. The only person who actually knew her was the boy she was there visiting. According to the police department who was investigating her murder, they extensively looked into this guy and several people who were at this gathering at that trailer that night. Police have since stated that James, the boy she was there visiting, has been ruled out and he has been cleared as a suspect, as have many other people who were at that party. There were enough trustworthy and reliable individuals there who could say for certain that they could trust were still in that trailer when she would have been killed. Could this be a community of people protecting one another? Sure. But the police apparently believe and trust these alibis and state that no one there did this. This is further backed up by the fact that there were at least a few different witnesses who can confirm they saw Christene walking along that road and she was by herself. And it was all lining up with the precise time she would have been out there. One witness told police that they are pretty positive they saw a car, like a green-colored sedan, driving very closely and slowly behind Christene as she walked. Another witness said they saw Christene kind of bending over to talk into a vehicle that someone had parked next to her, which was not a vehicle that belonged to anyone at that party. Then another witness said that at some point later, they saw Christene walking down that road and two young men who I believe were considered local teenagers in the area, who seemed to be walking very closely behind her, almost stalking her. All of the people that were seen, the people driving this car, the person she would have maybe been talking to in that car, and these two teenage boys have never been identified. And then a week after her body was found, police received this phone call, an anonymous tip from a man, and this is the exact audio.
I want the guy to kill the guy that killed. Go ahead. You look at fine Chevy, the green Chevy on Anise in Waterloo, and you'll find him. The opening trunk. You'll find what you want. Waterloo. The opening trunk. I'm getting out of town because I told him not to do it. I'm getting out of town.
So this tip was basically indicating that this person might know who her killer is, and to look at this vehicle in Waterloo, look in the trunk, and you'll find evidence. Police go to the area where this person said this car would be in Waterloo. They found nothing. They've never found that car. There are some people, including some of the police, who believe that the man's voice you hear might actually be the person who killed Christene O'Connell, calling police to try to throw them off of his scent. They don't know where that phone call came from. Another thing detectives have said is that within a half a mile of where Christene was murdered, there was a psychiatric hospital. Back in 1985, when this occurred, this hospital was very badly understaffed and there were too many patients. And escapes have been known to happen from there. And there are a ton of very violent patients there, so there is a belief that maybe one of them escaped, got out for the night, and did this. And then something kind of bizarre. So they collected a bunch of evidence from this crime scene, and they still have a ton of it. They have found pieces of evidence that do contain DNA. Over the past several years, there have been numerous different agencies who have stated to the police there in New York, we will offer to test the DNA. We will offer to process everything you have for any additional DNA. There was a documentary crew who said, we have the resources, we'll even do it for free. You don't have to pay us, we'll do it all. But the New York Department of Health has declined it every single time. Trustworthy sources, people who do this for a living, other, DNA testing facilities, they have offered their help. We will do this. But every time they say no. That might sound nefarious at first, and it still kind of does, because it's like, if you have someone who could help you solve this murder and put someone behind bars, take the opportunity. But according to laws in New York, it's not as easy as that. They're not allowed to take help from outside individuals. But there are waivers they could sign to say, we will, in this instance, allow that help. But they have refused to do that. Christene's mother is now in her 80s, and she is hoping that before she goes, she will be able to find out who did this to her daughter. But if they're going to continue to deny all of this help, that answer may never come. I know they have a large backlog of cases, and this is a well over 30 plus years, so there are priorities and whatnot. But also because they haven't listed this officially as a cold case, that's another thing that detracts from other people being able to help. It does seem a little fishy. It seems odd that you wouldn't just say, listen, we got to get this one solved. So let's make an exception, let's sign a waiver, whatever we need to do. If we can get the answers now, let's do it. Keep in mind, there is a murderer running around out there, assuming they're still alive. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who murdered Kristen O'Connell back in 1985, and perhaps that person is you. If you have information on this case that can help bring justice, please call 585-398-4100. It's almost impossible when you really think about it. You are seen alive and well inside of a home, and just a few short minutes later, you vanish, gone from that home, never to be seen again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Lakeisha Taylor. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to bring us to Lake Charles, Louisiana, and it's 2008. At the time this case occurred, Lakeisha Taylor was a 27-year-old mother of 3. Lakeisha was described as an incredibly devoted mother. She loved her kids. She was vibrant and outgoing. Her brother would describe her as the life of the party. Lakeisha was well loved. When all of this occurred, she was living here in this house, and she was living there with her cousin. And it was the morning of June 13th, 2008. Lakeisha's cousin told her, I'm going to go step out for a few minutes to go pick up some breakfast. I'll be right back. Lakeisha was there, and she was ironing some clothes. And then a very, very short time later, her cousin gets back home. Her cousin, pictured here, said that all of a sudden, Lakeisha was gone. The iron was still plugged into the wall, and it was still on and running. There were freshly ironed clothes right there on the bed. Lakeisha had also been running a bath, and the bath water was full. It indicated that she was about to get into that bath, but now she was gone. And apparently nobody heard or saw anything. She was literally there when her cousin left. She comes back after getting breakfast, and then she's gone. And she's been gone ever since. She was reported missing, and one of the police deputy chiefs would say, quote, "This isn't just, I'm going to walk out of my life and start somewhere else kind of thing. We have some very narrow concerns that this is actually criminal activity, and they believe that foul play is involved." Lakeisha's family, pictured years later, said that, this is uncharacteristic of her. This is not something she had ever done, and she never would do. Not to say that it's necessarily impossible, but none of it makes sense. Especially when you consider that literally everything she owned was still inside that house. All of her clothes, all of her belongings, everything. If she disappeared on her own, she took nothing with her. She's never used her bank account. She's never used her social security number ever since. There has been not a single trace of her. How can that be? Her daughter, pictured here, who was just 6 years old at the time this all happened, still vividly remembers her mom. But she also remembers that she had to grow up without her mom. That everyone in her life, still has their mother with them, but she doesn't. Lakeisha was also estranged from her husband. Her husband has only ever been labeled a person of interest. He has never been labeled a suspect. But outside of him, they don't have anybody else. They actually got tips over the years about where her body is located. And they go to those locations, they dig up those areas, they bring in dogs and all that and all the equipment, but they don't find her. They had one anonymous tipster call who didn't really provide much information, but said he would call back, but then he never did. So they firmly believe that there is someone out there who knows exactly what happened to Lakeisha and knows exactly where you can find her. But that person has not come forward. And there could be because they're afraid. They might be scared to talk because maybe they feel that they'll be harmed if they do. You can always report tips anonymously. You never have to say who you are. They just want to know where she is. Her family deserves to bring her home. And it doesn't sound like they believe she'll be coming home alive, but there is always that chance. You never know. At the time of her disappearance, Lakeisha Taylor stood about 5 feet 4 inches tall, weighed approximately 130 pounds. She had black and dark brown hair and brown eyes. She has an unspecified tattoo on her neck, and she may go by her nickname Keisha. She may also use the last name Alexander. Her Her middle name is Chantella. She was last seen wearing a white and pink tank top, a denim skirt, and pink slippers. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about where she is, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have information on this case, you are asked to please call 337-491-1311. How do you solve a disappearance when everybody and anybody possibly involved in it is dead? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Lillian Ritchie. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Nampa in Idaho, and it's all the way back in 1964. This is a younger photo of the family, but when all of this occurred, Lillian Ritchie was 51 years old. Her husband had died sometime prior to this case occurring, and she had 2 adult children, and I know one of those children lived in Moscow, Idaho. Lillian was described as a very likable person, a very caring and nurturing woman, someone who loved her children dearly, and she raised her kids to be great people. Lillian at the time was living here in this house, and she was living there alone at that time. And on February 7th, 1964, Lillian would go out for a night of fun. She went out to a place called the Ranch Club, and she was there just mingling and talking. She seemed like her normal, happy self. And she was out with 2 gentlemen. I guess she was friends with at least one of them who had been in town for a conference. They didn't live there themselves, and they were staying at a hotel on that particular evening. And then from what I understand, Lillian, after being at the Ranch Club, was driven home in her car by one of these 2 men. He says he dropped her off sometime between 1:30 and 2 o'clock in the morning, and then he said she allowed him to borrow her car as long as he brought it back the following morning. And when he brought the car back, she said, "I'll take you and the other guy out for breakfast." According to a neighbor, they definitely heard a car pulling into the driveway around that 1:30 to 2 a.m. time frame. A neighbor looked out their window and saw that one of the lights in the house had turned on, and they just assumed it must be Lillian because they knew she lived there alone. Who else could it have been? So the following morning, the friends, the 2 gentlemen now, bring back Lillian's car, and they pull up to her house, and they enter it sometime around 11 o'clock in the morning. They walk around the house. They don't see Lillian. They don't find her anywhere. There's no signs of her. There is nothing in the house that seems out of the ordinary. No signs of any kind of struggle or anything like that. And then they end up leaving a note. It's time-stamped 11:30 in the morning, and it says, "Dear Lillian, have been here since 11. Have looked for a note and haven't found a thing. I don't know what to think. Have gone to the Harmony Cafe to have breakfast, then plan to go to John Yoder for a short time." And then it is signed. Name or 2 names. Looks like it might say Art Tooley or Art Tooby. I guess one of the men, I believe some people had researched and think it's a man named Arthur Tooby who died in 1998. When Lillian failed to show up to work the following day, she was officially reported missing. Not by the 2 men she was with that night, by other friends. The police searched the home, and again, they did not find any signs of foul play, no blood or any scuff marks, nothing was tossed over, no drawers were open, no broken windows, no signs of forced entry. Everything looked totally normal. But they did find, I guess, the evening wrap that Lillian was seen by other people wearing at the club that night, and so that was in the house. So they believe that indicates to them that she herself was there at some point that night. The dress she wore that night at the club was also in the house. But they were able to determine that her purse was missing. And I don't know how they determined this, but there was another dress that was missing. A green and brown plaid dress. I'm guessing someone knew her wardrobe really well and noticed that it was no longer there. And there was also a book that was missing. Again, I don't know how they determined which book that was, but I guess it might have been a book called A Man Named Peter, or A Man Called Peter. Lillian was also supposed to be visiting her son in Moscow, Idaho, a little bit later that month, and she actually purchased a plane ticket. That plane ticket was also found in the house, and she obviously never arrived for that trip. The 2 men who were seen with her the night prior, the one who borrowed the car and the man who left this note, were questioned extensively by police. From what it sounds like, they claimed that they have been able to rule them out, that they were cooperative. I don't know what they were able to use to determine that they weren't involved in this. The last person to ever confirm seeing Lillian was the man who dropped her off, who took her car. Nobody else can say they saw her after leaving that club other than him. He was a friend from out of town, but I don't know what their relationship was like. I don't know. This was back in 1964. It was a different way of investigating, a different time. Reading the story, my gut just tells me that I think that man or those two men convinced the police that they weren't involved, because there wasn't much forensic work you can do. And I know they dusted the house for fingerprints. They took some items that eventually the FBI collected and tested, but no evidence was ever discovered from any of it. Another thing is that the garage door was open at some point, and so some people speculate that that was the killer who had maybe pulled the car into the garage at that point so that nobody would see them physically getting out of the car. And then maybe they loaded Lillian into that vehicle and then took her out. 2 o'clock in the morning, not many people are going to notice that. Her children eventually, because they're adults at that point, they hire their own private investigators to look into this. Unfortunately, nothing comes from it. By about 1967 or so, they have her declared legally dead. Nobody has ever seen her ever since that night. No one has heard from her. There is that possibility that she could have took off on her own. I mean, if there's a missing dress in a book, seems kind of odd. Maybe she went with someone willingly, thinking she was going to be waiting somewhere, and maybe that's why she took the book. Or maybe that was just to throw people off. Back in the 60s, when she disappeared, there was a construction site literally like right down the street from her home. The building that was being constructed was what's now called the Nampa School District office, but when she vanished, it was not there fully. So there were rumors and gossip that she had been killed and buried underneath this construction. So in 2018, they officially are able to get the necessary legal requirements to dig underneath a particular room where her body was rumored to be. They brought in dogs, ground-penetrating radar, and eventually they end up tearing up part of the floor. They find absolutely nothing. Just like with the rest of the case, absolutely nothing. Lillian Ritchie would be 114 years old today, so obviously she is very much deceased. All of the people involved in her disappearance, or the people that were last with her, are all deceased. So no one who was alive that could have been responsible for doing this to her is even alive now, more than likely. There's a chance that maybe a random stranger did this who was quite young and might still be alive, but someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to her, and most importantly, where she is, because her surviving family deserves to at least be able to bring her home and lay her to rest. If you have any information on her whereabouts, you are asked to please call 208-465-2257. An affair between two women would lead to a three-way affair, which would then lead to murder. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Linda Singleton. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the early 2000s here in Mansfield, Ohio. Linda Singleton was born in July of 1967. She was, I believe, one of 6 kids. She had 3 brothers and 2 sisters. Growing up, Linda loved to do things, outdoors. She loved fishing, she loved camping and hiking. She also really enjoyed art. She did wood carving and she loved to draw. And she was also a devout member of her church. Along the way, she met a man named Alan Singleton. The two of them hit it off. They became a couple and they got married, and then they had 2 kids together. And being a mother was something Linda really excelled at. She was a wonderful mom. There was a point, I guess, where her husband had gotten into some kind of really horrible accident that actually cost him his leg. And because of the hardships that sort of come with something like that, it does put a strain on a marriage, and it did strain theirs. And it got to a point where she ends up moving out of the house. And Linda supported her kids by working at a place called Mansfield Assemblies. And while she was working there, she met a woman, a co-worker named Angie Brown. So when the marriage issues began with Linda and her husband, she first kind of moved in with some friends or family, but then eventually she found herself living with her friend Angie and Angie's husband, Larry. Linda Singleton was last seen by her family just after Christmas of 2001. It wouldn't be until August of 2002, however, when her family reports her missing. This is when police get involved and they learn about, her life at the time. And what police learned was that Linda was not just living with her coworker/friend Angie. As a matter of fact, the two of them were having an affair. Angie's husband, Larry Brown, caught wind of the affair, and at first, it actually didn't bother him. Larry himself basically injected himself into this relationship, and Linda, Angie, and Larry Brown were having a three-way affair. They were sleeping in the same bed, all three of them, for a time, but then Linda and Angie decided that they wanted to be together themselves, alone. So Angie and Linda move out of the house. There was a point where Linda and Angie were staying in a tent, like in some campground property, and Larry found out, and he went there and he torched their tent. He burned it. And after this, Linda and Angie moved into a motel. But Larry began to stalk them and harass them. And it got to a point where Larry started to threaten them physically. Larry left them threatening notes at the motel. And so once Linda was reported missing, this is now 6 months or so later, and then police are starting to finally uncover all of this. They're beginning to think Larry had something to do with this, obviously. Angie was fine. She was found alive and well. She had no idea where Linda was. But the case kind of goes cold for a brief time. Within a year or so goes by, Larry's children finally come forward. Well, not willingly. One of them actually is arrested for something completely unrelated, and he ends up telling the police, I think in some way to get some kind of deal, that he believes that his father, Larry Brown Sr., killed Linda Singleton. Both of Larry's kids would state that at one point Larry had cleaned out his car completely right after Linda went missing. They saw him dismantle his 9mm and dispose of it. They saw a big dark pool of liquid on the driveway, which they thought was blood, but Larry told them that's just motor oil. And it got to a point where the kids realized that he had probably killed this woman that their mother was having an affair with. But Larry then threatened both of them, if you tell the police, I'm taking both of you with me. And all of this finally led to the discovery of Linda's body. Linda was found in Mansfield, Ohio. She was found just, tossed behind a property that Larry Brown Sr. was doing work on at the time of her disappearance. He had buried her in a shallow grave on or right outside of this property. And so at that point, Larry Brown Sr. is arrested and charged with the murder of Linda Singleton. Larry was jealous of his wife preferring Linda over him, so it was a motive of jealousy. His own children would take the stand against him and testify everything they knew and saw. Larry himself never confessed or said or acknowledged that he did it, but a jury with all the evidence presented were convinced that Larry Brown Sr. murdered Linda Singleton, and he was convicted and sentenced to 23 years to life. And that is where Larry Brown Sr. is to this very day. He is not eligible for parole, I think, until 2028 or 29 or so. Linda Singleton was yet another female victim who was murdered at the hands of a man who could not accept that someone just did not love him anymore, that someone just didn't want to be with him. And so he took the life of a woman out of jealousy. But thankfully, he was caught within just a couple of years, and he will be in prison for quite some time. Hopefully he never gets out. And Linda and her family got justice. The smug-looking woman with a slight smirk on her face you see pictured here was supposed to be a mother. The reality is she was an absolutely horrific monster. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Logan Tucker. Viewer discretion is advised. And obviously, trigger warning, this is a case about a child. Logan Lynn Tucker was born in April of 1996, and unfortunately, he never got to experience life after 6 years old. Logan was 3 feet 6 inches tall. He weighed 42 pounds. And yet his own mother described him as a potential murderer and an arsonist and a violent kid who was going to hurt people. Logan was about 2 years older than his little brother, Justin, who I believe had a different father. Their mother, pictured here, is Catherine Rutan. She had been married at least 5 times previously. Catherine was supposed to be a mom to these kids, a mom who was supposed to love them unconditionally, a mother who was supposed to protect them. Catherine didn't do any of that. Catherine had said that her 6-year-old son Logan was an arsonist, that he liked to play with matches and set things on fire. She also blamed him for burning down her boyfriend's home. There was absolutely no proof or evidence that he actually did that. She said Logan also was going to be violent towards his little brother, that she was afraid he was going to severely hurt him, if not kill him, based on no actual evidence or proof. One day, she actually told a friend that Logan is so violent that one day if he does something bad, I'm going to have to do something about it. I might have to kill my own son to protect my other son. Now, all of these allegations, again, not backed up, no evidence, no proof or anything. This is just what Catherine is simply saying. Nobody else observed these issues in Logan. Logan seemed to be a relatively normal, sweet kid who loved his little brother. But not only did Logan's mother fail him miserably, so did the Department of Human Services. At one point, both of her children were taken out of the custody of Catherine because of her issues towards them. And as a matter of fact, the Department of Human Services took those kids away from her and then a few days later gave them right back. She then also calls DHS again and says, I think he's going to burn down the house. You need to take him away from me. The Department of Human Services says, okay, we can put him into a psychiatric facility for treatment to see what's going on. But they did not have an appointment readily available, that she had to wait about 4 days. Well, she got really mad at them. She was angry that they wouldn't take her son. And they never would. Because by the time it was time to collect him, Logan was gone. Catherine says the last time she saw Logan was on the night of June 22nd, 2002. She said she put him and his little brother to bed and they were fast asleep. Sometime between 2 and 3 in the morning, the roommate that they were living with said they woke up to hear Logan crying and screaming during that time. The roommate just went back to bed. When the roommate wakes up a few hours later, she asks, Catherine, what was all that about? Is he okay? And she says, Logan's sick, so I put him in the basement. But the roommate didn't see Logan in the basement. First of all, why would you put your child in the basement if he was sick? But then later on that day, she tells another story. She says, well, actually, DHS finally came to pick him up and they put him into psychiatric care. When DHS heard this, they said, no, we didn't. We have not done that yet. We're not scheduled to do that until the following day. Catherine, when she told the story, had a massive bruise on her arm, which she said happened when DHS forcibly took her son away, which again, didn't actually happen. Catherine would not report her son missing. She actually said nothing to anyone until the grandparents found out and they're like, where is he? She goes, well, DHS took him. So the grandparents reported him missing. And then Catherine changes her story again. Okay, actually, it wasn't DHS that took him. I gave him to my brother so that they can go camping where he lives in West Virginia. Police find this brother and he says, nope, don't have him, never did. As a matter of fact, he says, I haven't even seen Logan in well over a year. He even says, I barely know my sister. We were separated at a young age for adoption, and I barely knew her. Also, I don't live in West Virginia. I live in Texas. By the way, all of this is happening in Woodward, Oklahoma. I think I forgot to mention that. Catherine has now told multiple different stories, wildly different stories about where Logan is. All of those stories were looked into. None of them were true. When the police searched the home, they actually found duct tape in the basement, and that duct tape had some hair on it. I believe they also found small traces of blood that later would end up belonging to, they believe, Logan. However, they had no evidence or proof that he was dead or where he even was. Initially, police said we're not labeling her a suspect because we don't have proof. However, we do find it very concerning that she has told vastly different stories that were all lies. Within a year or two, they learned that Catherine hated her son. She didn't want him. She didn't want any kids. She did tend to dote on and love her other son a little bit more, but Logan was treated like crap. She made up those stories about him committing arson and maybe being a murderer one day. She had told a friend at some point that I've got to figure out a way to just kill my kids so that I can get away with it and not have to deal with them. Hell, she even tried to give her son away to DHS to say, please, you do something with him, and then DHS gave him right back. And then police hear a story from his little brother, who was 4 years old. Well, one night, mommy loads me up in the car, and she also puts Logan in the car, but Logan looks really pale or white. He's not moving, and she put duct tape around his eyes. Then we went to an area with a whole bunch of trees. Again, he's trying to tell this as a 4-year-old. And that there was a house I think I could see, and that mommy took Logan out of the car and walked away with him, but told me to stay in the car. Then Mommy comes back, and Logan's not with her anymore. He says, "Mommy, where's Logan?" She tells this 4-year-old boy, quote, "He went to where the bad boys go, and if you ever do anything like he did, you're going to end up in the exact same place." The police heard stories from a trash man who said that there was this big blue, very heavy suitcase put in the dumpster near their home one day, right after the boy disappeared, and he thought it was weird, and a neighbor actually saw the trash man take that blue suitcase and put it into the truck. So police ended up going to the local landfill where that would have gone, and they searched it, but they found nothing. They also concentrated a very heavy search around the Fort Supply Lake there in Oklahoma, because that is near the area where the 4-year-old brother said she had driven them to and left Logan at this mysterious person's home. They never found him there either. They looked into several different people, possibly the boy's biological father, but they ruled all those people out. And then in 2006, Catherine Rutan is finally arrested and charged with the murder of her son Logan. The circumstantial evidence against her was incredibly strong. They had Logan's blood and hair in the basement with duct tape, and her own son would testify against her, stating that Mommy took him away. By the way, he was taken out of her custody a short time later and was given full custody to his biological father. Catherine Rutan is then found guilty of the murder of her son, and she is sentenced to life in prison without parole. She sat there with a straight face, no tears or anything, and just took it. This woman murdered her child. She made up lies about him being violent. She just hated being a mother. She didn't want to be his mom. And so the only way she could think to get rid of him was to kill him. And that is exactly what she did. And now she is in prison for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, Logan Tucker has never been found. She has the answers. She knows exactly where he is. She won't say a thing. But maybe someone somewhere out there does know where he is. It is okay to come forward now, even if you have to be anonymous. If you have any idea of the location of Logan Tucker, you are asked to please call the sheriff's office at 580-256-3264. He rigged his house with death traps. Whoever would have thunk that would have backfired? Hello, true crimerers. This is another worst unusual deaths, and this is the story of Louis Duffy. Viewer discretion is advised. The year is 2002, and this is in Belgium. Louis Duffy lived in this house. He was a 79-year-old retired engineer. Louis had recently been divorced from his wife, and he was convinced that his kids and his grandchildren were also going to abandon him. And by this time, he was a very unwell person. So Louis thinks to himself and says, "I'm going to kill my entire family by booby-trapping their house with shotguns and let them all get blown away." In 2002, police are called to his home with reports of gunshots. They enter the home and they find Louis Duffy on the ground in a pool of blood. He had been shot through his neck with a shotgun. He was pronounced dead at the scene. They thought, this is suicide, case closed, until they opened up a chest. As they're searching his home, they open up this chest and boom, a shotgun blast goes off, missing the officer by mere centimeters. And realizing where the shot came from that killed Mr. Duffy, they began to realize there's guns planted around this house. So they all leave and they call in the military. And they find trap after trap. Hidden behind walls, they found various shotguns. They found explosive devices hidden under things like plates. It took the military and the bomb squad over 3 weeks to uncover all of these traps because they had to do it very carefully. All in all, they found a whopping 19 hidden traps. Most of them in places that were completely inconspicuous that anyone in the family would have just touched or gone to, the trap would have gone off and killing that family member. Thankfully, that never happened. Then they found a series of scribbled notes and messages detailing from Louis himself his plan to rig the house. And he left clues to each trap, like one was cheaper by the dozen. And another one said, the 12 apostles are ready to work on the pebbles. That one trap, the 20th trap, is one they did not ever find. They don't know if he ever actually got to putting it together or not. But what happened was that Louis Duffy, as he was setting up all these traps, he must have forgotten one of them. And he ends up triggering his own shotgun trap that blasts pellets into his face and neck, cutting and severing numerous arteries, causing him to bleed to death. Based on how they found his body, they have no doubt that he accidentally triggered his own trap and killed himself. The man was a genius, technically. Well, a genius until that final little misstep. He planned to kill his whole family, so no love lost. Jigsaw would never. First, he murders the mother of his girlfriend, and then he kills a man in prison, and then he gets upset when they are no longer planning to execute him. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Mary Archer. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I do not have a photo of the victim. Mary Margaret Archer was a 38-year-old mother living here in this home in Portland, Oregon back in 1981. One of her daughters was dating this man here, 19-year-old Gary Haugen. Gary, I guess, had gotten her daughter pregnant, and Mary had been talking to her daughter with regards to possibly getting an abortion. Gary Haugen felt that Mary was interfering with the relationship he had with her daughter, and also was upset by the fact that she was trying to, suggest that she gets an abortion. But of course, it's her body, her choice. And then in May of 1981, Mary's daughter would come home one day and found her mother in a pool of blood inside the home that she was living in with her mom. The 38-year-old had been bludgeoned to death, and she was also raped. And it was more than obvious that someone had attempted to and succeeded in burglarizing the home. Mary's car had also been stolen, and Gary Haugen was seen very openly driving her car within literally moments of Mary's body being found. So Gary Haugen is then arrested and charged with her murder. And his attorney really didn't seem to shy away from saying, he did it. Even though he would end up pleading not guilty, eventually they would come to this conclusion that he essentially killed her because he was full of drugs, he was impassioned, and he was emotionally damaged from the situation involving Mary's, involvement in trying to quite possibly end this relationship, which as a mother, she is allowed to do. And clearly, it was for good reason. Unfortunately, it was just too late for Mary. Gary Haugen is found guilty of her murder, and he is sentenced to life in prison without parole. And everything in prison was going just fine for him until 2003. This was a fellow inmate of his, David Pollan, who was serving a 15-year sentence for apparently paralyzing a rival gang member in some sort of altercation. He was arrested for it, convicted for it, and was given a prison term. Obviously, it's wrong, and he was being punished for committing the act. David Pollan wasn't sentenced to death, however, but Gary Haugen said, "No, I'm going to kill him anyway." You see, Gary Haugen found out, or he thinks he found out, that David Pollan had ratted him and others out for issues with drugs within the prison to some of the prison guards. It wasn't even true. It wasn't even David Pollan who did that. It was a mistake. But Gary Haugen beat him and stabbed him to death with a homemade shiv in prison. And it was for this particular murder that Gary Haugen was convicted of and then sentenced to death. His execution date was set for December of 2011, but then things changed. In 2011, there was a moratorium put on the death penalty there in Oregon, which is still intact today. Gary Haugen, however, didn't like this. This man actually would ask his attorney, they would go to court and state, "I want my death sentence reinstated. I, Gary Haugen, want to be executed." He literally fought to be killed. He clearly stated that he wanted to die. And initially, his attorneys were trying to say he was incompetent, but they ended up changing that tune, and he was definitely of sound mind. He expressed remorse for however real that may have been for the murders he committed, and said that the punishment meets the crime. Gary Haugen, though, was denied this, and his execution was officially halted. Around 2016 or so, he changes his tune. I'm not sure if it was just some, come to Jesus moment or what, but He decided he no longer wanted to die, that he no longer wanted to be executed, and as of now, he's not going to be. Essentially what happens is that once the moratorium is in place, inmates, death row inmates like Gary, are then essentially resentenced to life in prison without parole. If the death penalty ever does get reinstated in Oregon, I have to assume he would go back onto death row, but I'm not 100% sure. David Pollan was obviously far from innocent. He was in prison for committing a heinous crime in which he was serving his time and was accurately punished for said crime. He was not scheduled to be executed, but Gary Hogan said, "Nah, I'm going to kill you anyway." Mary Archer was just a mother who was wanting to protect her daughter from a clearly unstable and violent man. And that man said, "You're not going to take away what I believe is mine." And so he raped, robbed, and murdered that woman. But thankfully, regardless of if he's executed or not, he will spend the rest of his life in prison, and he will never experience freedom ever again. This little old man standing proudly before his symbol of racism is the face of evil, and he got away with his crime for 30 years. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Medgar Evers. Viewer discretion is advised. Medgar Evers was born in Decatur, Mississippi in July of 1925. He was one of 5 total kids. By 1943, he enlisted in the U.S. Army, in which he served in the 657th Port Company, which was a segregated unit of the Army's Transportation Corps. And the segregation within the Army is one of the things that fueled his later civil rights activism. After serving, he would end up marrying his wife, Merle, in 1954, and then they went on to have 3 kids together. Medgar was a wonderful father who loved and doted upon his children. Unfortunately, because of the time they had to grow up, he also had to teach them. He had to teach them drills about how to crawl on the ground and how to move around the house in case they're ever attacked. They had to move the furniture around their house in places that if someone were to fire into their home while they were sleeping or sitting on the couch, they wouldn't get hit. Medgar would go on to join the civil rights movement. He became the president of the RCNL. He actually tried to get his law degree at the University of Mississippi Law School, but he was denied entry. And that was because he was a black man who was not allowed to attend that school. This fueled him even more. In 1954, he became one of the very first field secretaries for the NAACP, in which he would help organize boycotts and protests. He would help create and come up with new chapters of the NAACP, and Medgar became front and center. He was a very vocal person within the civil rights movement, and unfortunately, that will end up putting a target on his back, because he was out there protesting segregation amongst school voting rights, and the white supremacists and the KKK all took notice, which now takes us to Medgar Evers' home located in Jackson, Mississippi. And it was the early morning hours of June 12th, 1963. 63 years ago to the very day I'm posting this video. President John F. Kennedy had just given a very profound civil rights speech, something that Medgar, his wife, and his kids all sat down and watched. Medgar also went to an NAACP meeting that night, and then he came home and drove into his driveway. A few short moments after stepping out of his car, a gunshot rang out. Medgar collapsed to the ground. He was able to stand up, walk about 30 feet, and then collapsed again. The shot was so loud and piercing that the family inside heard, and they ran outside to see what happened, and they found Medgar. The bullet had also went through his body and into their window. Medgar was then quickly loaded into a neighbor station wagon in which they drove him to the closest hospital, and this is also where some misinformation and discrepancies occur, because some stories will tell you that when they went to the hospital that they were immediately denied because they were black. But apparently someone who was doing research on the book discovered that that actually never happened, that he was admitted immediately into the hospital. This is during a time where there were all-white hospitals still kind of around, but they worked on him, and unfortunately, because the bullet had gone through his back and pierced his heart, they just weren't able to do anything for him. And Medgar Evers died within an hour of him being shot. His funeral brought forth hundreds, if not thousands, of people and mourners. White police officers armed with double-barreled shotguns and helmets were blocking his mourners from marching, but they marched on anyway. President Kennedy would end up addressing a letter directly to Medgar's wife, expressing his condolences. The investigation into his murder started relatively quickly, and they were able to find a rifle on a hill that was a short distance away from his home. On that rifle, they found a fingerprint. Back in the early 60s, of course, we didn't have computers to quickly tell us who it was, so they had to do a very extensive search for that fingerprint. It led them to a book of U.S. Marine fingerprints, and that led them to a match. They found a match on that rifle that matched someone who had once served in the Marines, a man named Byron Della Beckwith. Byron was a very proud member of the Citizens Council and then eventually became a prominent member of the KKK. Now, also unfortunately, because of the times, the KKK, the Citizens Council, and all members of hate groups, they had their grasps on the police force and the judicial system, but not everyone. And so he was arrested and he was charged with Medgar Evers' murder. Other witnesses would state that they saw his car, his exact vehicle, right by that hill where the gun was found. Byron also had a very fresh, very large bruise around his eye, about the size of a scope. This is because when he fired the shot, the gun recoiled and it smacked him right in the eye, which gave him a pretty serious injury, causing him to flee the scene. In the early 60s, because of the lack of capability of Black Americans voting, which would mean that they were also not allowed to be chosen to be on juries. So Byron went on trial in February of 1964 with an all-white jury. And I'm kind of surprised that it wasn't just like an all-out acquittal for him. As a matter of fact, his first trial ended in a hung jury. The all-white jury was basically divided on guilt or innocence. So he goes on a second trial of April of 1964, again an all-white jury, and again, a divided jury. They can't find him guilty or not, so another mistrial is declared. And then unfortunately, they kind of just said, well, forget it. And he got to live his life, in which he became an old man and he would proudly display the Confederate flag. And he, at that point, because after the trials, he became an even bigger part of the KKK, and he probably felt untouchable. That is until 1994 came a knocking on his doorstep. After 30 years, times had changed drastically. Now you have Black members of the community who are able to be on juries, and they also provided new evidence at his trial. And the most damning evidence was that fingerprint found on the trigger and the gun that was used to kill Medgar Evers. And in 1994, he and the KKK didn't have their hands so deep in the pockets of the police and the judicial system. And now also with a fair jury, this time he is found guilty of the murder of Medgar Evers. And he is sentenced to life in prison without parole. He appealed it, was immediately denied. Basically, sit the fuck down, you old racist bitch, and die in prison. And that is exactly what happened. He died in a prison cell at the age of 80. And Medgar Evers was memorialized. He became a permanent member of the civil rights movement. Statues were built in his honor. Books were written. Celebrations of his life were done. A man who led a life of wanting equal rights and justice for all, who was killed at the hands of racism, was finally given the justice he very rightfully deserved. The walk was 7/10 of a mile, and somewhere along that 7/10 of a mile, a 15-year-old girl vanished forever. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Melissa Eck. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Pensacola, Florida. That is where 15-year-old Melissa Eck, who went by Missy to everyone, was living. She had just finished her freshman year at Escambia County High School, and she got a job working as a server at a local restaurant, a job she got from her friend. Melissa was your typical teenage girl. She loved putting on makeup, she loved music, she loved to dance, she loved being with her friends, and she also had a boyfriend named Brian. Missy was a very promising young girl, and she was likely going to do big things in her life. But unfortunately, that never got to happen. Because on June 25th, 1992, Missy was there, and then she was gone. On that June 25th night, Missy was hanging out with her boyfriend, Brian, at his place. I guess there was a point where Missy was supposed to be hanging out later on that night or having a sleepover at her friend Jackie's house so that they could go to work together the following day. But Missy apparently wanted to keep hanging out with her boyfriend that night. And then at some point that night, Missy then calls another friend named Lisa, who lived a very short distance away from her boyfriend, and said, "Do you want to hang out?" Lisa at one point said, "Me and my boyfriend can walk to where Brian lives, we can pick you up and we can walk back together." But Missy says, "That's okay, me and Brian can walk together to your place, and don't worry, I'll have a knife on me." But Missy never showed up to Lisa's house. According to Brian, he and Missy left his home sometime around 8:30 p.m. They start walking south on Patricia Drive from Clara Street. At some point near Lenora or Santa Barbara streets, Missy and the boyfriend go their separate ways because the boyfriend, I guess, had seen another friend that he wanted to go talk to. And then witnesses said they saw Missy continuing to walk down the road towards Lisa's place. The friend also lived on Patricia Drive. This is less than a mile, 7/10 of a mile away from the boyfriend's place to Lisa's place. Somehow Missy was there, just there, and then gone, just completely disappeared. So once she doesn't get to Lisa's place, Lisa is a little concerned. She kind of stands outside of her home looking but can't find her. Lisa would actually end up putting a lot of blame on herself, saying it's my fault that she was walking this way. I should have gone to pick her up. But Lisa could not have possibly known that this kind of thing could have happened. So she ends up calling back to the boyfriend's apartment because now he's back there. And she says, "Hey, I thought, Missy was with you." But he says, "No, I thought she was walking towards your place." "Well, weren't you with her?" "Well, yeah, but we got split up." So Brian ends up reaching out to his mom, who is friends with Missy's mom, and they report her missing. Initially, the police said, obviously, this is a 15-year-old girl. She just ran away. She'll be home. But her family said this is not Missy. She had never done this before. She just got a new job that she loved doing. She was doing really good in school. She had a lot of friends, and she loved being with her friends. Never any indication that she was ever going to be a runaway. Sure, it's possible, but it didn't fit. And the police began to lean more towards, okay, we have a missing child. Missy's purse was still at the boyfriend's place. Why? I don't know. Did she plan on going back there that night, or did she just leave it there on accident, or did something else occur in which the purse was left behind? Numerous other people would say they saw Missy and she actually got pretty close to Lisa's home that night, maybe just a short distance away, but then just poofed into thin air. Nobody heard an altercation. Nobody heard screaming. No one saw anyone being abducted. No one saw, or at least no one that's ever come forward, I should say, ever saw or witnessed an attack. This is what Melissa would look like around age 38. I believe now she would be about 49 or 50 years old. But Melissa has never been seen or heard from ever since that night. Not a single trace of her has ever been found. I know Brian was, from what I understand, cooperative with police. He was interviewed numerous times because obviously I think the go-to was like, oh, the boyfriend did something to her. But people could say they saw her out that night walking away from Brian. But are they telling the truth? That's the other thing is, who knows? An entire human being can't just be physically there and then in an instant be gone from the earth forever. Something had to have happened to her. But what is that thing? Nobody knows. But someone somewhere out there might know, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Melissa Lynn Eck, and if you could help bring her justice, it is time to come forward and do that now. If you have information on her case, you were asked to please call 850-436-9620. His abandoned vehicle is found near Mugu Rock in California. The police say it must be a tragic accident or something he did to himself. 3 years later, though, they changed their tune. Hello, true crimerers. This is the disappearance of Michael Alexander Rudolph. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to California, and it really all stems around this location here, Mugu Rock. This is along the Pacific Coast Highway there in California. Around June 23rd, 2006, this maroon vehicle was found parked a short distance away from Mugu Rock in a little parking lot. The car belonged to Michael Rudolph, who had been reported missing. Michael Rudolph was last seen by anyone on June 20th, 2006. The 49-year-old man was not married and he did not have any kids. He lived on his own. He worked as a mortgage broker, and everyone described him as a big personality, very boisterous, friendly guy. He was the oldest of 3 brothers, and he was someone who would not shy away from giving someone he knew a big old bear hug. He also found a love for surfing, and he really preferred his private time. He liked kind of being on his own. But when his car is found near Mugu Rock, the police who searched it didn't find anything unusual, assumed that maybe he had gone surfing because they knew he was a surfer at that point, and maybe there was a horrible accident where he died, and now he's out there somewhere in the ocean. Or maybe Michael went there to end his own life. I mean, everyone in his life said, that's not possible. Anything is possible, of course. The people you least expect to do that kind of thing are the ones who end up doing it most of the time. But police found nothing in Michael's life that would have even led to any kind of depression or anything like that. He was doing well for himself. As a matter of fact, he was selling his home in Camarillo, California, and was going to be moving to Costa Rica, where he had purchased land. He was beyond excited, so thrilled to do that. But after thoroughly searching as best as they could, obviously, the ocean surrounding Mugu Rock and all of the areas around that, they found nothing, no trace of him whatsoever. No body, no clothing, nothing. No witnesses came forward to state they saw or heard anything. And not a single person can recall seeing Michael in his car that day, especially dropping it off where it was found. It's as if he was there and then he was not. But as we all know, that just doesn't happen. It's impossible. Something had to have happened. But for the next 3 years, they were investigating this still, but they had the police thought to themselves, this had to have been an accident. He must have ended his own life, something along those lines. And then in 2009, they announce a surprise. We no longer consider Michael Rudolph to be a missing persons case, but now we consider it to be a homicide case. Now, at that point, they still had not found his body. But in the 3 years since his disappearance, they have been learning all sorts of things about him. In particular, something very big. Like I said earlier, he was moving to Costa Rica. He was selling his property in Camarillo. He had bought land or was buying land in Costa Rica. And they now firmly believe that somebody left that car at that parking area near Mugu Rock deliberately to throw people off the scent, to make it look like he did something to himself or that he died accidentally. But the dogs they brought in when they found the car only picked up his scent at the car itself, nowhere leading away from it, just the car, which would indicate that he never left that car on his own, or he wasn't there when the car was left. But Michael disappears in the middle of all of these dealings with selling his property and the dealings of purchasing land in Costa Rica. And he was planning on turning a property he was buying there in Costa Rica into some sort of condominiums. And then once he did that, he was going to manage the condominiums and he was going to earn money that way. Costa Rica was an ideal place for him, someone who loved the beach scene, who loved surfing. But it was from the dealings involved either with his Camarillo home sale or the sale of the property in Costa Rica that police now believe is directly connected to his disappearance. Something from those dealings, someone involved in those dealings, killed him. As a matter of fact, police around 2009 even stated that they have a person of interest in mind. However, they never named that person. But I'm guessing they uncovered people who were involved in all of these sales. Money is one of the prime motives for murder. And a lot of money would have been involved in a situation like this. The sale of a home in California, the sale of property and land in Costa Rica. So it likely stemmed from and rooted in money. A tale as old as time. They believe that at least 2 people would have dropped the car off where it was found and then they abandoned it. But who that person is directly, they have not said or they don't know. But someone took him and someone killed him. And it was likely because of money. And as we always say, someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who really abducted Michael Rudolph and killed him and why. And perhaps the person who knows is you. If you have information on this case, you are asked to please call 805-477-7000. Hello, true crimerers. This is the disappearance of Michelle Burchell. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the little area of Bardwell, Kentucky. That is where 21-year-old Michelle Burchell was living with her family, which included her 2 young children. There are some unfortunate discrepancies here in the reporting on this case in terms of like the day she actually disappeared. So according to the newspapers in Kentucky, the last time her parents physically saw her appears to be on May 27th, 1994. Michelle was seen leaving the house, I guess, in the company of her on-again, off-again boyfriend, Mark, who was the father of one of her 2 children. Now, Mark was not liked by the family. Mark was not welcomed in their home because Mark had been physical towards Michelle in the past. He had also threatened Michelle's life before. But it's believed that she was in the company of him on that day. But then another report states that she was last seen on June 2nd. And that report states that she was last seen on June 2nd in her parents' home. But according to Mark, he last saw her on June 1st, 1994. Regardless, Michelle hasn't been seen since the end of May, let's just say, of 1994. She vanished. She vanished apparently after going out somewhere with her boyfriend, on-again, off-again boyfriend, abusive boyfriend, Mark. Her family reports her missing, and then they themselves begin a very extensive search for her, and then the police get involved. Now, they also learn about some things about Mark. Mark wasn't just seeing Michelle. Mark was also in a relationship with another woman, and he had gotten that other woman pregnant. And it also sounds like Mark had gotten Michelle pregnant again, and she was pregnant when she disappeared. I don't know about you, but that screams motive to me. The search for Michelle continues, and it doesn't sound like Mark is the most extremely cooperative person in the world, but a few days after she vanishes, they do make a discovery, and it's unsettling. A jogger is just out there, doing a run, and he comes across this little pile of burnt objects. It looked like they had been freshly burnt. Well, it turns out it's a purse, and there's also a set of keys on top of that purse. Someone had taken this purse, this keys, and these other small belongings, put them into a pile, and deliberately set them on fire. Once police were informed about it, they would confirm that those items actually belonged to Michelle Burchell. The missing woman's items, someone set them on fire. And I would hope that would kind of push them in the direction of, okay, obviously foul play is involved here. Now, these items were found off a secluded road, roughly, I think, like 15 or so miles away from where Michelle was living with her parents. When police were investigating the scene where the items were found, they branched off just a few more feet further in, and they found an axe and a shovel, which of course prompts them to do a very thorough search of the area, seeing if there's any like freshly dug graves or anything like that. But unfortunately, even after bringing in dogs, they don't pick up the scent, and they don't find Michelle. The boyfriend, Mark, is considered a suspect in her disappearance. However, he has never been charged. Mark is also considered a suspect in at least 1 or 2 other unrelated homicides. When they try to verify where Mark exactly was during the time frame when he says he was no longer with Michelle, he said, well, I was in Paducah with my wife, because he was actually, the other woman he was seeing was his wife. However, it can't be confirmed by anyone. But that's where the discrepancy it's bothersome, because the newspaper says she was last seen on May 27th. He told police that he saw her on June 1st. So then where was she between May 27th and June 1st, according to Mark? I don't know. Because between May 27th and June 1st, he claims he was with his wife in Paducah. It's confusing, and if the misinformation or the information going in different directions is baffling, and it certainly doesn't help figure out exactly what happened here. Although I think most of us can probably speculate what we think happened here, but you need proof and evidence of that, and they just don't have it. Most importantly, they don't have her. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about where exactly Michelle Burchell is and how to bring her home to her family. If that person is you, if you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 270-628-3377. The same man who had been arrested and charged with threatening to kill him is also the same man who reported him missing. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Mortimer Wortman. Viewer discretion is advised. This is a very, very recent case. Mortimer Wortman, who goes by Morty to everyone, is 22 years old. He is the middle child of 3 kids. He has a very close relationship with his siblings and his mom. They describe him as a very old soul, polite, kind, and talkative. They call him a gentle giant who does not have a mean bone in his body. Morty is a good guy, but Morty has also gone missing. This is Regional Day School located in Jackson Township, New Jersey, and this is actually an area where this case has now become focused on. And they're also focusing on the Collier Mills Wildlife Management Area, which is just a short distance away from that school. The last time that Morty's mom heard from him was a text message he would have sent from his iPad on November 21st, 2025 at about 10:43 a.m. He had stated that he was going to be stopping by her home later to pick up his cell phone. He never got there, and she has never seen him since. The following day, she is notified by police that her son has been reported missing. A man named Adam Zaluk called 911 on November 22nd to report Morty missing, which led to police to the address 890 Toms River Road, which is where that school is, and his car, Morty's car, was found parked there. According to Adam, he and Morty were, conversating when all of a sudden a very heated argument broke out. Morty got out of the car, stormed away, and said he was gonna walk home, which was kind of an unusual thing, but that's what he said happened. And so initially the police go to his mom's house to say, well, did he come home? And she said, no. And ever since that moment, they've been out there searching for him. While the police are doing their investigation, his mother and his family are out there on foot searching that entire area. This includes the area by the school and also into the wildlife management area. And as you can see, it's a heavily dense wooded area. But so far, unfortunately, they have turned up nothing. No signs of him, none of his clothing or any items that belong to him. This is all very much out of character for Morty, this is not something he's ever done before. And what makes all of this even more alarming is the person who called 911 to report him missing, the person who essentially has admitted that they were the last ones to see Morty, that man Adam Zaluk. Well, a few months prior to Morty's disappearance, Adam Zaluk and Morty had gotten into another argument. In July of 2025, there was an incident between the two men in which Adam Zaluk ends up being arrested and charged with threatening to kill Morty. And between the time where Adam Zaluk was arrested and when Morty goes missing, there were reports that Adam Zaluk was harassing and stalking Morty, because all of the charges against him were because of the things he did to Morty back in July. Adam Zaluk had apparently made sexual advances towards Morty at some point, and Morty declined him. Adam Zaluk carved the word slut into Morty's car. So this whole idea that Adam and Morty were having this conversation on November 21st, together near this school, and then suddenly Morty just walks away, never to be seen again, it doesn't really make sense why Morty would even be with him. And the only person's word they have that this, conversation that turned heated was even happening was from Adam. They don't have Morty's side of that story. But it is noted that Adam Zaluk has not been named officially, at least not publicly, a suspect or a person of interest in Morty's disappearance to this point. Obviously, the most important thing they need to find Morty and figure out what happened. The police have not been able to rule out foul play, and everyone else believes that foul play was clearly involved here. Just a couple of months ago, around February or March of 2026, Adam Zaluk would end up taking a plea deal with regards to all of the threats he made towards Morty back in July. Specifically, charges of terroristic threats for threatening Morty Wortman with a knife. And apparently, Adam Zaluk gets to avoid jail time. I think everyone probably knows or can at least assume of what actually transpired here. But you also need evidence and proof, and again, you need to bring Morty home. And of course, there's always still that hope that he is out there alive somewhere. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what happened to Morty Wortman and where they can find him, and perhaps that someone is you. You can report information anonymously if you are afraid to come forward. You can either call 732-928-1111 and press the number 0 to speak with the dispatcher. You can also contact the 24-hour tip line at 910-232-1687. He gets a knock on his door, and when he opens it, he is immediately struck in the head with a pickaxe. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Ortiz family. Viewer discretion is advised. It was June 19th, 2011, here in this El Rancho home located near Santa Fe, New Mexico. It was the home of Lloyd and Dixie Ortiz, and it was Father's Day when their daughter, Sherry, would enter the home looking for them. Unfortunately, she found a bloodbath. Her mother, Dixie, was found in the bedroom with several wounds to her body and blood everywhere. Her father, Lloyd, was found in the backyard, also with numerous wounds and blood everywhere. And she found her 21-year-old brother, Stephen Ortiz, who had special needs, was found murdered in the kitchen. It would later be revealed by the coroner that all three family members were killed with a pickaxe. The pickaxe would be found in a field a short distance away from the home. When investigators would test the pickaxe for DNA, maybe from the perpetrator, unfortunately there was none. Police wondered who on earth would do this to this family. They were a relatively quiet family, just living peacefully there in the home. They actually owned and operated their own tile business there, and they did it out of their home. And they seemed to be a really well-respected family who didn't have any enemies. But another thing they also discovered was that Lloyd and Dixie had grown some marijuana in the backyard, which is perfectly fine, but that could indicate a reason behind the murder, because people have been killed for stuff like that many times before. Unfortunately, though, their initial investigation brought forth no suspects. There were no witnesses who came forward initially, and they just had no idea who did this, and ultimately they don't really know for sure why. And then in 2012, this woman here comes forward with new evidence. Her name is Ashley Roybal, and she told police the reason why you didn't find any fingerprints or DNA on the pickaxe is because the killer was wearing socks on his hands. Gee, Ashley, how do you know that? Well, it's because she claims she dropped off the killer and another individual at the Ortiz family home with intent to rob it. And she identified the killer, a young man who was 16 years old at the time of the murder, Nicholas Ortiz, who had no relation to the Ortiz family. Ashley tells police she dropped off Nicholas and another friend named Jose off at the house because they were going to rob it, because they heard that there was a large amount of cash in the house, and also that they grew marijuana, and they were going to take that as well. Jose, however, the other individual who was there, said that Nicholas intended to go in there to kill them, and he said that Jose was going to have to as well, but Jose said, no, I'm not doing that. Nicholas comes out of the house on his own, gets back into the car. Ashley sees he has blood all over his pants, and he's wearing a sock on his hands, and he has trash bags around his feet. And that's when Nicholas confessed to her, I killed the family. Also, I didn't get the money, and I didn't get the pot. I got nothing. But when brought in for questioning around 2012 after this revelation comes forward, he says, I had nothing to do with that family's murder. However, they did check cell phone records and determined that there was a massive amount of communication going on between Ashley, Nicholas, and Jose on the night the murder would have happened, putting them in the same vicinity of the house. However, it wouldn't be until 2015 when Nicholas Ortiz was finally arrested and charged with the triple homicide. They had the testimony of Ashley, who detailed exactly what happened. But then, when the friend Jose was set to testify, he changed his story during the trial. He, on the stand, said that it was actually Ashley who orchestrated this entire thing. She instructed them to kill the family and take the money and the drugs. She was the one who gave the pickaxe to Nicholas to use to kill the family. She gave them the socks and the trash bags to put on them to avoid leaving fingerprints, DNA, and foot impressions. So with all of this information, it confuses everyone. The jury is like, what do we do? And they become deadlocked, and they declare a mistrial. Nicholas Ortiz goes on trial for the second time in 2016 with pretty much all the same evidence. This time, he was convicted of the triple homicide, and he was sentenced to a term in prison. But a very short time after it, the judge threw out the conviction because of some sort of technical issues with the trial. And then about 2019, he goes on trial for a third time, and this time he is also convicted once again, and he is sentenced to 25 years in prison. Not 25 to life, 25 years. Meaning He is very young, so he will have plenty of his life left to live as a free man. This obviously and understandably upset the Ortiz family because the person who killed 3 members of their family basically is told, hey, you did a bad thing, you're going to serve a little bit of time in prison, but you will have a chance to live your life. All because he was a child when he committed the murders. In which Nicholas, by the way, showed no remorse. He seemed like he was happy to do it. Also, the whole reason he went there to steal this alleged money and the pot, he never did any of that. He just went into that house and killed them. He knocked on the door, in which one of the Ortiz answered, and the moment that he answers the door, Nicholas took the pickaxe and just jabbed it into his head. Then he did it a couple more times, and then he went around to the rest of the family. Dixie was asleep in bed, and he killed her while she was asleep. And then he killed the final family member, and then he left with nothing. These 3 family members don't get a chance to live the rest of their lives. Stephen was 21 years old. He barely had a chance to experience life. Ashley, by the way, would end up pleading guilty to conspiracy to commit murder. It does sound like that story was true, that she had helped organize this entire thing, even though she was the one to come forward in the first place and accuse Nicholas of doing it. So she was convicted of aggravated burglary and tampering with evidence and was given a 20-year prison sentence. Jose, the third individual, was actually given immunity for his testimony, and he was not charged with anything, and he was not convicted of anything. And a normal, just hardworking family was killed brutally by a man with a pickaxe for literally no reasons whatsoever. But thankfully, their killer was captured relatively quickly, and they were able to get justice. I wish it was stronger justice, but at least they got something. She was shot to death multiple times by a crossbow, making this one of the most unusual cases that remains unsolved. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Patricia Lee Parsons. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us across the pond to the Friarn Barnet area of London. That is where 42-year-old Patricia Lee Parsons was living. Patricia was someone who was doing really well for herself. She worked as a masseuse primarily at the New Experience sauna, but that's not where most of her money came from. Patricia was also an escort, someone who was considered a very sort of discreet escort that only the wealthiest people would hire, celebrities and the like. And that's what made her a ton of money. So she mingled with some of the most elite people in London, not only like celebrities, but also politicians and the like. She had recently been divorced and was currently, at the time this case occurred, dating a man named Ozzy. And on June 23rd, 1990, Patricia was supposed to be attending a private party at a restaurant that Ozzy worked at. In this recreation, Patricia would leave her home and get into her vehicle sometime around 7:30 p.m. that night. She was expected at the party around 7:30 or 8, but she never got there. Now, Ozzy talked to her on the phone just before she left. But then neighbors said that she came back to her house around 8 p.m. She once again talks to Ozzy on the phone, and he thinks it sounds like something is maybe wrong. Like he says, like, were you just sleeping or something? Like she seemed kind of out of sorts. He asks her, are you coming to the party still? And she says, yes, of course. And there's something I need to tell you, but I'll wait to tell you when I get to the party. Patricia never got to the party. In this recreation, around 8:30 p.m. that same night, Patricia's next door neighbor was watching TV when he thought he heard a couple arguing next door. So he turns down his TV and he listens, and it's a man and a woman yelling. He walks outside and kind of like peers into Patricia's window, but doesn't see anything. So he goes back in. A few minutes later, he hears some more talking, and then he looks out his window and he can see Patricia getting into her vehicle, but this time in the passenger side of the car, and an unknown male gets in the driver's side. And all he could really see was that this was a white male with fair-colored hair. A little bit later, Ozzy calls back to Patricia's home. This time, she doesn't answer. She never shows up to the party. He never sees her ever again. Now, it is confirmed that Ozzy was at this party the entire time. It was his restaurant, and there were many people who could say he was there. The following day, along Long Street in the Epping Forest district, a couple of people are out just walking when they see a car just parked randomly. And this is an actual crime scene photo, but these two people approach the car and they are horrified to see that there is a woman slumped over in the passenger side and she is dead. The police are notified, and it's extremely unusual right from the get-go, because this woman, who is identified as Patricia Parsons, she had not only been beaten, but Patricia was shot not once, not twice, but 3 times with a crossbow, which is not something you ever hear. This is the first time I've ever covered a case in thousands of cases that I've ever talked about someone being murdered with a crossbow. Because of where her car was and because of the crossbow aspect of this, police believed right away that this was obviously a very planned and calculated murder. Patricia was somehow lured away from her home by this unknown male and taken to this area and killed. As police are investigating, they get some information from a witness who saw something that same day, the day that she would have been killed. This is on Fernhall Lane, which was right by where Patricia's body was found. This witness said she drove down the road at one point. She saw 2 cars as a recreation, parked on each side of the road. There was a man standing outside of this car, a man standing outside of that car, and they were just talking. Very unusual. 5 hours later, this woman comes home the other direction. These 2 cars are still there, and those 2 men are still standing outside of it, just talking. That is very bizarre. And considering that this is where Patricia's body was eventually found, and the fact that they believe that this was a lured attack, that she was killed deliberately and this was planned, these 2 men may have been involved somehow. But the witness, unfortunately, did not get the greatest look at each man because she just drove past them. Another aspect is that Patricia's client book, the one that she, because her services for the elite, was missing from her home. This little client book would have had over 200 names in it, including celebrities, politicians, judges, you name it. There is a belief that Patricia may have been an escort for possibly the wrong person. Maybe they felt that she was going to expose them for hiring an escort, possibly a politician who's running for election. There's also a belief that she may have threatened to expose these names in this client list to the newspapers for reasons unknown. Another added potential twist to this is that a year prior, another couple was found killed in their car, also in Epping Forest. Terry Gooderham and Maxine Arnold, a case I've covered before. They had also been shot in the head, however, not with a crossbow. There were beliefs that maybe that they were related and connected, but they never found any evidence. It could have just been a crazy coincidence. I know Ozzy has been ruled out from directly being involved in her murder. However, has, he involved in being connected to it? I don't know. I have to imagine they've investigated that. It really does sound like, though, that something to do with that client list of elite people that probably led to her murder, but for what reason is unknown. In 2007, police had a breakthrough. They arrested a man named Colin Rosenheim for Patricia's murder. What evidence they had, though, I'm not sure, but they dropped all charges and he was never prosecuted. And he has not been recharged ever since. Someone, somewhere out there, has got to know the truth about who murdered Patricia Lee Parsons, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have information on this case, you are asked to please call. You can also report anonymously to 0800-555-111. Hello, true crimerers. This is the disappearance of Patrita Harris. Viewer discretion is advised. This is one of those cases where there is very, very little information with regards to the circumstances. This case occurred in Magnolia, Arkansas back in the year 2000. Her full name is Patrita Sista Harris, but she would go by Pat to everyone. She was 60 years old at the time of her disappearance. I guess this was a relatively small community, at least back then, and she was a well-known person in that community. Well-liked and well-respected. And nothing was unusual or abnormal about her life. Everything was very, very typical. On June 30th, 2000, Pat just vanished off the face of the earth, and nobody has seen her ever since. On that June 30th, 2000 afternoon, Pat was seen getting into a small red pickup truck into the passenger side of that vehicle. Who was driving it, though, nobody could see. Then she just drove away with whoever was in the vehicle, and that was it. Nobody ever saw her again. She did not appear, as far as I can tell, did not appear to be in any kind of distress. It has seemed, from what I understand, that she got into that truck willingly. But when they go to check her home, her kitchen door is wide open. And the television set was still on. It appeared that she was literally like in the middle of watching TV, and then she just left. And from what I can see, nothing was missing from her home other than her. Because nobody saw anything, nobody heard anything, no one even truly realized she was missing for a couple of days. So Pat wasn't reported missing until July 10th, 2000. At that point, it had already been over a week since she vanished, with very little evidence to work off of. I can't even find a single newspaper article that even mentions her. I've done specific searches with every variation of her name. I've done more general searches of, the various states that surround Arkansas. I can't find anything. I know she has family that cares for her. It's just she did not get very much attention in terms of media reporting. I have no idea if she disappeared under foul play circumstances, like if she was maybe forced to get into that truck, lured away by someone, maybe someone she knew. Did she leave on her own accord purposely to disappear? It doesn't sound like that's her character, but you never really truly know. All I know is that no one has seen her since June 30th, and there's been no reports of her case really ever since. Patrita Harris is a human being, and she is a missing human being, and she deserves to be found. She deserves to be brought home, and if justice needs to be served, then she and her family deserve justice. If she went away on her own, her family deserves to know where she is, why it happened, and what the case is. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to Patrita Harris that day, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on her case or her whereabouts, you are asked to please call 870-234-3765. There are crime sprees, and then there's this. My God, this man is horrendous. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Randall Woodfield. Viewer discretion is advised. Randall Woodfield was a one-time college football player who was actually drafted by the Green Bay Packers, which never led to anything, because shortly after it, he would begin a little crime spree, a mini one. Between 1974 and 1975, he had gone on a small spree of attacking women at knife point and sexually assaulting them in some cases. He was finally captured by an undercover cop. He pled guilty to those crimes in 1975 and was released on parole in 1979. And then, the big spree happened. October 9th, 1980, this woman here, who had been at one point friends with Randall Woodfield, was found murdered inside of her apartment. Her name was Sherry Lynn Ayers. She was an x-ray technician at the time. Randall Woodfield was actually considered an early suspect because of his past crimes and also the fact that he was associated with Sherry, but they never had any evidence to actually link him to her murder, and so he was never arrested or charged. Fast forward a month, Thanksgiving Day, 1980. By the way, the first case happened in Portland, Oregon, as did this one. This was the home of Darcy Renee Fix and her boyfriend, Douglas Keith Altig, who was actually friends at one point with Randall Woodfield. Relatives would enter the home and they found a very bloody scene. Blood was everywhere. They also discovered the bodies of Darcy and Doug. They were found bound and tied up, and both of them had been shot to death. Randall Woodfield again was considered a suspect because of his criminal past and also his association with the victims. But again, they had no evidence, and so he was never arrested or charged. And then he would become creative in coming up with disguises to wear. And he wore these disguises to commit a series of horrific crimes. He would later become known as the I-5 Bandit between the I-5 corridor from Northern California up to Washington, where he would commit a series of burglaries and various other sexual assaults. He found himself in Seattle, Washington one day in December of 1980, and he decided to capture a woman and force her to perform sexual acts on him at gunpoint. She survived. The victim said the man was wearing what was clearly a fake mustache or beard, and it looked like his hair was also a wig or something fake. On January 12th, 1981, a store clerk in Oregon was also abducted, and that person ended up being shot by her attacker, who was also wearing a false mustache or beard and fake hair, but that person ends up surviving the gunshot. January 14th, 1981, this time against literal children. An 8-year-old girl and a 10-year-old girl were home alone when a man burst into that home with a gun wearing an obvious disguise, and he forced these little girls to perform sexual acts upon him. Both of them would survive. Both of them are obviously probably traumatized forever. January 18th, 1981, Sherry Lynn Hull is the next victim. Her and her fellow co-worker named Beth were working at Transamerica, an office in Kaiser, Oregon, when a man in a disguise broke in and accosted them. The man would tie them both up, and then he would sexually assault both of them multiple times, and then put a bullet in each one of them. Each of them were shot in the head. The co-worker Beth, by a miracle, survived. 20-year-old Sherry Lynn Hull, however, did not. The man was wearing a disguise, and he had some sort of athletic tape over his nose. Randall Woodfield was a former football player who was known to wear athletic tape over his nose, but they hadn't caught on to him yet at that point. February 3rd, 1981, this time at a diner. This is now in Redding, California. She is abducted at gunpoint. She is sexually assaulted and she is shot, but she too survives. The next day in Eureka, California, a mother and a daughter are found murdered in their home, lying on the same bed. 37-year-old Donna Lee Eckerd and her 14-year-old daughter Janelle Jarvis. Both had been found in their home, raped, and also shot to death. The same day or the day afterwards, from a Baskin-Robbins location, another woman was abducted. And she was also raped and physically assaulted, but she also survives. Once again, it was a man wearing one of these disguises with athletic tape over his nose. February 15th, 1981, Beaverton, Oregon. 18-year-old Julie Ann Reitz is found raped and murdered inside of her home. She also had a connection to Randall Woodfield because at one point she was a bartender who had worked briefly with Randall Woodfield, who also was working as a bartender. Around this same time, along the I-25, there were 25 other murders committed that were very similar in fashion to all the victims I have named. There were also several other robberies and several other sexual assaults that were done, somewhat fitting the description of the man seen with these other individuals, but they weren't positive if it was the same guy or not. The majority of the victims were white women in their early 20s. The one man who was killed because, well, frankly, he was there. This man was robbing places right alongside the Interstate 5, so he became known as the I-5 Bandit, and also one of the I-5 killers. Some of the victims had associations with the man named Randall Woodfield, so eventually they began to circle back to him. And because some of the descriptions of the man wearing these fake disguises, and especially ones with the athletic tape over his nose, police again said it's got to be Randall. And so they actually arrest him and they charge him in connection to being the I-5 Bandit. One of the victims, another victim that I actually hadn't even mentioned at this point, she actually identified him directly as being responsible for her attack. They search Randall Woodfield's apartment and they find several things like a gun that matches the caliber that was used to kill all of these victims. And that's also what linked the victims. It was pretty much the same ammunition. They also found duct tape in his home that had been used, and it matched the duct tape found with several of the victims. Then several of the other surviving victims would eventually identify Randall Woodfield as being the person they saw wearing the disguise. The similarities were just too similar. However, they only ever charged him with one murder, the murder of Sherry Lynn Hull. She was the fourth murder victim in this, and they had pretty solid evidence against him. Randall Woodfield was convicted of her murder and sentenced to life in prison. In November of 1981, he goes on trial for a second time with regards to one of the other sexual assaults that occurred during his I-5 rampage, and he was also convicted of that. He got an additional 35 years on top of his initial sentence. Randall Woodfield has never been indicted or charged with any of the other murders or any of the other crimes associated with the I-5 attacks, despite the fact that they feel pretty solidly that he is responsible for most, if not all, of those murders, given the fact that he had direct connection to several of the victims. They just did not have the physical evidence to connect him to them. They suspect that Randall Woodfield is responsible for potentially up to 44 murders. He is linked directly in some way, shape, or form to 18 of these cases, whether they're the murder cases or the sexual assaults and attempted robberies, but they can say that there is potential for up to 44 murders. Randall Woodfield remains in a prison cell to this very day, and that is exactly where he is going to die. Only one of his murder victims and one of his sexual assault victims ever got justice, and it sounds like, unfortunately, none of the other victims are probably ever going to see their day in court. Randall Woodfield, however, is a monster who is now behind bars, and he will never be able to hurt anyone ever again. He was captured fairly quickly after his crime spree, and he will die in prison, and then he will rot forever in hell. Thanks to a gas chromatography mass... Peter?
A gas chromatograph-mass spectrometer.
It would be thanks to that would help clear a woman of murder. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Richard Alfredo. Viewer discretion is advised. January 1990, at this home in Westport, Massachusetts, 911 received a phone call that a man inside this house had apparently died. It appears of natural causes. The man was Richard Alfredo, a 61-year-old who had a history of heart problems. He actually had bypass surgery before. He was rushed to the hospital by ambulance where they would perform on him, but unfortunately, they were not able to save his life. They never performed an autopsy at that time because they knew of his heart issues and his previous surgeries, and all the symptoms showed that he died of heart failure. So it was just ruled a natural death, and everyone went on with their lives. That is, until rumors and gossip began to spread around Westport about two women who may have actually poisoned and killed Richard. Christina Martin and her teenage daughter, Tisha. Tisha had apparently made accusations that Richard Alfredo had been abusing her sexually. None of those have ever been substantiated. None of that has ever been proven. It's through these rumors that they are now hearing that they actually purchased LSD from a local drug dealer, and they purchased a massive amount of it, and they purchased it with the intent of drugging Richard's jello to kill him because of these accusations of abuse. Again, I don't know if they were true or not. This is Richard Alfredo pictured with Tisha, but he was dating her mother, Christina Martin, at the time of his death. So once these rumors began to spread, they decided to exhume his body. Because they never performed an autopsy after his death, they said, well, now with all this going around and these accusations, now we have to be sure. His coffin was also in kind of like a small pool of water because water had begun to leak into his burial plot. So they would perform the autopsy on him. However, because he had been embalmed, he really had no blood in his system. So they had to rely on tissue samples and small urine samples and intestinal samples to test for LSD. And running their tests, they found two different chemicals, diphenhydramine and LSD. And at that point, they determined that it was enough LSD that was enough to kill him. And so they changed his death from natural to homicide. Someone had spiked his jello with the intent of murdering him. The only people they know who would have done that are Christina Martin and her daughter Tisha. But the problem is once the body was exhumed, Christina and Tisha fled the country. They actually fled to Canada. Not exactly a good look if you're innocent of a murder. Eventually, they were both brought back to the United States because they were found, and Tisha was never charged in connection to this. However, Christina Martin was. A drug dealer would testify that, in fact, Christina and Tisha did purchase high amounts of LSD from them on a night or so before the murder or the death occurred. The jury found Christina Martin guilty, and they sentenced her to life in prison. This was life in prison without parole. There she sat in her prison cell for the next 7 years. Then Christina Martin hired an attorney, a different defense attorney, to run her appeals. Her new defense attorney actually heard from a local prosecutor, an assistant DA, who told him privately, you need to really, really look into the cause of death of Richard Alfredo. A prosecutor told him this. So he begins his investigation into all of it. And he uncovers that the initial prosecution deliberately withheld information from the defense. They also learned that her initial defense attorney was as basic as you can possibly get. He actually really did no work or put no effort into this whatsoever. Even the judge during the trial said, "Hey bud, are you going to do anything to defend your client?" And he said, "Yeah, don't worry about it." Then he never actually did. But what did they find buried in all of this evidence that the prosecution withheld during the first trial? The initial testing they used, and I'm not even going to pretend like I understand the science whatsoever, so I can't even explain the science to you. The testing essentially required a secondary confirmatory, basically, analysis of the findings, which has to be done through a specific testing device called a gas chromatography. Peter again, please.
A gas chromatograph-Mass Spectrometer.
Thank you, Peter. Rest in peace. Well, using that, again, back in the initial investigation, that test determined that there, in fact, was no LSD in any of the tissue samples. Furthermore, because his grave was waterlogged and the natural chemicals within a human body mixed in with nature, essentially, there are chemicals you're going to find in all of that are also present in LSD. So the first testing they did essentially was didn't confirm LSD, it just confirmed that those chemicals were in his tissue, which could have come from the waterlog and just the natural things in the human body. So, because of that, Christina Martin's conviction 7 years after she was convicted was overturned, and they were going to order a second trial. However, Christina Martin agreed to just take a plea deal to plead guilty to manslaughter. And she would say at a press conference immediately afterwards, she goes, "I'm not pleading guilty because I'm guilty. I'm pleading guilty because I don't want to risk going back to prison. They've convicted me before with very shoddy scientific evidence. I don't know if they can do it again." Reality is there was actually no evidence or proof that Richard Alfredo had actual LSD in his system. Furthermore, death by LSD intoxication is extremely, extremely rare. At this point, when this case occurred, there had been virtually no recorded deaths related to LSD intoxication. They also determined that the diphenhydramine, which was a part of a drug he was taking to fight a cold, does actually speed up a person's heart rate. And a person who has already a very bad heart, who has had heart surgery, this can be potentially lethal. So ultimately, Richard Alfredo, it sounds like, actually died of natural causes. Why did they flee the country after his body was exhumed? Because of the allegations that Tisha said about the sexual abuse, and that, now they're hearing rumors that they purchased the LSD, which they didn't deny, by the way. That they figured that, oh my God, now that he's dead, they're gonna think we actually went through with this and did it. It sounds like they did purchase the LSD with possibly the intent of doing something to him, but it never actually occurred. I guess technically it could have occurred, but because they didn't do an autopsy and test his actual blood as his body was still fresh, so to speak, they could never really know for sure, because all they had was his tissue after it had been in the grave for like a year or two, which was watered down. Whether or not they actually deliberately poisoned him or not, they can't ever know that. Richard Alfredo simply died of a broken heart, not from love, from a literal broken heart. Behind the walls of this home, the life of a little tiny 3-year-old girl would end in a very brutal way. And her killer had told doctors ahead of time, "I am going to hurt a child." Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Rosie Palmer. Viewer discretion is advised. And obviously, trigger warning, this is another case about a child. Rosie Palmer was born in August of 1990. Her and her family lived in Hartlepool in England. She was also a big sister. She had a little sister named Emmy. Rosie was your typical kid, just a little toddler who loved to be outside and play. She loved to have ice cream. She had a lot of friends, and she was known all over the neighborhood because she was always outside playing, which is exactly what she was doing on June 30th, 1994. The 3-year-old girl had just gotten home from her nursery school. Her stepfather had picked her up, and as she always did, she went right outside just to go play, and the ice cream man came. The ice cream man saw her basically every day. She ran up to get some ice cream, but then she didn't have any money, and so the ice cream man just gave her some ice cream. And he said she was her normal Rosie self. But then she never made it back inside of her flat. Rosie disappeared off the face of the earth. A short time later, her mother would realize that she has not seen her, and she reports her missing. And a massive search for the 3-year-old girl would begin. The ice cream man said he saw her right around 3:30 that afternoon. And at that point, nobody saw or heard what may have happened to her. They started interviewing all the neighbors, and there was a man who lived about 50 yards away, just across the way from her home, a man named Sean Armstrong. At first, he was cooperative. He answered the police questions. On July 3rd, police returned back to his apartment because they're going to everyone's apartment again to see if they can do cursory searches of their home. But at this point, Sean Armstrong says no, and he stopped being cooperative. He was acting so bizarrely that they had enough to actually arrest him, which gave them the ability to search his apartment. And 3-year-old Rosie was finally found. She was found underneath the loft of his apartment. And then they found a little baggie with her clothing in it. The little girl had been beaten, and it was more than obvious that she had also been raped severely. The coroner determined that she was likely dead within the hour, meaning when she was last seen at 3:30 p.m., she would have been dead by 4:30. So Sean Armstrong is now charged with her murder, and he denies having anything to do with it. But her body is found in his apartment. He said, well, someone put her there. No one did that. They then learned that Sean Armstrong had recently been released from a mental health institution. And before he was released, he actually told the doctors there that he still had horrible thoughts about children in his head. And he actually warned them. He said, I just might kill a child. And they still let him go. And then Rosie Palmer was abducted, brutally raped, and killed. Now, later, I know Rosie's mother would sue the hospital for releasing him. However, those particular threats were not specific to Rosie. And so they would end up ruling that there was no way of knowing he would have physically attacked Rosie Palmer. But it does go to show, like, what are we doing releasing people after they said I might kill a child? Thousands of people attend Rosie's funeral and they lay her to rest. When they brought Sean Armstrong in to arrest him, crowds of people would basically storm around the police van driving him. It was like the public, kind of wanted they wanted their own revenge almost, understandably. Sean Armstrong had initially tried to claim that he was mentally unwell, and so he was going to plead not guilty based on that. But then they learned that was all a ruse he had crafted. They found out through a series of letters he had written to an author of something in which he essentially admitted to attempting to fake mental health illness to try to get off of this murder. But that ended up not working for him. Sean Armstrong ends up pleading guilty to Rosie Palmer's murder, and he is sentenced to 16 years to life in prison. He has since been up for parole at least 8 times, and he has been denied every single time. As recently as just this past year in 2025, he was once again denied parole, citing that he is still posing a danger to the community. And Rosie Palmer will never get to grow up. She will never even get to go to elementary school or junior high or high school. She will never get to go to prom or get married. She'll never get to have a family of her own, and her sibling does not get to grow up with her, and her family doesn't get to have her ever again. And so hopefully her monster remains in prison for the rest of his pathetic life. She was just a 9-year-old girl that he dumped into a cave, hoping that no one would ever find her. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Rowan Ford. Viewer discretion is advised, and obviously, trigger warning, this is about a child. Rowan Ford, at the time this case occurred, was just a 9-year-old kid living in Stella, Missouri. She didn't have the most glamorous of home lives, but she always made the most of it still. Rowan Ford went to school every morning with a giant smile on her face and enthusiasm to learn. Described as a little ray of sunshine and just the sweetest little girl you would ever meet. An innocent child who didn't even get to live to be 10 years old. It was November 3rd, 2007. The 9-year-old girl had gone to school that day. She came home later, and she was just hanging out at home. That night, her mother was working an overnight shift. Her mom worked very hard to make sure she could support Rowan. And this was Rowan's stepfather, David Spears. Well, on the night in question, he would leave the house with a friend named Christopher Collings. The two of them would just leave Rowan at the house by herself as a 9-year-old. so that David and Christopher, who Rowan referred to as Uncle Chris because that's how often he was at their home, they would go out drinking and just, doing that. The following morning, Rowan's mother gets home and sees that Rowan isn't there anymore. She's gone. She's missing. And David doesn't seem to know where she is either, and so they report the 9-year-old girl missing, and a search for her begins. The first person who comes up as a suspect obviously is David Spears, because he was the one who was supposed to be watching her that night, but he admittedly left her alone. David actually went on the news, during all this and crying and saying he apologized for leaving her alone. But they also learned that he was out that night with his friend Christopher Collings, and it really wouldn't take long to piece all of this together. David Spears would first confess and admit to being involved in Rowan's abduction, rape, and murder. And according to some reports, it was David Spears who would help lead police to Rowan's body. Roughly a week after she was reported missing, her body was found in this exact cave, just thrown down there and dumped. She was covered in leaves and twigs and brush, and she was in a state of decomposition. The little 9-year-old girl had been raped, and she was strangled to death. David Spears would essentially say that it was Christopher Collings who actually killed her, but he was also somehow involved in the murder. And then Christopher Collings confesses to his involvement in the murder. He says that after he and David were out drinking that night, another one of their friends offered to take David home. And so David took that ride. But Christopher Collings left the place where they were at first, and he sped over to the residence where Rowan was at. He then sneaks into the house, sees that she is asleep, and abducts her while she's still sleeping. He then takes her back to his trailer where he rapes her. And then he says he was supposed to pick her up, put her back into his truck, and bring her back home. And that he wasn't talking or letting her see him the whole time, so that way she wouldn't recognize him, because again, she would know him as Uncle Chris. But then he says that at one point, Rowan turned around and saw that it was him who had done this to her. And he said, at that point, I knew I could not let her live. He saw a rope in his truck, and he just took it, and he wrapped it around her neck, and he strangled her until she was dead. Now, he also says that David Spears had no involvement in the physical murder, but then at another point he says that David was actually the mastermind of this entire thing. It was all his plan. And David Spears did confess to being involved in this murder. However, there was no proof for anything to show that he directly raped or killed Rowan. But he did, it sounds like, from what I understand, did help Christopher hide the body. So initially, both men are arrested and charged with rape, murder, and also hiding the remains. Christopher Collings goes on trial, and the evidence against him is very strong. They have his confession. He does not deny killing her. He is at that point still kind of trying to throw David Spears under the bus, but the jury ends up deliberating for a brief time, and they find Christopher Collings guilty of the first-degree murder of 9-year-old Rowan Ford, and he is sentenced to death. Rowan's mom at the trial would testify how her life drastically changed. She immediately divorced David Spears, obviously, and she said that her and the family just went into this immediate depression, and she was in and out of mental health facilities, that it slipped everyone into this massive, obvious depression, and it changed her life forever. By 2012, the charges against David Spears were ultimately dropped in terms of the murder charge and the rape charge, because again, they had no evidence or proof that he actually was involved in it. It also sounds like the friend who had driven him home confirmed that he was driving him home when Christopher would have been abducting Rowan. It's kind of unclear if he was directly involved or not. They just don't have the proof that he was. So in 2012, they withdrew those charges, and instead he pleaded guilty to endangerment of a child's welfare and cover-up of the murder. He was sentenced to just 11 years in prison for his involvement. On December 3rd, 2024, after exhausting all of his appeals after the governor of Missouri denied him clemency, after the United States Supreme Court denied his case, his last meal would consist of a bacon cheeseburger, breaded mushrooms, tater tots, and a chef's salad. And his final words were he expressed remorse and accepted responsibility for the crime, and he apologized for the pain that he caused. and at 6:10 p.m. that night, he was executed by lethal injection. And Rowan Ford's life stopped at the age of 9. She never got to go to junior high or high school. She never got to go to her prom. She never got to find a boyfriend, get married, have kids, and have a future of her own, because a sick, demented, twisted monster decided to take her from the world. But thankfully, her monster is now rotting in hell. It would be a DNA sample the size of a gnat's eyebrow that would help solve what was once considered an unsolvable case. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Roxanne Wood. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Michigan native Roxanne Wood was 30 years old. Roxanne, pictured here next to her sister, was someone who actually took on a motherly role for her younger siblings when she was younger. She had these natural motherly instincts, which would basically make Roxanne kind of like the rock, the foundation of the family. She was outgoing. She absolutely loved to laugh and be silly. She had a passion for cooking and for gardening. In particular, she was very proud of her rose bushes. And she was married to this man here, Terry Wood. Something kind of interesting is that her maiden name was actually Woods, and when she married Terry, it just went down to Wood. They seemed to be a really happy couple. This was a typical, very content marriage where they were looking forward to starting a family. But unfortunately, everything came to a very sudden end on February 19th, 1987. That night, they would end up going to dinner together, but they drove in separate vehicles. And then after dinner, they would go to a bowling alley because Terry was in a league. And because they went in separate vehicles, Roxanne was able to leave a little bit early, which is what she did, about 45 to 50 minutes earlier than Terry did. And then later that night, when Terry gets home, he opens the door and he sees a nightmare. There's blood everywhere. And his wife, Roxanne, was dead. There was blood stains on the phone, blood stains all over the floor, kitchen drawers pulled open, and there was actually a little fillet knife found next to Roxanne's body, which I believe they determined was the murder weapon because Roxanne was stabbed. There was no forced entry into their home, which was located in Niles, Michigan. And the detective who saw the body said initially that this looked like a rage killing, that this was someone very close to Roxanne, and that there's no forced entry in the house. It must mean that someone she knew or trusted, or someone who had access to the house, like her husband. Obviously, in every case like this, the husband, the boyfriend, the significant other is always going to be looked at first. But the detectives seem to kind of have this one-track mind of, it's gotta be Terry. They even told him to his face, quote, "I believe you're the killer, and I will not rest until you are behind bars." Despite the fact that he was seen at the bowling alley, that he did in fact leave 45 minutes after Roxanne did, the timing wouldn't exactly have made sense. And her family also said, no, Terry didn't do this. Terry's a goofball. He's not a violent, rageful person. They were madly in love with each other, and they were planning on starting a family. There were no serious issues in the marriage. Unfortunately, due to the lack of technology back in 1987 when all this happened, there wasn't much they could do. There really wasn't any usable fingerprints. DNA was a very brand new thing. And so they did collect and store all the blood samples and various other things that would have potentially contained DNA, but there really wasn't much they can do with it back in 1987. And so fast forward several decades, now in 2020, they were combing through all of their evidence, and they found a DNA profile or DNA sample from a very teeny tiny, minuscule piece of DNA. And they end up working with identifinders who are basically experts in, DNA and that kind of thing, helping solve cases. And they said the DNA profile that they had was no bigger than a gnat's eyebrow. It only contained about 3% of what they normally have. This case had been labeled unsolvable for some time because the fact that there were no witnesses, no one saw or heard anything, there were no fingerprints, no shoe impressions, no scuff marks, nothing in this house or near it helped them solve this case at all. And because technology was limited in 87, they're like, what do we do? And then the impossible became possible. because of advancements in DNA technology. Using that teeny tiny itty bitty sample they had, they were able to, through genetic genealogy, link it to a family, which then led them to an individual, a man named Patrick Gillum, a man who had not come up on their radar at all. So they bring him in for questioning, and he denies having anything to do with it. He's also not cooperating by giving his DNA, so they have to be crafty. They follow him around, and they see that he smokes cigarettes, and so they see him dispose of a cigarette, and they quickly go in and take it. They take the DNA from the cigarette and match it up with the DNA profile they had, and it was a match. They can say definitively it was his DNA at the crime scene. They bring him back in for questioning, and he's still denying it. They asked him, "Why is your DNA there? Why would we find it there?" And he said, "I have no idea, no clue." They uncovered that he did have assault in his criminal history. Back in 1979, he had broken into someone's home, the home of Maureen Farag, and he attacked her, but she did live. He was eventually captured for this attack, and he was charged. This happened in Indiana, where he ended up pleading guilty and was sentenced to 14 years. He was released after 7 years. 4 months after his release, he kills Roxanne. This was just a stranger on stranger crime. It was random. He officially was charged in February of 2022, where he would end up pleading guilty to second-degree murder. And in 2022, he was sentenced to 23 years in prison. He was 67 years old at the time of his conviction, so he'll be about 90 or so when he is eligible to be released. And that entire time, detectives still honed in on the husband, saying, "We know you did it, we know you did it." But in the end, it wasn't the husband. And maybe if they had branched out and focused a little bit harder on other people, maybe they would have caught this guy sooner. No one really knows, because that's not what happened. But thankfully, thanks to the advancements of science and DNA technology and some very, very, very smart people out there, they were finally able to get Roxanne Wood the justice she rightfully deserved. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Ruth Barber. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Gulfport, Mississippi. I don't know a lot about Ruth Annette Barber. I do know at the time this case occurred, she had a 17-year-old daughter. She herself was, I think, 36. She had spent some time living in California, but shortly before this case occurred, she had moved back to the Gulfport, Mississippi area. I can't find the address of where it was actually located, but shortly after arriving back in Gulfport, she got a job as a bartender at a place called Bobby McGee's Club. However, she only got to work there for one night, which was May 31st, 1984. At about 1:30 in the morning, she got off of her shift there at Bobby McGee's and she joined a friend. The two of them got into a cab. According to the friend, she said that Ruth was very intoxicated at that point and she kind of started to pass out in the cab. The cab driver would take them to the Holiday Inn. I'm not sure if both of the women were staying there or just one of them was. But the friend, she got out of the car and she headed back towards the hotel, but Ruth was still asleep in the vehicle. The cab driver says he's like trying to hey, wake up, trying to get Ruth to wake up, but she was just sort of she was knocked out. The cab driver asks the friend, "What do I do with her?" And I guess the friend says, "It doesn't really matter what you do with her." The cab driver would later state that he was finally able to wake her, and then she actually got out of the cab at the Holiday Inn. When she woke up, she was kind of in a daze, and the cab driver says, she goes, "Where am I? Where's my baby?" Like her 17-year-old daughter. And then he says he just saw her walking away. This would later be confirmed by a security guard at the Holiday Inn who, according to one newspaper article, saw Ruth getting out of the cab and walking towards the beach area. And she was alone and no one appeared to be following her. The cab driver goes about his business and then realizes, her purse is still in my cab. So he brings it back to the Holiday Inn where he meets up with a friend and says, "Hey, what do I do with this?" And she says, "I don't know, just give it to police," which he did. But after that security guard and the cab driver saw her walking away towards the beach, she has never been seen again. Barbara's 17-year-old daughter was getting married several months later, and Barbara never showed up. There were other family events that Barbara was supposed to be attending. She never showed up. She never called. She never wrote. There was no communication whatsoever. Barbara also had nothing with her. It was literally just her. And obviously she didn't even have her purse. There's really just no way she got out of that cab with absolutely nothing. No money, nothing, no additional clothing or anything, and just went on to live a new life. That doesn't seem likely. I guess a short time before she moved to Gulfport, she was seeing a man, and that man was at one point wanted by the FBI. And it was actually because of him as to why she moved back to Gulfport, because they had gone there, they traveled there together for an event for her family. And that's when she decided, you know what, I'm just going to stay here. There's no mention of like if this guy is considered involved or where he was when she actually vanished. Ruth Barber was 5 feet 7 inches tall and approximately 140 pounds at the time of her disappearance. Her hair had recently been bleached blonde, but her natural hair color was dark brown, and she changed her hair color all the time. She was last seen wearing white jeans with pinstripes and a wine-colored vest. She also has some scars on her right part of her forehead. She has a scar on her nose and a scar between her eyebrows and on her right hand and on her legs. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to her that night, and perhaps that someone is you. Her family deserves answers. Her family deserves to bring her home. So if you have any information, you are asked to please call 228-868-5900. Hello, True Crimeers. This is the missing persons case of Ryan Joseph King. Viewer discretion is advised. From what I understand, Ryan King was actually from New Jersey, and at the time of this case, he is 28 years old. Just last year, in May of 2025, Ryan had gone to Kentucky, specifically to Murray, Kentucky, to visit his girlfriend. Ryan's father spoke to him on May 27th, 2025, and he had mentioned that he was with his girlfriend, but then they never heard from Ryan after that. And as time went on, when it came time for Father's Day, they hadn't heard from Ryan, and they kind of realized we haven't heard from him in a while. So they actually end up calling Ryan's cell phone, and it's his girlfriend who answers the phone. But she tells the parents, well, I haven't seen him in weeks, and that she has no idea where he is. So he was last with her in Murray, Kentucky in May, and then apparently, I'm not exactly sure who saw him or what the circumstances were, but he was then seen physically in Paris, Tennessee, which is a very quick drive across the state line. And that was on June 3rd, 2025. And that was the last confirmed sighting of Ryan King. The information behind the circumstances of his last sighting don't appear to be all that public. I don't know why his girlfriend still had his cell phone and hadn't seen him in weeks. That is definitely strange to me, but I don't know what the reason is behind it. I have to imagine they've investigated that angle, but I don't know what's come from it. But I also just don't want to speculate on anything, because the most important thing here is finding Ryan and bringing him home. At the time of his disappearance, Ryan Joseph King was 28 years old. He's a white male, 6 foot 2 inches tall, approximately 170 pounds, with green eyes and brown hair. Ryan has a brown birthmark about the size of a $50 on his left forearm, just below the elbow, and another in the center of his lower back. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what happened to Ryan and where he is. And perhaps that someone is you. You can report information anonymously. You can call anonymously at 910-232-1687. You can also contact the Henry County Sheriff's Office at 731-363-3971. Three people were gunned down by the self-proclaimed Sausage King. Sausage King, huh? You don't say. Hello, True Crimeers. This is the case of the Santos Linguiça Sausage Factory murders. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to San Leandro, California. And pictured here was Stuart Alexander during his 1998 failed mayoral run. His chances for mayor were ended because it was learned that he was a very violent person who had attacked people before. Now, Stuart Alexander called himself the Sausage King. He ran a little business called the Santos Linguiça Sausage Factory in San Leandro. And it sounds like from stories that the sausage that was made there was really well loved, that it was considered some of the best. But the USDA was not exactly in agreement. Several different agents of the USDA over the years would go to the factory and at times declared the factory was not compliant with USDA laws and regulations. And on a couple of occasions, the sausage factory was shut down until Stewart Alexander would comply. Stewart Alexander, who then puffed up like a cooked sausage, he started writing stories and little short poems with his girlfriend. One of these many stories was titled Sausage Sniffers Found Sauced. He made jokes about killing the USDA officers who would go to the factory. All in good fun, of course. Every time that the USDA basically stopped his factory from operating, he actually just went ahead and started operating it anyway. So he was breaking the law by continuing to produce the meat. So there were regular health code violations, but also there were requirements at that time in California that the sausage had to be cooked at 140 degrees. However, he refused to do that and cooked it only to 110 degrees. This was out of compliance with the government. But Stewart would say that that ends up shrinking the sausage, which means he has to sell it at a cheaper price. So that's why he never complied. He never fixed the health code violations within the factory. These are 3 of the 4 USDA individuals who would frequently go to the factory and slap these violations on him. And he grew a lot of animosity towards them. As a matter of fact, he would save emails and try to claim that they were harassing him. It's not harassment when they're telling you you have to comply with these laws. Whether you like them or not, you have to comply with them. And if he continually ignores them and operates illegally at that point, because he was also slapping USDA-approved labels on his packages after they shut him down. So it's not harassment when they're trying to get you to comply. And on June 21st, 2000, it all came to a very violent end. 56-year-old Jean Hillary, 52-year-old Tom Quadros, and 57-year-old William Shailene, they arrived at the factory on that June 21st afternoon. Also with them that day was 51-year-old Earl Willis. Before their arrival, they also contacted the authorities to meet them at the factory, but the police never arrived. Just before the health inspectors arrived, the Sausage King himself turned on all of his newly installed surveillance cameras around the factory, which therefore recorded everything that happened. After a brief heated argument with the 4 agents, he goes into his office, calmly gets a gun, comes back out, and begins to shoot them. He is literally captured on camera shooting and killing every single one of them, with the exception of Mr. Willis. Mr. Willis was actually waiting outside for the police officers that had not come yet when the gunshots went off. And then he heard the gunshots, he saw what was happening, and he ran. Stewart Alexander on camera tries to chase after him, firing at him, but misses, and therefore he was never struck by a bullet. He eventually got to a nearby business where he was able to successfully contact the authorities for them to arrive. When the authorities arrived, they found 3 bodies. Jean Hillary, Tom Quadros, and William Shailene were all gunned down and murdered. And when they arrived, they also saw Stewart Alexander, who was just sitting there in the lobby of the sausage factory with his hands up, and he then admitted, yeah, I just shot and killed all of them, which is later corroborated by his own CCTV footage that he decided to start recording just before the inspectors got there. They also show that after Mr. Willis escaped, Stewart Alexander comes back into the factory, and the 3 individuals are still technically squirming and alive. The camera footage captures him calmly walking up to each one of them and just very matter-of-factly points the gun at their head and pulls the trigger one more time, making sure all 3 of them are dead. Stewart Alexander, the Sausage King, is then arrested and he is charged with capital murder. His lawyers would argue, we know he did it. We're not going to sit here and say he didn't. He's on camera doing it. We know that it happened. Then his lawyer said, but why did it happen? That's the question. Uh-oh, we're leaning into victim-blaming territory here, huh, defense attorney? The USDA agents constantly harassed him by email and by phone. They constantly shut down his operation, his business. Right, for breaking the law and not complying with the regulations. Disagree or not, you just can't do that and then keep operating. And then falsely labeling your product as USDA approved when it definitely is not. That's something that the public has the right to know is true or not. Also, you don't just get to murder people because they're bothering you. But they said that he was under so much stress and it just all boiled over once they got there. It clicked in his head. He just snapped. So they tried to have him plead not guilty by reason of insanity. It doesn't work. He is found guilty of the 3 murders and another attempted murder. And Stuart Alexander, the Sausage King himself, is sentenced to death. On December 27th, 2005, though, he would be found dead in his prison cell. It's likely he never would have been executed anyway because there was eventually a moratorium placed in California on the death penalty. But he died of a pulmonary embolism in his cell. Natural causes. The Sausage King had one too many sausages, it appears. 3 victims and 3 full families that no longer have their loved ones, all because a man couldn't simply comply with the law and didn't want to do what he was supposed to do. And these 3 innocent people were gunned down and murdered in a really brutal way. But thankfully, they were all able to very quickly get justice. Over 30 women have disappeared, have been murdered, or bodies have been found along a 50-mile stretch of road between Galveston and Houston, Texas, an overarching area that has now been affiliated with the Texas killing fields. This is just one of those stories. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Shelley Sykes. Viewer discretion is advised. Shelley Sykes was born in September of 1966, and she was living in the Galveston, Texas area at the time this case occurred. She had recently graduated from high school, where she was known as a very popular person. She was voted many things, including Best School Spirit, Most Talented, and Biggest Personality. After graduating high school, she enrolled at the University of Texas, located in Austin, but I guess she did not stick around for college much longer because she left after about a year. Shelley was a dancer. She loved to dance. She loved animals. She loved people. She was just a very boisterous, happy person. She was also working as a waitress at a local place there called Guido's, which is actually located on Galveston Island. And she was working there on the night of May 24th, 1986. She got off of work around 11:30 p.m. that night, and as always, she would make her commute back to her home on the I-45. I believe her plan was to take the I-45 to go to see her boyfriend, which would have been maybe a 15-minute drive. But Shelley never arrived to the boyfriend's place. Shelley never arrived back to her own home. No one saw Shelley ever again. A short time later, on the I-45 near the Galveston Causeway, a vehicle was found, and something immediately appeared to be very, very wrong. The driver's side window of the car had been completely broken and smashed through. There was blood found inside the car, not just a little bit, like a pool of blood. They knew right away something very bad has happened here, but where is the driver and who belonged to the car? They would quickly learn that the car belonged to Shelley Sykes, a now missing 19-year-old woman. Police began their investigation right away, and over the course of the next couple of weeks, they would get several witnesses who would come forward to state that they believe they saw what likely happened. Witnesses saw Shelley's vehicle on the I-45, and at one point she seemed to be being pursued by 2 men in a truck. These 2 men were seemingly accosting her, almost harassing her, to the point where they drove her off the side of the road. And then a woman was pulled out of the car after a violent attack and taken away. That woman was Shelley Sykes. They witnessed her abduction. Now, I don't know the exact scenario of, were they too far away to intervene in time? Were these people who witnessed it who were afraid that if they got close by, they would also be harmed or killed? I like to think that I know what I would do in a situation like that, but I also really don't know until I'm actually in a situation like that. But what they know now is that someone abducted Shelley, 2 men in a truck, and now she's gone. So they put flyers all over the place, not just in Texas. Her family works tirelessly, printing out 300,000 flyers, spreading them across 38 to 40 different states. The family especially push very hard at trying to find her. And then all of a sudden, a breakthrough. A 30-year-old man named John Robert King would call police to state he knows exactly what happened to Shelley. He was in Mexico and he saw a flyer on a wall, and it was a missing persons flyer for Shelley Sykes. He saw it and he said, Jesus Christ, that's the woman I abducted and murdered along with my friend. He slips into a major depression where he then tries to end his own life. He fails, and then he calls police to report that he was the one they were looking for. He also implicated his friend, Gerald Zwarst. Now, the witnesses saw two men in a pickup truck, so this checks out. So he is found and brought back to Texas. He said that he and his friend Gerald were just driving on the road after a night of drinking and doing drugs during Memorial Day weekend, and they randomly saw Shelley driving her car, and they decided to accost her and harass her for no reason. And at some point, Shelley flips them off. But this angers them, and so they drive her off the road to the point where her car stops, and they yank her out of the car after breaking her window, and they abduct her. He then states to police that after that, they took her to a secluded location where they both raped her, and then they murdered her and buried her in a shallow grave. They said as they buried her, though, they could see the dirt still rising up and down. She was still breathing. So they took the shovel and they slammed it with the blade into the dirt several times until the dirt stops moving, until they know that she was dead. This happened in 1986, and this was right in the middle of the big Texas killing fields case. A 50-mile stretch of road along the I-45 corridor between Galveston and Houston where several women were abducted or disappeared from or were found murdered. Some bodies were found in the Calder oil field and buried along other locations in this area that they just called the entire area really associated as the Texas killing fields. And it is believed that it's not just one person causing all of this carnage, that it was multiple people. And Shelley's case happened right in the middle of all of it, right in that exact area. Hence why she is now linked as a Texas killing fields victim. So both men are arrested and they're both charged with kidnapping. They have not ever been charged with the murder of Shelley Sykes because they have never found her body. Despite both men dragging police along to say, oh, here's where she is, here's where she might be, they never actually found her. It seems like they're just toying with police at that point. So both men go on trial. They go on separate trials, again, just for kidnapping. Both men are found guilty of the kidnapping, and both men are sentenced to life in prison. However, back at that time, life in prison in Texas didn't mean actual life. It meant 40 years max. Both men attempted parole, but both failed. John Robert King died in prison in 2015, and Gerald Zwarst died in prison in 2020. Both of them ultimately taking to their graves the exact location of Shelley Sykes' remains. It is quite likely that they are the only two men on this earth who knew exactly where Shelley is buried, and both of them are now gone. But maybe, just maybe, there is a chance that maybe they told someone, and maybe that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Shelley Sykes' remains, you are asked to please call 409-766-2300. A nun was buried underneath this church for years, but the question would become, who put her there? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Sister Mary Yanina Mezek. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the Holy Rosary Catholic Church located in Isidore, Michigan. This is what it looks like today. But it was constructed back in the late 1830s, a short time after Michigan was founded. Sister Mary Yanina Mezek was born in February of 1873. This case occurs in the early 1900s, so obviously photos aren't going to be very common. And like many people who were living in Isidore, Michigan at the time, she was of Polish descent. There were a lot of Polish immigrants who were there in that area, and many of them would flock to this particular church. Sister Mezek eventually found herself working there as a nun, and she was very well loved there. But on August 3rd, 1907, as she was just, doing her work at the church that particular day, all of a sudden, she vanished. An investigation would begin eventually when she was reported missing. They searched the area, they searched the church, but they found no sign of her. After a year or two goes by, they begin to hear rumors and rumblings. Oh, there's a nun buried underneath the church, which would of course lead to rumors of scandals involving the church. But at some point, it began to kind of just sort of fade away into the background. That is until 1918. The Holy Rosary now has a new priest, Father Edward Podlishevsky. Well, he wanted to do some construction on the church. He wanted to expand it, to begin tearing things apart. that's when the rumors began to resurface, oh, there might be a nun buried underneath the church. And so before a construction crew found the body of a nun, he wanted to look himself. He, along with another individual, would begin to take some potato pitchforks and begin to scrape the dirt of the basement of the church. And after some time, they found her. Sister Janina Mezek has finally been found, but they were shocked to see something else, a fetus. She was pregnant when she died. Surely Father Edward would take this to the police. Nope. He instead instructed them to bury these bones underneath this cross. And then, that's it. Let's start construction. Father Edward said, I didn't want any scandals. I did not want any criminal investigations to be done while I'm constructing this church. He says to other people who knew, don't tell a soul. But then Father Edward himself told a couple of souls, which included telling a teenage girl, Martha Miller, about the discovery. Teenage Martha Miller was a housekeeper at the Holy Rosary Church. Well, right after he tells Martha about the discovery, suddenly she is sent off, just away for 6 weeks. By the time she comes back 6 weeks later, she's no longer with child and her baby is not with her. It was given up for adoption. And that's when Martha told her father, I'm going to tell you who the father of my baby is. It was Father Pawliczewski. So he was investigated by the church for getting one of his teenage parishioners/housekeepers pregnant, and he was sent away. But Martha also told the authorities about the discovery of Sister Mary Janina, and her remains were discovered underneath the cross. Now they have to rewind all the way back to 1907, back when Father Andrew Bianewski was the priest at the Holy Rosary. Father Bianewski, I guess you can say, had a relatively close relationship with Sister Mary Janina, would sometimes spend alone times with her. And it caught the attention of this woman here, a housekeeper at the church back in 1907, Stanislaw Lipczynska, who went by the name Stella. So much so that it began to bother her, upset her, and anger her that Father Andrew was spending so much quality time with Sister Mary Janina. You see, it turns out that Father Andrew Bianewski was the father of Sister Mary Janina's unborn child. But on August 23rd, 1907, the last time that Sister Mary Janina was seen alive, Father Andrew, along with his sisters Susan and one of their, chore boys named Gruba, they all went fishing at what was then called Carp Lake. And back at the church were 3 nuns and the housekeeper Stanislaw. They would later learn that Sister Janina was asked to go down to the basement to collect some flowers. And so she was observed going into the basement of the church that day, but she never came up. And when Father Andrew comes back from his fishing trip, he discovers that, Sister Mary Janina is now missing, which leads to the missing persons report, which leads to the investigation. Well, now that they discovered her body, now a murder investigation has begun. And they begin to learn about Stanislaw Stella Lipczynski. They learned that she put the fear of God into people who worked at that church. People were terrified of her, even the nuns. That she clearly had a lot of jealousy and a lot of animosity towards Sister Mary Janina. She did not like this close relationship with Father Andrew. And in their investigation, they learned that Stella was basically the only one unaccounted for when Mary went missing. So she was arrested for Sister Mary Janina's murder. They actually put her in this actual jail. They have a female officer pose as another prisoner to talk to her. And that's when she confessed. This is her confession. First, I stunned her. Then I went into the garden and I got a spade. I dug a hole underneath the church, dragged the body to the hole, and put it in. As I was trying to cover the head, it would always rise up. I threw 2 or 3 shovels of dirt on the head, but each time it rose up. Then I took the backside of the spade and I knocked the sister 3 times on the head with all of my might. On July 29th, 1919, she goes on trial for the murder of Sister Mary Janina. There's a lot of circumstantial evidence against her. They have her confession. They know Father Andrew didn't do it. They can confirm without a shadow of a doubt he was out fishing. The nuns would testify. They learned that Stella would call Sister Mary a slut. She was found guilty and she was sentenced to life in prison, but in 1927, she was granted parole and was released. She went on to live her life, and she died in 1961 at the age of 92. The Holy Rosary Church was eventually torn down and reconstructed as it looks today. Sister Mary Janina Mezek and her unborn child lied underneath that church for 11 years, and she was finally unearthed, but the fear of a scandal almost did not get her any justice. But thankfully, a teenage girl was brave enough to tell the authorities what she was told about her body. And because of that, Sister Mary Yanina Mezek and her unborn child were able to get justice. This is a monster disguised as an everyday person, and unfortunately, this particular monster more than likely got away with murder. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Susan Cadieux. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to London in Ontario, Canada, and pictured behind me is St. Mary's Catholic School. At the school here, and then right next to it, part of the same place, is St. Mary's Church. And at the time when there were homes here right across the street from the church is where Susan Cadieux lived with her family. Susan was only 5 years old. That's it. That's all the time she got on this earth. 5 years. She was just a kid. She had siblings and she loved playing with her friends. And she was playing on the day that she was abducted. It was January 6, 1956. Susan and her siblings and a couple of friends were playing just outside of St. Mary's Catholic School. Again, literally across the street from where she lived. When, according to the siblings and the friends, at about 7:45 p.m., a strange man approaches this group of kids, and that person spoke directly with Susan, the 5-year-old girl. She then runs to her friends and says, "The man is going to give me something." And he said something about, "I'm supposed to meet with a priest here at St. Mary's Church," and he pointed towards the direction where he lived. And then something happened where one of the kids slipped and fell on the ice nearby. And at that point, that's when the man took Susan and took off. Literally right after that, Susan's siblings ran across the street to their parents and said Susan was just taken. Again, before anyone says anything, first of all, this is 1956. This, modern idea of parents having like a figurative leash on their kids and have their eyes glued to their kids at all times wasn't really a thing back then. We say this time and time again. We as kids, I can't speak for the 50s, but played outside, even when it was dark, and our parents had no idea where we were. Different times, folks. The reason why you are more protective of your kids today is because of stories like this. But the kids who all witnessed this man all helped police come up with that composite drawing of the guy. He was described as a white male between 30 to 40 years old. He was tall, very thin, and unshaven. He was wearing a light brown overcoat, which was unbuttoned, unbuckled black galoshes that flapped openly, and a dark Russian style or army Milton hat with ear flaps. Nobody recognized this man. Nobody knew who he was. But he abducted a 5-year-old girl and then did God knows what with her. The search for her would begin immediately that night. By that morning, there were over 300 people on foot looking for the missing girl. And unfortunately, at about 10 o'clock in the morning, they found her, and not in the way they had hoped. Susan's little body was found roughly 4 or 5 minutes away from where she was last seen. She was found at what was then a construction site, which is now obviously homes. Susan was fully clothed. Surrounding her were her own little tiny footsteps, her shoe impressions. There were no outward signs of trauma, like there weren't any gunshot wounds or stab wounds. There were no ligature marks. But the coroner did determine that she was absolutely sexually assaulted. And she had only been dead for about 2.5 to 3 hours. Meaning while they were out there searching for her right after she went missing, she was alive for several hours, being attacked by this unknown man and then eventually killed. Her cause of death, from what I understand, is considered to be hypothermia due to exposure. She was probably rendered unconscious and it was freezing cold. So she ends up dying basically from the elements because this man just left her there. And unfortunately, Susan's killer was never caught. The image put out on the news and in the newspapers, it did not render any leads. Susan's abductor and killer was described as being at the bare minimum 30 years old. And this happened 70 years ago, which means that this man is deceased. So there will never be a day in court for Susan's family and the police. But that doesn't mean that they don't deserve to know who did this. and to maybe be able to link him to other crimes and help get other families answers as well. But definitely Susan's family, for sure, we know, needs answers. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to call this number, which is in, again, London, Ontario, Canada. The number is 519-661-5670. Just moments before one of America's worst monsters was finally put down, he had one more name up his sleeve. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Susan Curtis. Viewer discretion is advised. When this case occurred, Susan Curtis was just 15 years old, and Susan at that point had already lived a pretty rough life. Susan had battled with some mental health issues as she got older, and she also had dealt with sexual abuse. But she also just tried to be a 15-year-old kid still, and she loved playing sports. She was an outgoing young girl. She ran in track, and she was also a part of the girls' softball team. And she was attending Woods Cross High School in Woods Cross, Utah. But on June 27th, 1975, Susan would find herself at Brigham Young University in Provo, Utah. She was attending the Bountiful Orchard Youth Conference there. On that June 27th day, she was seen at the Wilkinson Student Center there on the university campus. And at a certain point, she left there because she was going to be going back to the place where she was staying while she was there. She told her friends, I'm going to go there and brush my teeth. They watched Susan walk away, and then nobody would ever see Susan ever again. At one point, a university professor states that he thought he saw Susan about 4 days after she was last seen returning a book, but again, she wasn't a student at this university. And by all accounts, they believe that he was just mistaken. It was somebody else. But other than that potential sighting, no one ever saw her ever again. Susan Curtis literally vanished off the face of the earth. There were no witnesses. No one saw what happened to her. No one heard any screams. No one called in with any significant tips like, I think she's here, I think she's there, or maybe you need to look into this person. They investigated her disappearance, and they just came up completely empty-handed. And Susan Curtis's case went cold, and it stayed cold until the morning of January 24th, 1989. On that day, at Florida State Prison, Ted Bundy, the notorious serial killer, the man who killed dozens of young women, the man who is an absolute monster, that January morning was the date of his execution. And on his walk to the execution chamber, he stops the warden and says, I need you to give me a tape recorder now. I have one more confession. Bundy then confessed to another murder he committed in Utah back in 1975. A 15-year-old girl that he named directly as Susan Curtis was walking along the campus at Brigham Young University, and he took her. He kidnapped her. He probably did his typical ruse where he pretended like he was a good Samaritan or this good guy who needed some help, because that's what he did. He then says he took Susan and he raped her and he murdered her, and then he just dumped her body like he did with every other woman. He told police he buried the body of Susan Curtis somewhere in a mountainside or woodside in Price, Utah. Investigators would end up going to that general area where they did a very thorough search, but they never found a single trace of Susan Curtis. It is important to note that Ted Bundy was not one of these people who falsely confessed to murders that he did not do. He was not like a Henry Lee Lucas who falsely confessed to hundreds of cases. When Ted Bundy confesses something, the odds are is he did it. And the other thing to note is that this confession was completely unprompted. Nobody brought up her name. Nobody asked him if he was her killer. He just said it. He named her in a Florida prison, over a decade later. He named her specifically, said exactly where she was abducted and exactly where she was buried. And so the belief is that Susan Curtis was more than likely a confirmed victim of Ted Bundy. But Susan Curtis has still never been found. Her body is still out there somewhere in some wooded area on a mountainside somewhere, probably being picked apart by wildlife. And the odds are at this point is that she may never be found. But I believe they think for sure that she was murdered by Ted Bundy. It all fit the crime, it all fit his MO, and she was likely one of his many, many victims. I just hope that one day somehow they are able to find her and bring her home and lay her to rest. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Tarasha Benjamin. Viewer discretion is advised. So this case will take us to Selma, Alabama, and the year is 2010. Tarasha Benjamin was born in September of 1992. Sadly, Tarasha's family has dealt with a lot of tragedy. Tarasha also had two sisters who tragically passed away in a house fire in 1996. And then about a year or two before Tarasha's case occurs, her father also went missing. I believe her father's body was eventually found, but there doesn't seem to be much information beyond that as in terms of was it a homicide or what the case was. But the point is this family has dealt with a lot. And then unfortunately it happens once again. The last time anyone ever saw Tarasha was on June 26, 2010. Tarasha's mother said, quote, Tarasha left my house at about 9 to 9:30 a.m. on June 26, 2010, going to the Selma flea market. She left with a friend of mine in her truck. They were going to the flea market. She goes there every Saturday. For some reason, I just felt something, a feeling in my body that something was wrong, because that was the last time she would ever see her daughter ever again. Her mother, around 11 or 11:30 that morning, just felt something in her gut that something was wrong here, and so she starts trying to call her daughter, but her daughter doesn't answer. Then she starts calling other people. Nobody has seen her. This is where it gets kind of confusing to me. So the mom says that she left in an SUV with one of the mom's friends, Tarasha did, and that Tarasha was driving the SUV. At some point along the way, Tarasha apparently is confirmed to have stopped at a local yard sale where she saw another one of her family members who Tarasha let the family member borrow her cell phone so the family member can make a quick call. And then after that, it's very foggy because nobody knows if Tarasha ever made it to that flea market. And another thing that makes it confusing is the vehicle, so it was owned by somebody else. Around 1 p.m., the owner of that SUV goes to Tarasha's mom and says, hey, have you seen her? And she says, no, I haven't. And then the vehicle is found. It was found along the Cecil Jackson bypass, just parked. I don't think this is the actual vehicle, but it was a vehicle that looked a lot like this. It was a gray Mazda Tribute. The weird thing is that the driver's side window and the window behind the driver, both those windows were gone. And the handle on the outside of the driver's side was now broken. There were a couple of items that were scattered outside of the SUV. And inside of it, it looked like someone had been rummaging through it. Again, this is not Tarasha's vehicle, but she was the one who was allowed to drive it on this day. And one of the most confusing aspects, to go back to that, was the friend was with her. The mother's friend, I believe, was with her when she left the house. But it sounds like at a certain point, that friend was no longer with Tarasha. And then the owner of the vehicle, who I don't know if is the friend of the mom or if that's a different person, but then they come looking for the car, which is kind of what fuels all of this missing person stuff. So my question is what happened to the friend after they left the house? Did they go their separate ways? When did that happen? Did they get to the flea market? Because there is no one who could say she made it there. And the car was actually parked going the opposite direction of the flea market, going away from it. But also it was really close to it. It's very strange. There's a lot of unknowns about it. But ultimately, at the end of all of this, Tarasha's missing, and she's still missing. She's never been found. There has not been a single sighting of her anywhere. There have been rumors that she may have been involved in sex trafficking and was possibly in Florida at some point. She was, I guess, dating someone around that time who, you could think maybe they did something to her, but they don't know. They just simply do not know. But someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about where Tarasha is, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on her whereabouts or what may have happened to her, you are asked to please call 334-874-2134. This man committed one of the most unspeakable and horrific murders I have ever heard, and he deserves a fate worse than death. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Zakrzewski family. Viewer discretion is advised, and just a fair warning, this one involves children. This case occurred in the Mary Esther area of Florida. 29-year-old Edward Zakruski was a technical sergeant in the U.S. Air Force. He was originally from Michigan, and while stationed in Montana, he would meet his future wife. Her name was Im Pun, but she would take on the name Sylvia. I guess they had a lot of issues because at one point they had gone to South Korea because she was South Korean. And because she ended up having 2 kids with him, they were mixed race and they were obviously a mixed marriage. And so she got a lot of discrimination from those in South Korea for all of that. But eventually they found themselves back in the States. All of that kind of sort of began to pile on, and it became a big strain on their marriage. And their marriage began to fall apart. By 1994, Sylvia decided that she was just done with the marriage, and she planned to divorce Edward, and she was going to take the kids, and the plan was to move them to South Korea. It was June 9th, 1994. Edward's son, Edward Jr., he called his dad at work that day to voice, I guess, a concern that his mom was, trying to leave him or divorce him. And this really pissed off Edward. So on his lunch break, he decided to go make a purchase. He purchased a crowbar and a machete. He then goes back to work, like nothing. Then he comes back home. I guess Sylvie and the kids had not gotten back to the house at that point, and so he hid these tools and waited for them to come home. He first came after Sylvia, completely surprised her by coming up behind her with a crowbar and bashing her over the head with it. He bludgeoned her several times. She was still alive. He then takes a rope that he had with him and he wrapped it tightly around her neck where he strangled her. Surely he can stop now, right? No one has witnessed this. He doesn't need to do anything further. But that's not what he decided. He takes the machete to the bathroom, and then he calls in his 7-year-old son, Edward Jr., who also went by the name Kim. Again, just another trigger warning. If you are a parent, you may not want to listen to this next part. As Edward Jr. walks in, Edward Sr. takes the machete from behind the door, and as he's raising it, he can tell that his son, Edward, has now in the mirror seen him raising a machete above his head, and Edward Jr. puts his arm up to defend himself, but Edward Sr. strikes him. He then hit him again, and again, and again with the machete, killing his 7-year-old child. You've already gone way too far. Surely you can be done now. No. He then summons his 5-year-old daughter, Anna, in to brush her teeth to the same bathroom. He once again picks up the machete and behind her, while she does not see, he strikes her several times with the machete, killing his 5-year-old girl. He then took all 3 of their bodies and stacked them on top of each other and threw them in the bathtub, where he then took the machete and began to strike Sylvia's body numerous times just to make sure she was dead. The coroner would later determine that she was alive for all of it. She wasn't dead with the rope. Edward then flees the area. It's more than obvious to police once the bodies were found and he wasn't there. It's obvious that he was the one who did this. But he was able to escape the continental United States because he managed to get to Hawaii, where he changed his name. He joined a religious commune. 4 months after the triple homicide, his case is actually featured on Unsolved Mysteries. And the minister in which he was working for or staying with and his wife saw this episode and he recognized him from the images. And it's like, that's him. And he was going to confront him, but then the following morning, Edward turned himself in. So he was captured in Hawaii, and then he was sent back to Florida to stand trial. He was charged with first-degree capital murder for all 3 murders. And just a day or so before his trial, in March of 1996, he agrees to take a plea deal in which he also fully confesses. And he's the one who provides all the details about what actually happened in the house. He actually states that the reason why he used a machete on the 2 children was to make their deaths quick and painless. A machete. Quick and painless. Each child was struck numerous times. One of them at least knew what was about to happen. So when it came time for the sentencing, his defense team was like, you gotta cut him some slack. He said the way he killed the children, he did so they wouldn't feel any pain. He didn't need to kill them at all, or his wife, but he chose to. He went to the store on his lunch break, purchased a crowbar and a machete and a rope for the purpose of killing them. That's premeditation. But his defense team said, well, you can't sentence him to death because he was under so much emotional distress. He claims that there was infidelity in the marriage. Sylvia wanted to divorce him. She was going to take the kids to South Korea, and there's gambling debts as well. He was under so much stress. Cut him some slack. Fuck you. The piece of shit was sentenced to death, and that's the only sentence he should have gotten. And it took about 30 frickin' years. 30 years with this man on death row. July 31st, 2025, his death warrant was signed. His last meal consisted of fried pork chops, fried onions, potatoes, bacon, toast, root beer, ice cream, pie, and coffee. His final words were, I want to thank the good people of the Sunshine State for killing me in the most cold, calculated, clean, humane, efficient way possible. I have no complaint. Okay. Edward Zakrzewski is now hopefully rotting in the hell of all hells. And now his wife and 2 children can finally be at peace. So the son opened his damn mouth and got them offed. This is so sad. I'm not sure what you were trying to do with that comment, but what the fuck? Even if you were not intending or trying to be awful here, this comes off as really awful. The son you're talking about who opened his damn mouth is a 7-year-old child. This one right here. He watched his own father lift up a machete and then swing it towards him several times, killing him with the machete. This little boy right here and this little girl, both killed by their own father with a machete in the most painful, excruciating, torturous way possible. And this is, you're blaming the son for why it happened. The son opened his damn mouth. The commenter is referring to the fact that this little 7-year-old kid had saw that his mom was talking about divorce or something. And so this innocent little kid just called his dad at work and said, mommy's doing this. Because a 7-year-old kid is going to be confused. It's going to it's just going to upset them. The whole concept of a divorce, that this family was crumbling, was already there. And the person who ends up murdering this entire family, their father, her husband, was always going to do this. The only one responsible for murdering this family, including the son who opened his damn mouth, is their father, Edward Zakrzewski. That's it. Went on his lunch break, purchased a crowbar and a machete, waited for his family to come home, and then he slaughtered them with it because his wife was going to leave him. Confused, possibly maybe even sad 7-year-old kid who was seeing his parents maybe argue didn't do this. And him calling his dad to mention it didn't do this. Again, I don't know if this was just you trying to be silly or cheeky or just you're trying to be shocking for the sake of being shocking on the internet because you think it's maybe funny or cool. You make this comment at the expense of 3 innocent people who were murdered, including a 7-year-old boy and a 5-year-old girl. There is nowhere on this earth where that comment will ever be cool or funny or cheeky. It's disgusting and cruel. Whether you were intended to be that way or not, you should have read the words and said, this may not be the best thing to comment on this video. At the very least, you are lacking some very serious social skills here. Read the room, as they say, Edward Zakrzewski murdered this family because Edward Zakrzewski was always going to murder this family because that's who he was. Now he's dead, executed by lethal injection, rotting in hell. Imagine escaping death row the night before your execution only to be killed that same day anyway. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Troy Leon Gregg. Viewer discretion is advised. Most of Troy Gregg's adult life was just crime. It seems like primarily robberies. On November 21st, 1973, Troy Gregg and a 16-year-old companion of his were Some places refer to him as Floyd Allen, some others refer to him as Sam Adam. Well, the two of them started hitchhiking somewhere in North Florida. And as they're hitchhiking, they end up getting a ride from a man named Fred Simmons, and in the car with Fred Simmons was a friend of his named Bob Moore. Along the way, a third individual ends up hitchhiking with them who's dropped off before Troy and Sam are. And then at one point the car breaks down and Fred Simmons ends up just getting another car and they continue driving. And then somewhere in Georgia, all hell breaks loose. Troy tells his 16-year-old friend to get out of the car, we're going to rob them. And so they force the two men out of the car and then walk them over to a drainage ditch where Troy Gregg takes out his gun and he fires several rounds into each man. Kills them both and then takes their money from their wallets, about $400. Troy and his friend take the car and they begin to just drive away. The bodies are found within a short time. Troy Gregg and his accomplice were eventually captured within like a day or so. And this is because that third individual who was hitchhiking for a time heard about the news of these two men who were killed and knew, oh my God, I was with them at a certain point. And so Troy and the friend and the car, the stolen car, were all located. Now, Troy Gregg says, oh, it was self-defense. One of them had attacked me. One of them had attacked my friend. So they attacked us more than once. So I said, you know what? You do it one more time, I'm going to kill you. And that's what happened. However, his 16-year-old friend says that's not what happened at all. He tells a story about how Troy said as they were stopped, get out of the car, we're going to rob both of them. And how that his friend Troy Gregg just very calmly, very matter-of-factly, without thinking at all, very coldly, just executed both men for no reason and then stole their money in their car. The police believed the 16-year-old story. They did not believe Troy's story. Considering both men were shot numerous times, including in the back of the head, this wasn't self-defense. So Troy and his accomplice were both arrested and charged in connection to the murder. Now, Mr. Adam, well, he ends up taking a plea deal in which would lead him to being convicted of the robbery charges and is sentenced to 20 years to life. Troy Gregg, however, does not get a deal. He goes on trial and his friend ends up testifying against him, as does the other individual who was hitchhiking along with him for a brief time that day, and said how Troy Gregg was acting very violent the entire time, very aggressive. And so Troy Gregg is convicted of the murder, and the jury recommends death, in which the judge agrees, and he is sentenced to death, in which he would be serving his time here at Georgia State Prison. When on July 28th, 1980, Troy Gregg, along with three other death row inmates, Timothy McCorkindale, Johnny L. Johnson, and David Terrell, they all escaped from death row. The first time anyone has ever done that, in the state of Georgia at least by that time. They basically would somehow saw through the bars in the exercise room of death row in that area, and they managed to take their pajamas and they were able to, I guess, finagle them in a way that looked like what the prison guards wore. And they were actually even able to fool some prison guards into thinking that the escaped convicts were also prison guards. And they just, after escaping, just walked away. And these are four very violent, very racist men who are now on the loose. These are all killers now. And here's the unfortunate little twist for Mr. Troy Gregg. He was slated to be executed the night after they escaped. And then from this point, it gets a little convoluted in terms of like what the real story is. One story says that they had gotten themselves into a bar and they were just mingling with people when Troy Gregg got way too handsy with a female there, and he began to assault her when members of a motorcycle gang saw this and beat the ever-living shit out of him and threw him in the river. Another story states that some of the men he escaped prison with were associated with this motorcycle gang, and they just killed him outright. Nothing to do with any kind of assault on a woman, they just killed him. Regardless, Troy Gregg was in fact murdered the night after he was supposed to be executed. Someone killed him, whether that's these motorcycle gang members or someone else. He was severely beaten to death, and then he was thrown into the river where his body was eventually found. Now, he had reportedly made a call to the newspapers right after they escaped and confessed to escaping and said, we escaped because of the poor conditions. We would rather be dead than spend another day on death row. Well, I guess you got your wish. The other three escaped convicts were all eventually reapprehended and were all put back on death row. Timothy McCorkindale was executed in 1987. In 1992, David Alfred Jarrell's death sentence was actually overturned and he was retried for his crime, and he was then sentenced to life in prison without parole. And then in 1986, Johnny L. Johnson also had his death sentence overturned due to a technicality. He was retried and he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. As for Troy Leon Gregg and his murder, well, a couple of the inmates he escaped with and other members of the motorcycle gang were along the way charged, but in the end, all charges against all of these individuals were eventually dropped. No one ever went to trial, no one was ever convicted of the murder of Troy Gregg, and perhaps the lack of justice is exactly what Troy Gregg deserved. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Valley Davis. Viewer discretion is advised. The case will take us to Indianapolis, Indiana. Valley Elizabeth Davis was 23 years old at the time. This is a slightly younger photo of her. And from what I understand, she had gotten married sometime around 1977 to an older man. But outside of that, he's not really mentioned in this story at all. So I don't know what the circumstances were with the marriage. What I do know is that on the night of June 24th, 1979, the 23-year-old woman went out to a local nightclub disco place called Lucifer's there in Indianapolis, which I think is now where a Friday's location is. But she appeared to be having a wonderful time. She was dancing and mingling with people. And according to the friends that she was with, she ended up walking out of Lucifer's sometime around 2:30 a.m., She walked out on her own. She was completely by herself. I don't know if they know if she was planning to leave and go home at that point or if she was just going out to get some fresh air. It seems to be kind of unclear. One of these friends did see Valley walking directly towards her 1976 brown Ford Pinto, not this exact one obviously, but something somewhat similar to this. And that friend goes back inside the nightclub and then goes back to what they were doing, but Valley never comes back in the nightclub. Her friends never saw her after she walked out. It wouldn't be until about a day and a half to 2 days later when she was officially reported missing. So police go to the Lucifer's nightclub and they find her car, still parked in the exact same spot her friends said it was parked in before. The driver's side door was unlocked, but other than that, there was nothing unusual in or around the car. And many people said that that is the precise spot parked in the exact same way that it was when she was there. Meaning, if Valley was actually walking towards her car with the intent of getting inside of it to go home, she never actually made it to the car. Or she did, but something happened just before she got into it. Maybe she unlocked the driver's side door, getting ready to get in, and then boom, something happened. But there were no indications of scuff marks or blood or ripped out hair or anything there at the scene. But it was also 2 days later, so things could have happened. Valley Davis has never been seen or heard from ever again. Her social security number, her bank account, none of it has ever been touched since she was last seen. Again, I don't know what the situation was with her husband. I don't know, to be honest with you. But there's no mention of him being at the nightclub if they were still married or not. It was just her and her friends. And there were a lot of people there as well. This was a very happening spot, a very busy location. A whole bunch of people went there. And it could have been any one of these people who followed her out or was hiding, waiting for her to come out, and just nobody saw that person. Mother and her family just begged to the public, please, if you know anything, please come forward. Valley, if you are seeing this, maybe you left on your own, please come home, let us know you're okay. But that never happened. Police do believe that foul play is involved, even if they don't have proof. They did say pretty much from the onslaught that they believe she was abducted, just off of a hunch. And more than likely, that's what happened. It has been 47 years to the very day I'm posting this video that Valley Elizabeth Davis was last seen. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to her and where they can find her. She may not be able to get justice, but maybe she could. But at the very least, they deserve to be able to bring her home. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call the Indiana State Police at 800-453-4756. This man here is reported missing by his son after his father vanished while they were out shopping. The problem is no one can confirm ever even seeing this man for almost 18 years. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Walter Dunson. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred back in 1998 in the Cincinnati, Ohio area. Not a whole lot is known about Walter Dunson. As a matter of fact, this is the only confirmed photo of him. It was a photo taken as a group during a church gathering. When this case occurred, Walter Dunson would have been about 97 years old. He was born in Georgia, and he was actually a World War I veteran. As a matter of fact, he lied about his age in order to enlist. And after serving, he would end up getting married, having kids, and then he got himself a career, and then by 1970, he retired. On the afternoon of June 5th, 1998, Walter and his son Gary Adams would go to the Findlay market. This is all according to Gary Adams. Gary Adams said that he and his father Walter were there physically together, walking around, when at about 2 p.m., Gary goes into a butcher shop to purchase a couple of steaks while his father waited outside. However, when Gary leaves the butcher shop, his father's no longer there. Gary would say that his dad was carrying his black leather wallet with about $15 in cash. And there's a rumor that he may have been carrying a lottery ticket because someone at the market says they sold a lottery ticket to a man who would have fit the description of Walter. This description. So this is a composite drawing that the son, I guess, would help police come up with after he reported his father missing. Because there are, in fact, no photos of Walter since about 1973. This is 25 years or so before Walter suddenly vanishes. But again, a man said that he sold a lottery ticket to someone who fit that description. However, the man he sold the lottery ticket looked about 20 years younger. As a matter of fact, nobody, other than his son, can say that they ever saw Walter Dunson at the market. Walter was living in this house with his son and his son's family. Gary actually claimed that Walter was living with them for the past 18 years inside this house. But the landlord says, I never once saw a man fitting Walter's description in that house. Gary's children, Walter's grandkids, said, I don't remember ever seeing my grandpa in the house. But then Gary would tell the authorities, that's because Walter, my father, would hide himself because the landlord wasn't supposed to know he was living there because of tenant laws. But then the landlord said, no, they were actually allowed to have as many people as they wanted living in that house. That was never a rule. But here's the kicker. Gary says his father was physically there at the market shopping with them, and he vanished from the market. How can that be? The people he lived in the house with never even saw him there. The landlord never saw him. Nobody has seen him. As a matter of fact, the last confirmed sighting of Walter was back in 1980, 18 years prior. They know for a fact that Walter was alive because he was admitted to the emergency room. But then after he was released from the hospital, he never came back. He never saw a doctor after that. Walter would also live in a homeless shelter between 1979 and 1980. The people that lived there with him said, yeah, we remember seeing him back then in 1979 and 1980, but after that, he never came back. Since 1980, he has not filled a single prescription. He has not used his bank account. He has not voted. He had a library card that was never used after 1980. There was one person from the Calvary Baptist Church who claims he thinks he saw Walter at some point in 1985, but that sighting is not confirmed. No one has any proof that Walter was alive and well after 1980. Yet apparently he's been living in this house for 18 years where no one who lived there saw him. The timing of the missing persons report is also very concerning. 4 days before Walter's disappearance, they received a letter here at this house from the Social Security Administration that because of Walter's now increasing age, nearing 100 years old, they need to verify that he is still alive. Because Walter's pension checks and his Social Security checks the entire time are being signed and cashed and deposited into Gary's account. Those checks have two signatures, Gary Adams and Walter. Unfortunately, they had no known samples of Walter's writing, so they could not tell if that was actually his signature or not. But every time one of these checks was cashed or deposited into Gary's account, Walter was not with him. So Walter's son, Gary, is then arrested for fraud, for Social Security fraud, because he was the one taking all of his pension and Social Security money for the past who knows how long. He said, no, my father was here, he knew I was doing it. And he stood by that, he swore by it, and he swore that his father was with him at that market. His son ends up being convicted of some of the charges related to the fraud, and he ends up being served 27 months in prison. He was, however, never charged with anything to do with his father's disappearance because nobody knows what happened to him. And that's one of the saddest parts about this entire thing, is that he claimed his father was alive and well. Well, clearly that's a lie. So where is his dad? What happened to him? I think you have most people saying that I'm sure Walter probably died of natural causes, of some sort of medical issue, sometime around 1980 or so. But then what did Gary do with his body? Because his body was never turned in anywhere. He's never been buried anywhere. That begs the question, could Walter have been killed? And that's why his body is not found. Or did he just die of natural causes and his son decided to hide him because, well, money. Walter's son collected $100,000 worth of benefits over the years until he got caught. But what bugs me the most is like, okay, the jig is up. We know he's not alive. Why aren't you saying where he is? You're not getting these benefits anymore. It's done. It's over. You got caught. So just say where your father is. You know, Gary's kids, who are now adults, who then have served in the military as well, they're like, please tell us where he is. He deserves to be laid to rest. He's a World War I veteran. Why did you steal all of his money and not say where he was this entire time? No one knows if Walter was murdered or not. It's just, why not say now? Someone, somewhere out there, has got to know where Walter Dunston's remains are located, and perhaps that someone is you. His family deserves to be able to bring him home and lay him to rest. If you have any information on his whereabouts, you were asked to please call 513-352-3542. Hello, true crimerers. This is the disappearance of Walter Lee Brown. Viewer discretion is advised. This case begins here in Marrero, Louisiana. Walter Lee Brown was a military veteran, and at the time this case occurred, he was working as a radio dispatcher for a trucking company. But there's also an extra little part about Walter's life that's quite interesting. Walter was an informant for the ATF. The ATF is the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. And he was apparently doing very extensive work for them, informant work, where he would record conversations with people that he would then turn over to the ATF. Being an informant obviously is going to be a very risky, potentially quite dangerous thing. We have seen informants who were found out and were killed for it. Is that what happened here? It's possible. The very last confirmed sighting of Walter Lee Brown was on June 10th, 1993, at or near his home in Marrero, Louisiana. Walter left his house in his vehicle and he was going from Marrero, driving to Holt, Florida, to visit a man whose identity is not known. If the ATF or someone knows that person's name, they haven't released it. It's either that or they don't know who it was. However, Walter was never seen or heard from ever again. Following day, his vehicle was found at a rest stop just a few miles outside of Holt, Florida. This is 250 miles or so away from his home. One of the interesting aspects to this is that in his vehicle, where he was not found, he wasn't found anywhere at the rest stop either, they found tapes in his truck and they were labeled. It said ATF use only. In some of those tapes, there are conversations between he and other unknown individuals. There's also tapes where he is just talking to himself, relaying messages to the ATF and also the FBI. And apparently on one of these tapes, it was mentioned that he was visiting someone in Holt, Florida, I believe in connection to this, but it's not very clear. There was a part of one of those tapes where Walter did express that he had a fear that someone was going to take his life. I don't know if he specified an exact threat or if it was more just like a generalized feeling that he was afraid of someone, but he did fear for his life. His vehicle was in perfectly normal working condition. There was no other signs of foul play in it. No blood, no broken windows, no scuff marks or anything. No signs that had been in any kind of fender bender or accident. And no one can recall seeing Walter directly leave his truck there. There weren't really cameras at that point at that rest stop. And also, it is a rest stop. There's going to be plenty of people who come and go from these places who are only there for a few moments at a time, unless you're like a trucker or someone who's just sleeping in their vehicle. And a lot of times, rest stops are really, really quiet and desolate, especially late at night. So there may not have been anyone there to witness whoever dropped off that vehicle. I think my issue is like, if this was someone related to his informant work, of like this was someone he was informing on, like a bad person, wouldn't they have taken those tapes? Maybe they did take, maybe there were more tapes that they took that mentioned them directly, but then they left all the other ones there. Again, I'm not sure. They've never released the details of exactly what was on them. Maybe someone just took the tape specifically that they were mentioned on. Maybe they forced him, tell us which tape we're on and give that to us. And then they killed him. Or it may have nothing to do with any of it. His wife would end up filing for the life insurance policy shortly after he disappeared because she said it was just, this is not like him. This is uncharacteristic for him to just go away forever, fall off the face of the earth, or run away. She said he has to be dead because there's no other explanation. She ends up actually moving to Florida. Someone, somewhere out there, has to know the truth about what really happened to Walter Lee Brown that day, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 504-363-5500 or 225-578-4761. In a truly bizarre happening, a man would demand that his wife pay his legal fees. The problem is the legal fees stem from two different murder trials in which he was accused of killing that same wife. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Wanda Krumvita. Viewer discretion is advised. And this case will take us to Lyons, Nebraska. This is the only photo of Wanda I can find. It's from a newspaper. And I've looked up the pronunciation of her last name, which I believe is German, and I hope I said it right. But at the time this case occurred, she was a 48-year-old woman who was in a marriage with a not-so-great guy, and she also had children, who were at that point adults. Shortly before this happened, Wanda had filed for divorce from her husband, Wilhelm, something he was not thrilled with. And the same time she filed for divorce, she also filed a protective order against Wilhelm because she was afraid that he would react violently or at least very angrily, and that she had some fear of him. The last time anyone ever saw Wanda was on the night of June 14th, 1995. She was working a later shift at the grocery store she was employed at. She got off of work, and then she got home sometime around 2 o'clock in the morning. This is confirmed by a neighbor who physically saw Wanda enter the home. Then Wanda spoke to her son, and her son had asked her if she could watch his kids at some point later in the week, and she said yes, of course. But Wanda never showed up to work the following day. Wanda never called her son again. Wanda never went to go babysit her grandkids. Wanda fell off the face of the earth. So she was reported missing. The police would enter the home that she lived in. They found pretty much all of her belongings except for her purse. Her purse was missing, but the car she drove was still parked in the driveway, and her keys to that car were in the house. And foul play was almost immediately suspected in this case because you have a potentially violent, soon-to-be ex-husband who she was afraid of. She filed a protective order against him. He did not want to go through with this divorce, and now she goes missing. I can't find a confirmed photo of Wilhelm, but by 1996, he is arrested and charged with the murder of his ex-wife. And they're really basing that solely off of circumstantial evidence. But they also had a few pieces of forensic evidence, including blood samples that were found at the back of his truck, blood samples that would eventually match Wanda. When they searched Wilhelm's property, they also found a pair of glasses, or a piece of a pair of glasses that appeared to have been melted in a stove, and the glasses matched the same type of glasses that Wanda wore. Other witnesses said that on the night of when Wanda went missing, the neighbors of Wilhelm saw a bunch of thick, oily black smoke coming out of his house, which was unusual. In 1997, during his first trial, the jury comes back and they cannot decide whether or not he's guilty. And so they end the trial in a mistrial. He goes on trial for a second time around 1998, and they start the trial, but then before they could really truly get going, the judge ends up throwing the entire case out. And he drops the charges against Wilhelm, and this is because that he felt the prosecution had very little evidence to go forward with a trial, that they needed something more, especially her remains. They believe she is dead, but they have no proof that she is dead. And then it gets kind of strange. So Wilhelm files for divorce after she goes missing. Now he's the one filing it. The judge from his murder trial ended up granting him that divorce, in which Wanda, even though she is not here, was awarded all of her belongings and a certain chunk of money. But then his attorney would argue, well, no, that has to, like, these things, this money and all that has to be shared between both parties. So they end up taking it to the Nebraska Supreme Court, and they say, what the hell are we even doing here? Why did you even approve the divorce to begin with? Because state law required both parties to be there, to be alive. And because they could not prove that Wanda was dead or alive, the Supreme Court says, yeah, that divorce isn't happening. And then Wilhelm and his attorneys, they demand that Wanda pay his legal fees that he cannot afford to pay for the trials he went on, both trials, for killing her. He is demanding a woman who he knows isn't here. His attorneys know she isn't here. That's the whole thing. She's missing, presumed dead. And now you're going to be so bold as to say, well, she needs to pay for my legal fees for me being accused of murdering her. So make it make sense. But they're like, while this is very unusual, no. In 2003, at the age of 66, Wilhelm Krumvida died in a fatal car accident. Most believe that he was responsible for killing Wanda. They just don't have her body. And whatever information he has, he took it with him to his grave. But maybe he shared something with someone. And maybe someone somewhere out there knows the truth about what really happened to Wanda. And more importantly, where she is to bring her home. They know she won't get justice at this point, but they deserve to bring her home. If you have information on her whereabouts, you were asked to please call 402-687-4143. So my reaction when watching this scene unfold was, this is from the season 3 premiere of House of the Dragon. And evil pirate Legolas here is kissing his mom. Look, I know he's a Targaryen, and Targaryens plow each other, but moms and sons, from my knowledge, have always been off limits. So I feel like this was a little too much, even by Targaryen standards. Other than that, though, I feel like HBO heard us all saying, hey, nothing is really happening in these first 2 seasons. They're really slow. And so HBO finally said, all right, hold my beer. The first half of the episode was kind of like, hey, here's where everyone is right now. And then the whole second half was entirely the Battle of the Gullet. I don't care if you read the books, okay? I didn't, so I don't care if you did. But this episode just goes to add further to the whole, it is incredible how far we have come in the world of filmmaking. Because back in the 50s, this whole battle would have been 2 little miniature wood boats with a bunch of claymation people. This episode was grand. It was huge. And it was action motherfucking packed. Second half at least. The production design, the cinematography, the music, it's just so fucking beautiful. It was big, it was epic, it was just so badass. I loved every second of this episode. Hi, where have you guys been, HBO and people who make this show for the past 2 seasons? Because hello, I just hope this isn't them saying, all right, here's your action sequence, now we're going to be chill for the rest of the season. And then, spoiler alert, of course. Again, I know if you read the books, you probably already know. Nerd. Just kidding, you're not nerds. Every time this Game of Thrones universe kills a person, it's oh, shucks. But when they kill a fucking dragon, it's like watching a dog character die. That's what it is. It's heartbreaking. It's tear-jerking. I hate it. I hate it. But it happened again. Also, if you're new to the Game of Thrones universe, right, my advice to you is just go into the show hating every character no matter what. Even if they're cool, they're badass, they're great, fucking hate them. Just hate them. Because they're going to die at some point. Don't get attached to literally anybody. There was a very big death at the end of this episode. A main character. I was a bit shocked when it happened. I wasn't in particular very attached to this person, so I'm not like beyond devastated or anything, but it was still like, what the fuck? Just go into any show in this universe just hating everyone. Trust me, it's for the best. Because when they die, and they will die, you won't be as heartbroken. Are you Team Greens or Team Black? I'm absolutely Team Black on House of the Dragon. Fuck the Greens. Especially I hate Eye Patch Sephiroth here from Final Fantasy. Season 3 premiere though. 10 out of 10. Loved it. Keep the momentum going, please. Other than, don't do this again, please. I was eating. I'm a few years late to this game here, but I finally just watched the TV show called The Terror, which is now a 3-season anthology series where each season is a totally different story unconnected to the previous one. I've heard a lot of good things about it, that it's kind of like a horror type show, so I was really curious. I watched it through Prime Video through the AMC edition. It's definitely a really great show. So it's actually a somewhat historical drama that has horror elements to it. So the HMS Erebus and the HMS Terror were both very real ships. It was all led by Sir John Franklin, and their whole mission in 1845 was to find a pathway through the Northwest Passage that ships could go through. However, their mission failed, and both ships went missing. And the reality is that they were in fact stuck where they were for a few years. And based off of documents and the local indigenous people of the area who had been spoken to by people who were searching for these two ships, way back in the 1840s and 50s, these men were alive for most of that time, trying to find help and rescue and trying to find a way to get these ships going again, but they were permanently stuck in the ice. And over the years and then the decades and then 100 years or more, they would learn more and more about all the things that happened here, including cannibalism. That was a very real thing that they did in real life, because over time they found several bodies, skeletal remains, and they found certain cut marks on their bones. And based off of some writings they found and based off of people they talked to, these people were eating each other at the end. And I believe both vessels were finally found in around 2016 or so or later. The Erebus was recovered in 2014 and the Terror was recovered in 2016. Well, not recovered, but they were discovered. They were found. The show's star is Jared Harris, who I feel is very criminally underrated. He is a really fantastic actor. And so the show is really a somewhat historical retelling of the real events, but also they've added characters. One of the indigenous people that they refer to as Lady Silence. And then people start getting killed by something. A creature that they at first thought was a polar bear turned out to be a creature tied to the indigenous folklore of the area. Obviously, this was not the true story of what actually happened, but this is the horror element. This big, massive creature starts attacking them, ripping their fucking heads off, ripping them in half. So they're trying to survive this thing, but also just survive the elements and survive each other. I liked the blend of historical retelling and the horror element to it. I thought it was really perfectly blended together. If you are looking for a fast-paced show, however, this is not it. This is a very, very slow burn. This is more of a character study, a look into the minds of people who are trapped in situations like this and how do they survive? What will you do to survive? But also you're adding in the element of, there's also a monster attacking us. It's just so well done. I do plan to watch season 2, and I think season 3 just recently premiered. And so I will get around eventually to watching those, but if I only stop here, this was a really fucking great show. But again, if you're looking for fast-paced, this is not going to be it for you. Have you guys seen it? Do you like it? The scariest movie you'll ever hear. It's called Undertone. It's a horror movie from this year, and it's getting a lot of mixed reviews. It appeared on HBO Max today, not a paid sponsor, so I watched it. Undertone is essentially a one-woman show. The entire movie takes place within the walls of this one house. You only ever physically see two actual characters, the main character and her character's mom. Is a popular podcaster who's taking care of her dying mom, and her friend Justin do this supernatural or horror podcast where she's basically like the skeptic and Justin is the non-skeptic. So her co-host has emailed these 10 bizarre audio clips from one person, and throughout the movie they play these audio clips as they're recording their podcast. The audio clips become more and more bizarre, creepy, a lot of very strange elements to them. The reason why you see this, the scariest movie you'll ever hear, is because this movie is done in a pretty unique way. It relies very heavily on sound. I watched this movie with headphones on, which I think is probably the ideal way to watch Undertone, because the way they recorded it, sometimes you'll only hear sounds on one side, and then you'll physically like hear it move to the other side, and then it only play over here. I guess if you have a really good speaker system or surround sound system in your home, it'll probably do the same thing. The reason why I think Undertone, and I could be completely and utterly wrong here, but one of the reasons I think Undertone is beginning so many mixed reviews is I think there's a division amongst perhaps maybe old horror movie fans and like newer, younger horror movie fans. I think the more modern day audiences of horror movies want their movies to be boom, 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 scare, 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 jump scare, jump scare, jump scare, gore, gore, gore. They want it to be fast paced. They're not really used to this slow burn of a horror movie. And that's what Undertone is. It is a very slow burn. The whole point of it is it builds up the tension into its big explosive final act. I'm one who appreciates subtlety in horror a lot. So I personally thought this was a good movie. It's not my favorite horror movie of the year. It's not even on my top 15 or top 20 horror movies of all time. Absolutely not. But I thought it was an incredibly unique, very tense horror film. The whole movie is like slowly putting these like pieces together until the end. The end of the movie is big. It's just all of a sudden. Another thing I think modern day audiences maybe hate, again, I could be wrong, is they don't like ambiguity when it comes to movie endings, or at least with horror movies. Personally, I love a good ambiguous ending to a horror movie as long as they pull it off well. Personally, I think Undertone pulled that off very well. It relies on what it was building up the entire time, especially the use of the audio. Have almost no idea what's actually going on in the last few minutes, and in the last few like 30 seconds or so of the movie, it's pitch dark. All you hear is what's going on, and it's just pure chaos, and then done. And one of the cool things about it to me is that you can infer what you think occurred. You can think, were all of these things really happening to her? Or was it all some big psychotic break or psychosis? Was it a combination of both? Spoiler alert. Okay, spoiler alert. Personally, I think that playing that 10th audio at the end, I think they unleashed the actual demon, and I think both her and her mom died. That's just me. That's just the way I like to think it ended. Not a happy ending. I don't like when horror movies have happy endings. But I get it. It's not a horror movie for everyone. In a world where we have so many movies that is just like bang, 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 scare, 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 just everything happening so fast. This is far removed from that. But if you like a slow build and you like tension and stuff like that, you might like this movie. I mean, I can't say that you will. I mean, one of the things about horror movies is very much like comedy. It's extremely subjective. I can see something and say, that's not remotely scary, but you will see the same thing and go, that terrified the hell out of me. Personally, I didn't get scared of this because I don't get scared in any horror movies ever. But some people will find it terrifying and other people just won't. That's the joy of horror films, folks. Anyway, it's called Undertone. It's now on HBO Max. It's like an hour and 30 plus minutes long. You know, if you're bored, check it out. Let me know what you think. This movie was dumb as I'm guessing you want me to probably elaborate a little bit. Okay. It's called Psycho Killer. Okay, what's it about? So, she plays a highway patrol officer who watched her husband get shot and killed by a serial killer on the highway. And then she makes it her mission to then catch this guy. And the guy is a serial killer who dresses up with the hold on. Yes, he wears like a big trench coat and just goes around killing fuckers. He has like this big, deep, scary voice when he talks. Like the movie you think it's about just a guy who's going around serial killing people, like it's supposed to be like this cat and mouse thing. I guess the department she works for just doesn't give a shit if she's just like, yeah, whatever. Because usually movies like this are like, hey, you're not in charge of this case. You stay away. And they do tell her that, but she goes anyway. And then they're just like, okay, whatever, just let her go. She's like a highway patrol officer, but apparently she's just suddenly a detective and then he finds some like devil worshipping like commune where Malcolm McDowell is at, and he needs their help to find someone. God. And then it turns out, what the fuck was that ending, bro? It goes from like a mysterious figure who's just killing people. I'm killing people so that I can get to a nuclear facility so that I can blow it up because of the devil. And the big climax is just a bunch of people, including her, just staring at this guy with like grenades strapped to him. And they're all just looking at him through a window. They're like, what do we do? What can we do? There's nothing we can do. Oh, well, we're all gonna die. I know. I'll poke a hole in the glass and I'll shoot him from the... What direction was this movie supposed to be going in? And don't fucking slap on the thing from the producers of Barbarian and Weapons. Fuck you. That doesn't mean it's from the people who those movies came from their minds. This is from the producers. Stop doing that shit. That's how they trick audiences into going, oh, the people who made Weapons and Barbarian, this must be good. And the writer of Seven, the screenwriter of Seven wrote this movie. Apparently after doing 7 lines of coke. Bro, that's the same look I have. That's the same look this movie gave me of like, what the fuck is this? No one was good in this movie because the dialogue they had to perform was the stupidest fucking shit I've ever heard. Psycho Killer, check it out, won't ya? This movie is insane. In all the best ways. It's called They Will Kill You. It's now available on HBO Max if you have it. Not a paid sponsor. This is a bloody good time. So Zazie Beetz plays a woman who is trying to look for her sister, and she tracks her down to this hotel or building where she ends up posing as another person to end up getting a job there. And then within moments of her getting there, all fucking hell breaks loose. Basically, this building is home to a cult led by the fantastic Patricia Arquette, who's apparently really good at playing that odd, weirdly evil role. And she has an Irish accent as well. Basically, they have to perform a sacrifice on an offering to this devil creature they have there. And everyone else there who is a part of this cult writes their name on the list. And if your name's on the list, you can't die. You're immortal. And boy, does she find out that the hard way. The moment they attack her, she just fucking goes crazy. She's got like a shotgun, she's got a machete, and she just starts kicking ass. Putting holes in people, chopping heads off, chopping limbs off, decapitating Malfoy. This is just one of those movies where you just turn off everything and you get some popcorn and you sit back and you just shut up and watch the movie. This is not one of those movies that you critique, like, oh, can this happen, could that happen, shut up. This is a movie you sit back and enjoy. This is not going to win awards. This is an entertaining, high-octane, bloody good time. It is pure insanity in the best way humanly possible. Sometimes you go to movies or watch movies just to have fun, and that's it. And that's exactly what this movie does. The scene where she fucking just goes to town with the fire axe and just annihilates like 20 people. Come on. Shut up about your realism and not realism. This movie is obviously not real. The violence is very Quentin Tarantino-esque, like blood sprays out of people like a fucking fountain. A lot of like quick zooms and zoom outs. You can see the Tarantino inspiration because it's got almost like a Kill Bill kind of vibe to it. Just doesn't have like the Tarantino story writing and dialogue. But it is just simply wildly entertaining. I have not had this much fun watching a movie in a long time. It is ridiculous as fuck. You got eyeballs wiggling around the fucking place because they're not a part of their person's head anymore. Multiple decapitations. Heads being blown off by shotguns. It's just so much fun. Honestly, for me personally, 10 out of 10, no notes. They Will Kill You. It's now on HBO Max, so check it out if you want. Oh, god damn it. You ever watch a movie that's so bad that you think to yourself, this was intentional, right? It was intentionally made this bad? At least you hope that's the case. I watched this movie because I watch a lot of horror movies, and Prime Video said, hey, we recommend Unknown Visitor to you. So I'm like, okay, it's a 52-minute long found footage movie. I'll check it out. Boy, that 52 minutes of my life is something I'll never get back. The entire movie is shown through doorbell camera footage. The main character's boyfriend installs it for her, and then she starts seeing some creepy shit, like a woman who just appears on her doorstep, and also a door-to-door salesman who I'm convinced was supposed to be a serial killer, because at one point he was selling just a single knife, and then he sold a vacuum, and he threw temper tantrums every time she didn't want to answer the door. I'm not sure what the intention was with this guy, but the acting in this movie, and I'm sorry to the actors, but was so bad. The dialogue was cringy and it was horrendous. The boyfriend, what a fucking piece of shit, dude. My god. This man spends the entirety of the movie gaslighting this woman at every turn. He installs the doorbell camera for her protection, and every time something happens, he immediately doesn't believe her. And then finally, he's attacked by a woman, right? And he, spoiler alert, he stabs the woman who attacked him. Within seconds, literally after defending himself, he tells the girlfriend, go get a shower curtain, go get duct tape, get everything. We need to hide this body. Or maybe just call 911. You have camera footage of this woman attacking you and you defending yourself. Nope, he goes straight to, let's hide the body immediately. As he continues to gaslight and scold this woman who is afraid now. He calls her, I think, a brain-dead moron at some point or something similar to that. He's just constantly insulting her. And then, oh my god, this woman comes back. Oh my god, I thought I killed her. So he says again, honey, let's get the stuff to hide this body again. He goes, get a shovel. We'll bury her in our backyard. Or just call the police. You can explain this away. Then they give some off-the-wall explanation as to who this woman was. And it just is stupid. And then the continuity issues, the fucking sandwich, man. The sandwich, the bottle of water, and the bottle of cleaner in the corner. It disappears in some shots, and then it comes back. Then it disappears, and then it comes back. And sometimes the sandwich is a different sandwich. It's a different bread. It's cut into different shapes. It's like they forgot what the last shot looked like. Hi, the footage exists. You could have seen. Also, why was the sandwich there in the first place? No one ever touched it. No one ever ate it. It's like in the middle of the night. Why the fuck is there a sandwich on your table anyway? This is one of those movies where the premise, the concept is great. It could have been really creepy because we've seen real life doorbell footage with very creepy images. And the other problem I have is that why in these found footage movies that are supposed to make us believe is real, we know it isn't, but it's supposed to come off as looking real. Why are the characters never realistic in any way, shape, or form? Well, not always, but in this movie in particular, not even close to real life. I will say this though, the movie is horrendous. It's awful. It's one of the worst pieces of shit I've ever seen in my life. Again, sorry to the filmmaker and the actors. It's just my belief. I'm sorry. That being said, if you want a really awful horror movie to just laugh at, it's 52 minutes long. I'd say watch it actually, because it's one of those movies that's so bad it's hilarious. Sometimes these types of movies are just so bad and they're not even funny to watch. This one, painfully funny. Have you guys seen this? It's a thing.